All right. We are good to go. Welcome, welcome. Oh, man. I have had a headache all day. Hope that everybody else is feeling a little bit better than I am. All right, so I gotta send out a few alerts. Give me 1 second. Cool. All right, cool. Let me see something real fast. Wait. Here's Morgan. What is going on there? I need to change my title. Hold on. Ah! That's what I need to do. Yes. Crap. All right, sorry. This is going to take me just one quick second. This is too funny. I totally mistitled my stream. It's okay. There we go. There we go. Cool. Good to go. And then, all right. How's everybody doing? So we are going to be covering some updated YouTube drama because it's a little bit lighter than some of the politics, but I wanted to do some quick news updates. So Donald Trump has some new cabinet positions filled, and it's not looking good. We obviously have to wait for these guys to go through the confirmation process, but yeah, when you got Matt Gaetz on as AG, it's not looking great. He is being investigated by his peers in Congress, although no longer his peers because he resigned to take the AG position, and I'm pretty sure it's effective immediately because they're doing the thing where they're trying to fill his seat. So, yeah, that's interesting. Then he also filled his border czar is pretty hardcore. The guy, he's now on record saying that not only are they going to go after illegal immigrants, they're going to go after dreamers and their families because I guess under these new statutes, technically they wouldn't be covered like as legal protected status anymore. So yeah, things are looking great there. Unfortunately, the updates in Gaza are not great. We have some new updates coming out where updated bombing, man. Like they're going after the West Bank now, and it seems like they're looking to get permissions from Trump. Like they're just skipping Biden. So yeah, again, looking great. This is why I'm just kind of going through this real fast because it's kind of depressing. But also, we just got to face the realities that are coming. As much as I want to laugh at all the dumb stuff that these Trumpers do, unfortunately, they're not looking at, some of this from a more practical standpoint where it's just like, well, from almost a selfish standpoint, I'm kind of like, oh no, you guys not understanding how this is going to affect prices overall. That's what's kind of scaring the crap out of me. Yeah, because let's see. Obviously, like agriculture, that's a big one that's going to take a hit, but we're talking just like other service jobs. We're talking, hospitality. Like we're just, oh man, across the board, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt bad. Now his proposed tariffs have changed a little bit, so that's good. Even the ones he's proposing, it's only 30% now, but economists are still saying not great. So, yeah. But, all right. Let's get into the first segment. Give me 1 second, because I gotta hit record. All right, for Gondor. There's one person in this chat that gets that reference, I think. Oh, wait. No, I think both of you would get that reference. Wait a minute. What am I saying? Sorry, we're obviously a little nerdy here. All right. For Gondor, let's go. Alrighty, well, we're gonna go and check out some updates with the Hasan and Ethan Klein situation. But I wanted to be fair about this one. I wanted to get Hasan's takes on everything that's been said because my last video was platforming just Ethan's view, so I definitely wanted to try and be fair about this and objective. So, let's make sure I got the right video. Yeah, I do. Haha. So, Hasan obviously wanted to go and defend himself, so he committed a whole stream to it, but thank God for Hasan Abi's fan base and their ability to do the shortening of his streams, because, man, I could not stand to watch. What is it? I think he does like 6 hours some days. Like, that's nuts. Like, I should probably just address that. I kind of wanted to do a shorter one today because I'm not sure if this headache's going to come back. Speaking of, I need to make sure that I'm well hydrated. Thank you. Thank you for bearing with me. But yeah, let's get to the Hasan stuff. Oh no, what happened? That wasn't good. Okay, that was legit just a weird crash on Streamlabs there. Let me reload this. We're good? All right. Yeah, we're good.
There has never been a moment in the past year until recently where I was not unimaginably gracious. Okay? This conversation itself is yet another instance, but he just never, gave up on this for some reason. And it's weird. Apparently, you're about to get filled in. Philip DeFranco has thrown his hat in the drama ring, it seems. Ethan Klein's situation got worse. The Onion bought InfoWars Sydney.
To be fair, I think we all are.
Sweeney Slander.
Because all of these content creators, like, yeah, you get a few hits, and also it gives us the excuse to kind of get out of the news cycle.
Fake women and more.
So. Beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You damn.
It's a guy watching a guy watching a guy.
Really dive into the news. We have so much to talk about today. Domestic and international, big, small, political, social, but let's start with some internet controversy news. This has really started blowing up more and more. So let's talk about Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker. They're both big creators in the streaming and podcast space. They're former co-hosts. With this specific situation, it starts and is mainly focused on Ethan Klein, who's facing backlash.
Real quick, this has to be a trip for Hasan, just like watching this be covered as some of the biggest internet news. So, because Philip DeFranco, he reaches like 8 million people.
Yeah. And this time it was over a game that he played on his podcast yesterday.
Today, my friends, we are going to play the exciting game here. You at home, play along. We're gonna play, is it Twitch or is it a terrorist? Let's take a look here, guys. Start.
You know, there's more to the game, but even just that part right there alone, that faced tons of backlash. With a number of people think that it was wrong that the opening image was a side-by-side of Hasan Piker and Osama bin Laden. And in fact, at a later point in the game, you had someone from H3's team, AB, even calling that out.
I don't know who made this, but yeah, I'm not a fan of the Hasan and Osama on the front page. They need
At least if they're gonna compare them, I mean, I'll guess.
And so with all this, it appears that they were playing a game from a website called Twitch or Terrorist.com. And to play, you had to read quotes and guess if a Twitch streamer or a terrorist said it. And they all ended up being Twitch streamer quotes, mostly from other creators by the name of like Sneeko and Myron, who've been heavily criticized for anti.
They're not even, for the record, these guys aren't even, and yes, it is insane. It is insane to just like put actual anti-Semites alongside people who are not anti-Semitic but pro-Palestinian in an effort to be like, see, they're all terrorists. Look at all these guys. I didn't expect you to cover this. I wouldn't have, but Philly D is covering it.
Anti-Semitism in the past for posts like these, which made its way into the game. But also,
yeah, Dan made this site, including all the other sites. Destiny's second in command. Isn't people who are pro-Palestinian just you? No, not Dan from H3 chat. What are you, crazy? No, Dan Saltman, the saltiest mother planet.
Included one post each from Hasan and Frogan, who's another creator Ethan's called out.
Some of this is even above
but again,
me, so
most
like
ended up being from creators Sneeko and Myron, so he ended up closing the game by saying,
"You're right though, that game sucks."
It was just not enough variety. It didn't prove anything because all the anti-Semites was just like Myron and Sneeko.
And so all that happens, but then once the clips...
Damn, I can't believe that they couldn't find anti-Semitic quotes of me. Perhaps because I'm not an anti-Semite. Damn, why doesn't this have more quotes of Hasan being anti-Semitic?
Of Ethan playing the game make their way to Twitter, there was backlash everywhere. With a number of people saying things like Ethan Klein comparing a Muslim anti-war content creator.
Even in this little bit, he's doing a good job of defending himself against everything that I've even been hearing. So yeah, good.
To Osama bin Laden. He got other Muslim and Jewish content creators banned for calling Sabra hummus the lowest tier commercial hummus because a lot of Israelis eat it. What the actual hell? As well as Islamophobia on full display. And if Ethan Klein actually cared about anti-Semitism instead of merely feeling disrespected.
Noah Colwyn? Whoa! Whoa! I gotta text my mans. Be like, yo, you made it, Noah. You made it on the Philly D. You just got filled in. Or you're doing the filling in yourself. That's crazy. That's crazy. If Ethan Klein actually cared about anti-Semitism instead of merely feeling disrespected, he would consider what it means to represent Jewish people by being a nonstop whiny bigot.
He would consider what it means to represent Jewish people by being a nonstop whiny bigot. He even had some tagging YouTube social accounts to say that they're platforming racism and hate. And we even saw Hasan Piker himself responding, saying, "My former podcast co-host misunderstood me when I said in America that anti-Semitism is institutionally unacceptable, but Islamophobia is permitted if not encouraged. Yesterday, he proved my point." While that received a lot of support, you also had some people responding to Hasan.
Yeah. How is this Islamophobic? Hasan and his friends repeat terrorist talking points. It has nothing to do with Islam. Hasan, the game is funny. All you and your friends' talking points are indistinguishable for actual terrorists. In what way can you say Islamophobia is permitted unless you believe all Muslims are terrorists? These are literally 2003. We're back in 2003.
Yeah, it does feel like that.
2003 ass. Please, I need you to see one of the quotes. Please, you'll never guess who it is. The truth is that after several decades of neoliberalism, the rich are becoming increasingly richer while the poor are both more numerous and increasingly poorer.
Was that Castro? I mean, that was Castro. That was a picture of Castro.
How can you not see everyone and Ethan in particular is talking about? Guys, anyway, let's continue. Let's just
defending
continue.
Ethan in the game and accusing.
You can tell that this has really been, this sucks, man. This is the part that I feel bad about. Like, just as a dude where I'm like, oh, I hate to see a friendship break up and just, there's a lot of sadness to come out of this.
Critics of misrepresenting it. But again, there was also a fair share of people echoing what Hasan said, with some also noting that this came after Ethan went on his Instagram stories to call out Hasan and accuse him of only pretending to care about anti-Semitism. And Ethan ended up responding to...
Which is crazy, by the way. Like, that was also crazy. Only pretending to care about anti-Semitism is wild. Like, yeah. I've stood by this man side by side, and we've dunked on anti-Semites together. You know what I mean? And anti-Semitism together. Like, what is going on? Read his post is psychotic. I haven't even read any of this. Myron is an easy dunk. He makes it incredibly easy to virtue signal that you are against anti-Semitism. If Hasan cared about anti-Semitism, he would listen to his Jewish friend when he expressed his genuine concern for anti-Semitism festering in his own community. First of all, friend is wild. That's that's a wild thing to just drop in there after like a month of crash out post after crash out post.
It's been
demanding that an adpocalypse happen on Twitch because Twitch is housing Klansmen and Nazis, and that I am like an anti-Semite. That's wild to be like, oh, but I'm just your friend, your Jewish friend, which is also additionally crazy considering that I have a ton of Jewish friends. None of them agree with Ethan. What the f?
He just did. Really? I mean,
insane.
Everybody always calls everybody else out when they do it. It's like, oh, I got a black friend. Well, he did the thing.
And we literally insta-ban anti-Semitism in this community. Like, I personally do it regularly. If Hasan cared about anti-Semitism, you stop purity testing every Jew based on Zionist, anti-Zionist, a term that has lost all meaning. 90% of Jews globally would be considered a Zionist, a term that encapsulates both religious supremacists who believe they have a mandate from God to settle in the West Bank, and every secular Reform Jew in the world who thinks Israel should continue to exist. I do not purity test every Jew based on Zionist, anti-Zionist. That is insane. I've not only never done that, I don't know why the f he's even saying that I do that. What? And for the record...
Yeah, so I would love to see the videos where they actually have like a compilation of Hasan saying this shit, because everything that they've been saying he said.
Zionism has not lost its meaning. If it did, I don't know why you would say that like 90% of Jews globally are considered Zionists, which I also disagree with as well. If Hasan cared about anti-Semitism, he would not hand wave away blatant Jew hatred from his friend Frogan. He would, yeah, I know. I should put Frogan in a dunk tank for doing the tier list that Raffi and themselves like put on the Arabs podcast. That was perfectly fine, and everybody understood exactly what it was. Mad that Trump won, baby boy. Brother, you are probably, alongside myself, going to die of polio, and you're over here celebrating that as an accomplishment. What a stupid thing to get excited about. Like, we're all going to die of diseases that are preventable.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate.
Trump gave me 200 RP to vote for him. What? Dying from... Hasan cared about blatant Jew hatred from his actual friend Frogan, who would not platform uncritically a terrorist-affiliated militant who flags a curse upon the Jews, nor would he play Houthi propaganda uncritically to his audience who fly the same flag. He would not call... You know what's really funny? I've talked about the Houthis banner multiple times.
Yeah, and Ethan going like really hard.
Another part of this process that is, of course, always not repeated. But regardless, let's continue. He would not call Hasan Nasrallah a brilliant man or say he has no problem with Hezbollah, a man in his organization that has explicitly called for the genocide of Jews. Hasan, if you cared, you would read this instead of laughing about how crazy I am based on a chatter's brain dead summary of my post. I like that I addressed all of these talking points a million times over, but, yeah, there it is. I read it, and it still sounds crazy.
Yeah.
Okay? Contextualizing and offering analysis to how certain non-government organizations exist is not a de facto carte blanche defense of the way that they exist or the things that they do.
I did have a feeling that some of that was being clipped because I couldn't find this, like the streams with the full context that Ethan was using.
Okay, that's it. Ethan doesn't know these groups or the region their politics are as. Yeah, he's just like, whatever. Bro, it's not a summary. It's not even a summary. You look at screenshots. What? What? He's saying, read this. And I am. Criticizing Ethan saying
it's a direct call out.
Ethan saying you look at summary of chatters. What? I'm confused. Ethan literally looks for clips in the Destiny Reddit. Yeah, I know. I like that a lot of Ethan's, well-sourced criticisms. A lot of Ethan's well-sourced criticisms directly come from the Destiny subreddit that he's like scoured, right? Straightforwardly. And that is actually causing valid concerns. But considering that the Destiny subreddit is, routinely scouring my stream, I'm very familiar with the talking points. So, of course, I don't even have to see it to know exactly where these valid concerns
makes me think, like, is 4chan that
because
bad?
I've addressed it a million times over. I address it every single day. But let's continue.
Stories to call out Hasan and accuse him of only pretending to care about anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Myron's the easy
Ethan ended
dunk.
up responding.
Why is Hasan in a game called Twitcher Terrorist? Because he's accused of supporting terrorism by Ethan.
Yeah.
The subreddit that's called the Dalaban, or the Twitter comms group that's called the Dalaban or the Dezbollah. It's great. It's good stuff. Yeah, you stand
Good
accused.
stuff.
That is the beginning and end of this analysis. There are plenty of quotes on the site from non-Muslims. I didn't make the site. I opened it for like 2 minutes and mostly talked about how dumb it is. We immediately commented on how dumb the Osama versus Hasan comparison is. We, unless you speak of French here, is carrying a lot of the burden. I think it was AB who commented on how bad it was, and you chose to continue, but what do I know? And this game, for the record, was Islamophobic from the jump. The idea that like all of these pro-Palestinian content creators are like automatically terrorists, like it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Okay, bundling actual anti-Semites like Myron and Sneeko with people like myself, also very weird.
Well, to be fair, you could also play that game with Christian extremists.
Very weird, right? And slapping terrorism as a designation on it.
Be fair
also
about this.
Very weird. A lot of other content creators on this website, Twitch, you know, the one that is dangerously anti-Semitic, according to Ethan. That a lot of content creators, including Asmongold, have played this game. Why didn't I sharp about it then? Because what the am I supposed to do? I can't do anything about it, okay? Islamophobia is completely permitted. It's permissible. That's just the truth. Both bigotries, anti-Semitism, okay, and Islamophobia are unacceptable. They're unacceptable. That's it. And I will never accept it. And I always combat it. And I always have. And I always will.
Yeah, but I don't know Twitch's TOS as well as YouTube's, but I'm pretty sure that they combat,
okay. But the way
hate speech the same way, don't they?
Institutions, organizations, the way they
as I
treat
said,
Islamophobia
I can't really speak to it, but
versus anti-Semitism is different.
Great.
Islamophobia is
Twitch TOS.
broadly accepted. Now, the reason why it is because in the post 9/11 universe, America had to do a whole bunch of social conditioning to get people primed to go and destroy the Middle East. Anyway, I closed out 2 minutes, said the game was dumb because it just keeps quoting Sneeko and Myron, which doesn't prove anything. We saw why he quit the game. I don't think it was after 2 minutes. He intentionally quote retweets someone that misrepresents, lies about what's in the video, and even calls me Islamophobic or something I didn't even do. Dude, come on, man. Come on. Like, the Islamophobia stuff is not even new. Like, holy shit. It was always cringe. It was like something that I tried to communicate to him even, way back when he was like doing if you're a gay sex worker, you'd get thrown off the roofs in Gaza to like Muslim people on the timeline. Like, get out of here. Like, this is not like a newfound thing here. Come on. What is this? Here's you explaining it. That is outright hostile towards Muslims and outright hostile towards Palestinians from the actual state, right? There's anti-Semitism. This is absolutely true. Anti-Semitism is a gross hate crime. It is completely unacceptable. You and I are in agreement on this. I've combated anti-Semitism nonstop for the past 10 years.
If there's any people that hear that and they think, you know what, that means no, we got to get rid of all the Israelis. Do you think there's anyone that believes that?
That we have to get rid of all of the Israeli Jews in that area?
From the river
of
to
course,
the sea.
I'm sure. Yeah.
And so,
assholes
There are
everywhere.
anti-Semites. There are anti-Semites in the pro-Palestinian movement.
Do you think that it could be potentially misconstrued?
Can it be potentially misconstrued? Absolutely. Anything can be misconstrued.
So
any slogan can be
in
misconstrued.
consideration of all these things, if it can be misconstrued, if it is believed by people to mean it that way, then I don't think Jews are outside of their right to say, hey, this phraseology.
The phrase that we're talking about is from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, by the way. I love HG, but going hard on you for semantics when there are literally Nazis out and about is a bit cooked. I know. And while I call out the literal Nazis that are out and about, he turns around and says, oh, that's not sufficient. You also have to recognize that I'm right and you're wrong and apologize for hurting my feelings, even though there has never been a moment in the past year until recently where I was not unimaginably gracious.
Nazi slur next.
this conversation itself is yet another instance where I am slowly walking him through like a baby, okay? Walking him step by step to understand something by drawing.
To respond to that, I don't think they're gonna make Nazi a slur, but I do think that it shouldn't be used as hyperbolically as it's been used lately, where it's just like everybody who, if you don't agree with somebody, it just kind of seems like sometimes somebody will just be like, "Whoa, you're a Nazi." I mean, again, that's hyperbolic in itself, but it's kind of what I mean.
Similar analogs to things that he already recognizes. He's
I'll call
pro Black
myself
Lives
out.
Matter. He knows what people that say all lives matter sound like and look like and what they actually mean. Okay, people misconstrue Black Lives Matter. There's an example I used literally last year. Okay, but he just never, gave up on this for some reason. And it's weird. It's weird because like we've had these conversations. He knows what my position is. We've had them publicly.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'll be honest, like watching Ethan's last video about this, that's why it was a little weird to me, because I had been watching The Leftovers and it just seemed like they had talked about this before.
Makes me uncomfortable.
The conversation revolves
I don't
around
think it should be banned.
Palestinians,
kind
which
of Orwellian.
Muslims are a minority
I don't
group
think
in general. Palestinians an
banning
even
language is
smaller
stupid.
minority
Like,
group
against.
against.
If it's if we're talking TOS like from a platform, I don't know. That's on kind of the platform, but just in general, like
Zion.
when you say banning words, are we talking about on Twitch?
Zionists, specifically Zionists who are maintaining the violent nature of the apartheid state in Israel. So in that structure, there are significantly more Zionists in America than there are Zionist Jews, and then there are anti-Zionist Jews. Zionist and anti-Zionist Jews are marginal because of the number of Jews in general on the planet, right?
How did
much
Ethan just
larger
forget
conversation
this? Like,
is being had between Palestinian activists, which feature
well thought out.
anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionists alike, some of which are anti-Semitic. I'm not going to say that they're not, okay? Versus the much broader, much larger Zionist community.
I just wish she goes to irrelevance.
Almost entirely of Zionist evangelicals, Zionist Christians in general. That's the conversation that's being had about the state of Israel. You can criticize Saudi Arabia and do it from an Islamophobic perspective, but many people are never going to turn around and say you're being Islamophobic when you criticize Saudi Arabia.
Actually, to your point about going to irrelevance, I thought all Twitch was going to go to irrelevance at some point,
maintained
like
its
sooner,
position and its
but
posture for a very long time, propped up by the likes of the ADL. This conflation is the immediate counter, and I think it's cynically deployed. In the grand scheme of things, throughout the history of Palestinian emancipation, which I will reaffirm my support for, I do believe it is just and I believe it is moral. Throughout that history, Hamas is but a mere blip. Hamas is but a mere blip, and even to this day is not... has never reached broad popularity. The mantra itself predated Hamas and will continue to exist as long as there is an occupation. So having a conversation about the optics of a slogan when 11,000 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered by that same state is ridiculous to me. I think it's
fair.
it's
This
uncharitable.
characterization is super unfair. I mean, you're making it sound like I'm a. The concern for it has nothing to do with what the Israeli government is doing, the ethnic cleansing and murdering
really
of
defensive.
Palestinians. It's got nothing to do with that. Invoking that is not fair. 57% of Gazans, by the way, and I'm not criticizing them. I understand why people would support Hamas during all this and who are in Gaza, but you say that, I mean, they have...
Yes, in 2017, Hamas changed its charter in order to gain international recognition.
It has white support in Gaza and the West.
In 2017, Hamas changed its charter in order to maintain its civil governance factions and also gain international recognition, as had prior terror cells like the ones that you mentioned that Ben Shapiro still considers a terrorist, like Yasser Arafat, as they try to do the exact same thing. You might not believe them. I do think that there are certainly still anti-Semitic people inside of Hamas, of course. But ultimately, Palestinian people saying that... he's like, not all of them. That they support violent emancipation.
You think there's Hamas people that are secular and cool and don't hate Jews?
Do I think there are Hamas militants? Absolutely. Yes, 100%.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, do you think there's Hamas?
Yeah, I do. I do believe that. 100%. Yes.
people that are like chill and secular.
Like this conversation, the way he's asking this question is also, for the record,
Like
the way
coded?
he's asking this question is like specifically to incite. When you have a conversation, when you have an argument with someone, and I think like a lot of people from marginalized backgrounds understand this. I'm not saying I am, okay? I'm white. But when you have a conversation with someone who is just there to try to maybe not really understand fully your position, but instead hit you with some shit, okay? You are not just having a conversation with this other person. You're having a conversation with the entire world, okay? So you have to remember how everyone treats certain words and everyone treats certain.
I've never been a fan of Hasan either, but I think he actually has shown a fair amount of restraint and some class. He clearly has some empathy for Ethan because he seems to be spiraling a bit. I agree with that.
Concepts. Everyone looks at certain concepts and takes it for granted. Okay? So when someone, like, this is the reason why I can have a long discussion about the political designation of terrorism, right?
Yeah.
And I have many times over. The IRA, the FLN,
he is consistent in his positions. I'll
Nelson
give him that.
Mandela's party, MEK specifically, or not MEK, the ANC, all considered umquanto or umquante, is that how you say it? Like the spear, including the ANC, but even its more militant factions, were all designated as terror groups. Okay? Yeah. They were all designated as terror groups. Were designated as terrorist groups while they were specifically engaging in an emancipatory struggle. But that conversation doesn't matter in this process. Okay.
I mean, that's where a lot of the 1776 crowd comes from with their whole like take on everything. They're like, oh, technically we would have been classified as terrorists in 1776.
Okay. Because when someone goes, you're terrorists, you're supporting terrorists, you sound exactly like terrorists, a lot of people, especially when you fit the bill, if you have a scary sounding name, a lot of people are going to write you off and go, oh, well, that makes sense. So you have to deal with that as well in this conversation.
And they don't hate Jews.
Oh, 100%. Well, yeah, you can yell at me all day for that. I 100,000% believe it. There are 18, 19-year-olds. They don't know anything except bombs being blown up in their heads. That is simply a means of violent retaliation. I don't think people operate on being bad and being good. I think people operate on, holy, there's a bomb blowing up in my face that killed my family. I hate this state, and I'm going to join whichever faction will allow me to continue fighting against this state.
I mean, we all had this understanding back like during Iraq. Like that was the whole like purpose of us doing our protests, was just kind of going, hey, we're creating the new generation. Like, what are you doing?
Not every single person is like motivated.
Well, that was just a small part of our argument, but it was part of our argument.
By like cleansing every Jewish person in Israel. If that was the case, they would not have tried to make a. They would not have tried. Okay, if that was the case, they would not have tried to change their charter and become more and recenter their posturing so that they can get international recognition. Whether it was going to happen or not is one other thing.
The original one was like insane.
Yeah,
and who the
I agree. Anyway, yeah. So we had this conversation already. It's so insane to see this jump from basically a civil conversation to Hasan as Osama bin Laden. But yeah, remember all the debate bros that love the spirit of debate, love the spirit of battle? Their takeaway from this, which was me being as gentle as possible, talking to a friend who I fear was experiencing some level of cognitive dissonance, was that I made him cry, okay? In that same conversation at the time, he also plugged Teddy Fresh in between when I walked away, okay? No, friend at the time, chatter, calm down.
Don't know that.
That was weird. My point is, the people that, the people basically looked at this and went, well, Ethan didn't make a lot of great points here, so we're just going to talk about how Hasan was a big meanie to him.
To all this backlash himself, writing, question, why is Hasan in a game called Twitch or Terrorist? Answer, because he is accused of supporting terrorism. That is the beginning and end of this analysis. Arguing that there were plenty of quotes on the site that came from non-Muslims and that he didn't even make the site himself, he only played the game on it for a few minutes. And then also saying Hasan's post about the situation was misleading and saying Hasan was accusing him of being Islamophobic for things he didn't even do. You know, with
Yeah, like that's the funniest part about it is like I don't know who Ethan is going to convince that he's not being Islamophobic when I think, you know, this is not a conversation that has taken that much space in this process. But like, come on, dude. Like, okay. I mean, the community that made that website is Destiny's community. And Destiny is an open Islamophobe. He's like proud of it.
Yeah,
he
now
says
he is. I mean, yeah,
you know,
like
they've
he
moved past that.
totally took the mask off and just
Reddit
went.
talking
No, I
point
am.
where they
Like he just said it.
openly say that they are.
That
They're like,
blatantly.
oh, they're criticizing a religion. I'm against all religions. It wasn't Dan who made it, but a Destiny Discord, Decuck Discord mod. What is this? Sick stuff out there.
Front page. They need
Oh, I can't imagine a Destiny Discord. Wee.
What is this?
What's that place like? Crap. I fell off.
Here's some emails, an example
Read it.
template. It's preferred if you deviate from it as much as possible. Subject, urgent concern regarding upcoming appearance with Hasan Piker, and then a whole bunch of emails. Dear CNN, I'm writing to bring an urgent concern to your attention regarding an upcoming appearance scheduled with Hasan Piker. It has come to my attention that Hasan Piker is known for promoting anti-Semitic views and expressing support for terrorism-related activities. Oh, bro, please get a job, brother. Get a job, dog. That's crazy. They have brigading email templates, man. They had one for the DNC execs. Oh, yeah. There was another. Hold on. There was another thing. I remember. What was it? There was that JSTLK guy who was like literally sending fake to the DNC. This is probably what they sent to USC
I heard
too,
about
right?
that.
Yeah. 27,000 emails to the USC deans to try to stop me from speaking on campus. The box text is code to spam email. They're using
okay, yeah,
bots.
I thought it was an organization.
Yeah. Are they even trying to combat anti-Semitism while they accuse you of anti-Semitism? No, they don't. They're not combating anti-Semitism. If they were, they would be combating themselves. I like that they also, these guys claim they're not obsessed with you. They have an entire Discord server dedicated to this. But also, I remember when I was at the DNC.
I just literally pictured Destiny's face right when he said that.
JSTLK, one of Destiny's orbiters, was openly admitting that he was sending fake messages and shit that they concocted specifically to the DNC. And they're like, yeah, I don't give a that it's fake. Who cares? Like, just, cause some commotion. Oh, here it is. This is the one.
I mean, that's a lot of work just to
Could you imagine? Hold on.
protest.
Okay.
Haas.
Nobody's watching this, okay? But we need this psyop, okay? I need somebody to go and show, all right? Like text messages with somebody at the we need to fake text messages, okay? From a DGGer to the DNC that's just saying like, hey, Hasan Piker was saying this at the DNC. Okay, we don't actually need it doesn't need to be real. Just needs to be convincing fake DMs, okay? Of you DMing somebody at the DNC.
Okay.
Go to LinkedIn, find somebody who could make decisions, okay? Fake DMs with them, okay?
Okay.
Fake the DMs of you saying, here's the clip of him saying this shit, all right? Here's the clip of him. No. It's a joke, guys. We don't actually, I'm saying that just to with them, okay? So you fake the DMs. You fake the DMs of you reporting his Israel clip, his rudeness to the hostages, to the DNC, and them saying, oh, maybe it's not appropriate, he's here the next day.
Wait, so they weren't even going based off audio
when
clips?
He's going to leave,
What?
also say, hey, I'm watching his stream, you didn't take his press credentials away, okay?
Yeah, this is like shit that had
Oh my
already
God, they were
happened at
going
this
based
point.
off DMs?
And he was like trying to meme. Like they're like, oh yeah, we're going to make like fake messages back and forth to
that's
have
so dumb.
a fun little, to take credit for it basically.
Make it believable. Make it believable.
I wish I lived rent
And we'll
free.
tweet it out,
Someone's
alright?
head the way that Hasan does. Yeah.
I'm telling you,
know
that
what?
this will actually,
It's
will make
admirable.
him...
I
one
kind of like
official new
strive
account
to have
and
that
one
quality
DGGer.
myself. But
Look at the level of obsession, dude. Why would you want to stream this? Dude, it's unbelievable the level of. So they did get you kicked out? No, they didn't.
No.
They wanted to take ownership over it, to be like, we did it. We were the ones who got him kicked out or whatever.
reporting it. Well, maybe, okay? I'm just saying that
Like this person's username on Kick is Hasan Abi. Like that's psychotic, man.
if we have these things and somebody posts
Wait,
them.
does
you
he
don't
not
even
have
need
his
that.
own
You
name
need,
on
like,
Kick? I mean,
okay, you need somebody posting it to what you
I
need.
can
Maybe
understand
this is what
why.
you mean. Okay, Tom Pinion, ex-girlfriend. Maybe this is what you mean. Is we need somebody. I will retweet this, but it'll be somebody who posts it in the community and says, "Look,
Bro, this is literally just like maximum stalker. Well,
Yeah,
just a reminder
it really
that this
is.
dude straight up said that it was up his real life experiences that he couldn't stop himself from saying the N-word in and around like normal people. They had a long back and forth about like the ethics of saying the N-word and how it was actually ruining his life because he just kept accidentally having to say it and didn't want to in the real world, even though he was perfectly fine saying it online, and he did in that conversation.
look, I got Hasan kicked out from the DNC, okay?"
This was
and
on
then I'll,
Kick, though,
I'll
right?
retweet it and I'll say, "Holy shit, this is hilarious." Okay? I'm telling you, it'll be
Kick's lack of TOS is insane.
it will be very funny. Think Tom will cover this? Which Tom? Turkey Tom? Maybe Turkey Tom.
Yeah, they have like all of their orbiters too that are like in the YouTube commentary sphere that are Keemstar aligned that will just like lap up any kind of like anti-Hasan and cover it with the utmost sincerity. Like this is the most important thing that has happened.
I think he was covering some other Hasan stuff on Twitter. I need to start using Twitter again. I haven't been using it enough. But I'm just telling you that this would be so funny. You still want the clip of Hasan fighting with a pro? I do, yes. So I will watch that in a second. Sorry, I forgot. This is my true passion in life, is just A-logging Hasan being unhinged, okay? I wasn't sure I wanted to...
Wow,
listen, I get a
that
little
comment
sad
about him
streaming
being
sometimes. I'm like, why am I
rent-free?
doing this?
Holy
And then we
crap.
get to watch some Hasan content, and I remember that
Yeah, see, I already knew about like the people that like clip Hasan show. That's where I got this clip, was from one of his fans. But like people like this, where they have channels almost devoted to hating him. Holy
this
crap,
is my
that's
passion,
commitment.
okay?
Oh man. I'm telling you right now, brother. When I say this shit is insane, okay? When I say this shit is like
Wow.
legitimately sad,
Funny.
this is what I mean.
You still want the clip of
I don't know,
Hasan
from
fighting?
the outside looking in, it's hilarious. But man, to see how like just utterly serious people are taking
With
this.
a pro, I do, yes. So I will watch that in a second. Sorry, I forgot. This is my true passion in life, is just A-logging Hasan being unhinged, okay?
What does A-logging mean? I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, what? Yeah,
I'm sure I wanted to... Listen, I get a little sad streaming sometimes. I'm like, why am I doing this? And then we get to watch some Hasan content, and I remember that this is my passion, okay?
Is a
This is where
4chan
I want to
term?
be. This is everything I want in life, is right here, right now. All right?
Okay.
Bro.
Spreadsheet-based program.
A term used to describe one's expressing disproportionate levels of hatred for someone, often including wishing them physical harm, usually for perceived crimes, in air quotes, that they are guilty, in air quotes, of. The question I have always is like, why would you reveal that? You know what I mean? If like that is your legitimate point of view, why would you ever reveal that? Like, how hugboxed are you? How echo chambered are you into thinking that like, nah, this is fire. Like,
Do they have real people in their lives.
I'm going
that
to admit to
say,
every
hey,
single
maybe
person
not.
that's watching right now that I would probably myself if it wasn't for the fact that I have a hyper fixation on a content creator who didn't even know I existed until this very moment. From
this is
4chan
hilarious.
site, A-logging is a term used to describe the act of overplaying or exaggerating the negative traits of someone lulzy at irrational levels. What's so shocking about this, incredibly...
I mean, I kind of get that, because like you can, like, he's definitely got it. I would say Destiny has it, but Destiny kind of breaks that on himself, especially lately.
incredibly pathetic
4chan term, this dude is the
of
winner.
someone voluntarily revealing that they are basically not fully human. You know, they've just lost their humanity in this
I
process.
don't know, after now seeing
they're
what
simply
like,
an
you can get
instrument
away with on Kick,
of
holy
another
crap.
content creator's will, okay, was so what's so crazy about it is that it has not worked. So I think like in that process, they just get even more angry. That's what's so crazy about it. I feel bad for them too, chatter. That's not even a joke. I do. Might be weird to say this, but this makes me feel bad for him, them. I agree. I do too. They'll never believe me when I say this, but yeah, I do. Like doing this stuff is crazy. Here's some recent articles. A congressional letter from Congressman Richard Torres discussing Hasan Piker's views. If you would like any additional details, specific information about this content creator's past statements and affiliations, like they're like, oh, we found a new way to relive the glory days of Gamergate is what these guys are doing. To be continued. What is this? Okay, within minutes, folks. Like. I need someone to find clips of Hasan discouraging people from voting. This might have some helpful things from the article. Biden shouldn't expect any little support Hasan Piker offered last time. They scour. They're probably in here watching right.
They're farming out what
now? By the way, like a couple thousand of them definitely in here. Right now,
hell?
Very excited at the prospect of, getting noticed. And apparently, I guess what Ethan was DMing this guy. I'm sure I can find something about that. I'm not back to digging for stuff until Friday. Twitch bans Israel. That's the name in the Discord server. I'm sure I can find something about that. And Chair Stream gotta wait now. Okay, within minutes, folks. I need to find some clips of Hasan discouraging people from voting. Give me what you can. On Wednesday's episode, Ethan reviewed several clips of Hasan's
some of us
content.
don't have a wait,
several times throughout the episode.
Screen or whatever.
He started texting with someone, and it
That's
appears they were sending him links.
I mean, it really does.
What the
and influence he had on them.
I mean, Comicsgate 2.0 is like it's starting to make its resurgence. I can already feel it, man. With the new Batman and Superman that just came out, they're starting to do the same shit.
Oh. Could be wrong, and maybe
I haven't heard that from him.
Yeah. Dude, I've seen so many clips. I've seen so many clips.
I'll pull them.
Sorry, I'm catching up on.
Sounds like Ethan needs clips of Hasan encouraging people not to vote.
Something.
Again, the fact that he was farming that, like, what?
He's actually saying.
Here, I don't know. Pull this video up. I don't know if it's good or not.
It's the Spriggs guy. Ethan Klein was messaging. The Spriggs guy made the logo for that site. I heard Reddit nerds echoing this talking point. Yeah, I mean, Reddit is very...
Real quick, so my mom, she saw I was live, she popped in, and she just texted me. She's like, what the hell is this? I couldn't watch it. She's like, how do you watch that?
Reddit is endlessly brigadeable.
Love you, Mom.
There's not much you can do, especially if it's like, if you're brigading in a pro-Israel kind of way. Holy shit. Go look at World News, you know what I mean? They use bots to scrape every single message from Twitch chat and Discord. They have guides on their sites on how to download the VODs to scrape the logs and clip out of context.
I had no idea that was a thing, but that makes so much sense.
That is the reason why I originally made the VODs. That is the reason why I originally paywalled the VODs for subscriptions. Because I was like, if you're going to do all that, might as well give me some money
I've
for
gotten.
it. But a lot of people in my community were like, well, I rely on the VODs to keep up. So I was like, you know what? I'll take it. It's all good. Maybe it's time to get some restraining orders. There is nothing you can do to cyber harassment. There's nothing you can do about it. There is no apt legislation to stop something like this from happening. No. Just so you understand. It does not exist.
You just have to have thick skin.
Yeah, they have a hustler you for basically slandering me. I think it's time for their Discord to get nuked. Yeah, I don't know why Discord allows them to do this kind of insane brigading and harassment campaigns. I think Ethan realized that the hate D community has for you is so unhinged, so he's afraid to admit using them to further his own campaign. It seems like even Ethan wants to not hurt his credible attacks on you and admit he's using that community to find avenues to attack you. Yeah, well, I think part of that is, I don't know why Discord allows that kind of to fly, but so does Reddit, really. Oh my God, you called it? Let's go.
Yeah, Reddit. Man. Reddit's gone back to now. Like we've been talking about 4chan. Man, we're getting close to that day.
From Destiny's community, 2 white millionaires argue. What? Destiny's mods originally asked for a clip of Hasan discouraging people from voting. 3:55 p.m. Pacific. Someone sends the Destiny mod this post. Back to the H3 podcast a few minutes later.
Week of the election or something.
This one's recent. Let's see what this one is. What this fucking
I like that the crew's like, come on, let's speak of the election, please. And he's like, no, we have to speak on Hasan who
He
does not
does seem- I mean,
vote
man.
for sure and tells people not to vote.
Ethan has seemed a little
3:57 p.m.
obsessed
PST.
lately.
Look at the copy on the bottom left of the screen.
And
It's a
all
few
the
months at
uppers.
this point, right?
Oh, 2 white millionaires argue that voting. Oh yeah, it's directly from Reddit.
I mean, that is a factual statement.
Wow, what a crazy coincidence. Surely that didn't happen
There's
again,
here,
right?
No stone unturned here.
The answer is here. The proof is right here in the pudding, and we're about to taste the pudding. Can you send? I just
You
sent
know what I
another
mean?
clip.
Okay, within minutes from the article. Wait, this is the same one. Destiny's Mod requests examples of Hasan discouraging people from voting again at 4:06. Okay, within minutes, I need to find some clips of Hasan discouraging people from voting. Someone provides a clip titled, Hasan is asked when he will endorse Kamala. By the way, I'm willing to bet that that's probably a gray name sock account that was also asking that too.
Here's another one I got. While you guys look for that.
Fighting for a brighter future may be hard work.
Again, look at the title of the video on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, just
I mean, when I see
post-election
some-
observation, she's nowhere near as insufferable to listen to Hillary like post-election. Oh my God, hearing Hillary's voice after she lost the election. Oh my God,
momentum on Gaza.
made me
By the way,
wanna
in
puke.
that clip, you want to know what's funny? I think in that clip, I literally talk about how if Kamala Harris actually changes trajectory on Gaza, I would start my door knocking operation tomorrow. That very same clip that they're using. Ethan is in direct contact with people who are creating these websites, doxing and sending mass emails. It was wild. Ethan kept looking for a video of you encouraging not to vote. When it didn't work, he would try to find another one, 3 different videos. Yeah. And it's ironic because I think the day prior to that, prior to the election, I quite literally voted on stream, and I have always urged people to vote.
Wait, you
always.
can do that?
Ethan is the kind of guy that if he hates you, he really hates you, and given enough
bring
time, he can
cameras into a
convince
booth.
himself to hate anyone
Dude,
and anything.
I took out my
Yeah,
phone
I
once and they
just-
got on me. They were just like,
look,
you can't do that. I was
My
like,
point is,
but I'm looking up my
I
candidate.
hope that Ethan can, you know, maybe take a step back from this stuff. And it's not because I'm like genuinely fearful that he is exposing my secret anti-Semitism or something that he's going to assume I'm saying. I wish him well, just like I wish all of those other haters well. You know what I mean? Including that one guy who's like, my entire life's purpose is to basically, what is it? A-logging Hasan? I want everyone to be healthy.
That's the
I
word
want
of the
everyone
day.
to have a good
A-logging.
life. Okay? Regardless. I guess that's the difference. This
I
even
like that
includes
way better
Destiny,
than rent-free.
by the way.
A-logging.
Like, I think that he would be an infinitely happier person if he didn't constantly get in his own way. Right? Like, for example.
And he really
here,
does.
I'm going to show you my attitude, and then I'm going to
He
show
always
you
does
his
like these
attitude.
cyclical arguments, and then he just brings himself back
guess my
around. That's why I
first
think he's been
question is gonna
doing
be,
his own show, just like putting it out there into the ether, and that's also why people are just like, dude, what the fuck?
Do you really think Hasan and Mike from
Right?
PA should
Why would
themselves?
Ethan do that on
I
stream?
wish
It's
they
just
would.
toxic.
Yes.
Exactly.
Do you think that's at all a harmful statement to make that goes against, I don't know, just objective morality?
No, I think their deaths by would make the world a safer place for more people.
Fuck Destiny. Holy shit.
Is like what you said, they make money out of this outside the pleasure they get of this.
Okay,
Yeah.
hadn't heard that. It's kind of weird when you can, you know, people have read his quotes, but actually hearing them in context.
Like, you have a kid,
Jesus.
man. You have a child. Like,
What
go
the
take care of
hell,
your kid. This is obviously not good for you. Like, why? Why
I
are
have
you
had that same
festering in
opinion.
your own anger and resentment and envy? The drama is definitely profitable. I think that's a key
Objective
point around this
morality,
stuff. For
yeah.
sure. But here's the thing, okay? Here's the problem. While the drama is
wouldn't Destiny be the first one to debate objective morality? Like, come on.
profitable, okay? While the drama is profitable, and I'm sure Asmongold is going to cover what Destiny said here about me and Mike from
It's
PA
already reprehensible,
anytime,
but
any
now,
day. I'm
wow.
waiting on it. I'm sure when Asmongold catches wind of this clip, he's going to be very upset. And he's going to denounce Destiny and be like, we got to stop that. Just like, you know, the thing I was trying to say is that while this right here, okay, is I mean, and I don't, for the record, while this right here might be profitable, okay, it's robbing you of your soul, okay? This level of hatred and
I could see
toxicity
that.
unironically, and not just for Destiny himself, but for his entire community, is unhealthy.
Yeah.
This level of pathological obsession is unhealthy.
I mean,
straight up, working so hard.
I can just speak to myself, like how quickly they jump into my chats or my my comments, and it's brutal, man. I thought Trumpers were bad. The Destiny fans are probably the meanest.
Hard to tear someone down may get you money in the short term, but it's corrosive. Absolutely, dude. D lost the debate the mic on the most basic shit of all time like 6 years ago and still holds on to this anger. Yeah.
That's true.
The technique is common, okay? If he feels embarrassed or slighted by
it
you,
makes so much sense.
and it hurts his like narcissistic ego.
Well, look at the way that Tucker Carlson still holds on to the Jon Stewart debate. Like, that kind of makes sense.
He will never let you
embarrassed
forget
him personally and professionally.
He will never let you forget it, and he will make your life living hell permanently. He will always try to lolcow you and bully
Destiny's
you.
vindictive,
and
though.
attack you.
I mean,
use,
just
his community
personally,
who
he's
is
a vindictive
willing
person.
participants in this process forever. There's a reason why so many people that have encountered Destiny who aren't still firmly within his orbit, never to get larger than him, mind you, because God forbid that would be terrifying, are always
that is a good call out that I haven't really thought of until he said it.
Victim to the same kind of cyber stalking and cyber harassment campaigns. Always looking at why other people are responsible for their favorite internet debate god being perceived as someone who is gross. Okay, this kind of man, that's it. It's literally the burning bridge joke for them. They wait for it and hope for it so they can go off and start harassing people. Yeah, it's a community that is entirely built around just like tackling his enemies for him. And it's ironic that like most people don't even
yeah, don't do that, Haas, because your community's pretty brutal too.
Touch it.
You got
like most people don't even bother to
yourself.
turn Destiny into a lol cow when he is a target-rich environment for such an activity. 2-time divorce champion, constantly having a hard time like keeping up relationships with people because he's so
gross.
Come
on, man, that's a low blow.
Rapacious little nerd, But the real reason why most people don't even bother to
divorce champion
lolcow him in this way is because they don't even want to deal with the repercussions, drawing the ire of his community. That's it. Why are you projecting so much? Yes, brother, I'm projecting.
You are a little bit, Hasan. Okay, I'm sorry.
There's not
It's
much.
True.
There's not much else you can do in this process. Like a lot of these dudes, and many of them are in here right now, are straight up like they're straight up delusional. Like they will genuinely repeat the most delusional. Like they'll be like, "Oh, you're obsessed. You're obsessed with him." It's like, come on, brother.
You ever been on Discord?
Destiny
Come on, man. Where do you think that's coming from?
YouTube or my Discord, and then key search Hasan in his, and you will understand who's actually pathologically obsessed with the other person. And by the way, 2011 account, I know your ass is not.
It sounds like 2023 Vosh.
14 years old. You're fighting as a grown ass man. Another grown ass man's battles, okay? In air quotes, fighting. Yes, you're gonna destroy me in the marketplace of ideas with debate. Ay. Well, just did the key search and it's wild how many Hasan vids he has. Yes. You know what's interesting is that Destiny's community was trying this before the Israel. Ethan recognized it and saw how insane it was. Interesting, he joined them when they confirmed his own biases. Yeah. Him on Dr. K basically explains why in his communities like that is so sad. I get why D was ignored all the time now on stream. Wild behavior from that community. The craziest part is, despite my best attempts of ignoring and hoping that like he will find some success in his life, and
I just saw his mouse cursor and it freaked me out.
He never did.
That was mine.
This has been ongoing for 5 years. And it's hilarious because it leads to shit like, Ludwig barely talked about him. His community swarmed him. Weird behavior on their part. They hate Ludwig now. And they were trying to debate Ludwig on how their favorite internet debate lord's vibes were unparalleled and unmatched. Like, think about that, man. What are you doing?
It was kind of weird to see Ludwig jump in on all this.
Like, you're trying to debate somebody else.
Covering that later.
On vibes? You didn't even you weren't there. You don't know what his own personal feelings on the matter are. Like, that's crazy. Why are you doing that? At Cheeseball Gate. Yeah. or whatever.
Well, because he's trying to stir up like
are you gonna
backers
hate
for
on
him?
The human equivalent of a goddamn golden retriever, dude. That's insane to me. Okay, Ludwig is like mathematically the least hateable person. That's crazy. Like being like, no, I hate him because he's
a human golden retriever.
Boy, Hasan is like mind controlling him. Yeah, not to mention that we talked about cutie or slime. It's just all toxicity all the way down, you know?
All that said, I do have to pass the question off to you, though.
Jeez, I forgot
do
we were
segment
watching this video.
Like for the more general audience, I'd love to know your thoughts here specifically, right? Because this is just one chapter in a much larger saga of a fallout. But then also separately, for people that are a part of either of these communities, right? The H3 community.
Diaz decided that his entire existence is a calculated facade and that outrages him because he can't believe he exists sincerely.
The Hasan Piker community. There was some overlap for a while. I don't know how much exists now. What's your take on this?
Actually, to be fair, I have not really listened to H3 in a long time.
Whole situation, including where we are right now. And then
go to the comments and everyone's talking about the Onion buying the InfoWars. Your video on that drama is excellent and still relevant. Oh yeah, this was so funny, dude. Destiny's community is insane. Ludwig said Destiny's vibes were off and Destiny's community made a whole documentary about the situation. Like, you can't operate like that, man. You can't operate like that. That's not good for you, big dog. I promise that's not good for you. They made a documentary about it. I'm a stash hater, but the stash with the light beard looks killer. Thank you. Oh.
Oh. All right. We're at the end of that one. So give me 1 second. Where'd it go? All right. We're going to move on to the Ethan part of this after. All right. Yeah, actually, all right. So real quick in summary to that, Hasan, he had a really, really good take on pretty much everything that Ethan was saying. And I do kind of feel bad because Ethan's video was the one that blew up first on my algorithm. So I don't know. I kind of feel like an irresponsible content creator where I wasn't prepared with Hasan's, counters to this quick enough. So all right. Ludwig situation. We'll just go right into that. I teased it for like 4 seconds.
Today's video is about Ludwig, actually, who made a video called What is Happening to Twitch, in which he explains what is going on with the adpocalypse taking place on Twitch right now.
Yeah, real quick. See, this is the new thing that Ethan has been doing is his little personal videos. Like, I was shocked when I saw he only had 340K subs. I was like, is this actually Ethan's channel? Turns out it is.
In this video, he somehow didn't mention me, Hasan, Israel IP block, or anything. It's like
he needs to rest his voice more. If he always sound like, because we just watched one that had a clip from him, like what, not even 9 months ago, and he sounded the exact same.
He's so afraid of
get sick,
pissing off the cool kids. They're not going to let him sit at their table anymore. The stakes are a little higher, in my opinion, because by misrepresenting what happened, he doesn't help anyone. I mean, he helps Hasan. That's the only person he does.
To be fair, Ethan, hold on. Like that, maybe that's the projection right there. Is he's not with the cool kids.
This anti-Semitism issue right under the rug to the point where it's like, wow, you really don't care. You really do not care about this at all. So let's go ahead and watch a sliver of this mogul Mel.
He goes right into it.
See what's going on with Ludwig.
Well, first, let's talk about why they pulled out. Where did the
real quick, the fact that he called him the golden retriever of streamers, he nailed that.
Advertisers go. Do they hate Twitch all of a sudden? Well, the genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asman got banned off of Twitch. Because you see, Asman got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people. Some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asman for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but what about this person saying this thing about this people? And that
this person saying this about these people, Did you just yada, yada, yada the whole anti-Semitism thing to protect your friend Hasan? How about having a Houthi militant on their on Twitch mainstream?
No, that's not what he was saying.
One Piece and the Glaze.
No, okay, yeah, this is a good comment, Rise. Ethan making controversy out of something completely uncontroversial.
He's up his fucking little Houthi cock with a flag flapping in the background.
Does he not have enough to do on H3?
Ludwig.
What?
Why did you even bother to make this video? You know what I mean? Just
real quick, he's got one of these things, these little things for his dog. I was actually debating getting one of those for my cats because I think that'd be hilarious.
You don't have to talk about it if you're too cowardly to explain it, really.
Because this is an issue Twitch has been dealing with for years, which is inconsistency in their bans. All right, they have their code of conduct, their terms of service, whatever. They have to ban based off of that, and sometimes it's not upheld consistently. All right, and so this became, you can see October 16th is the day Asman got banned, a very common trend. All right, you ban Asman. Well, what about when Frogan said this, crazy thing about U.S. soldiers? All right, and Twitch got basically controversy after controversy after controversy.
No mention of Hasan. Or me, frankly. Not to suck my own dick here, but I did a whole 3-hour episode dedicated in, meticulous 14 pages of meticulous thesising about why
Ethan, you've been doing that a lot lately from what I've come to understand.
Thought Hasan was harboring anti-Semitism and all the various examples.
It is really weird what happens when you only get one side of something, like how it went with my Ethan thing, where I was just like, yeah, it does seem like Hasan just kind of went off the rails, and you want to talk about clipping.
Love it. I thought that was probably
I'm still
a big
bummed
moment
about this.
for this all as well, but he doesn't mention any of that. How can he not mention Hasan?
It's either taking too much or too little.
And at first,
you know what?
This
I don't
maybe
like.
just
I usually don't like attacking somebody's like prescriptions or something, but in the chat, yeah, he's either taking too much or too little of what he's been prescribed,
like social media stuff. But then there was a concerted effort by people
I do know how that stuff can affect you. So yeah, it could very well be. As I said, I'm not very comfortable talking about that because
straight to the advertisers. All right, because Twitch wasn't buckling. They weren't like banning other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They banned Asman. They're like, okay, we're good now. Please leave us alone.
That's, I think, somewhat true, but I think the underlining problem here is that they agree with the creators who they're not banning. They agree with Hasan and with Frogan, and it's an ideological decision. Like, it's not an unbiased decision to enforce the rules. This is them refusing to further other political point of views and identities that they agree with. It's downright corruption. It's horrifically bad.
That did not work. They were not left alone. Not only were they not left alone,
that's not fair though. Like with a streamer like Ludwig, you really are expecting too much.
Advertisers were not left alone, and this is one of the other genesis I can see of
it's actually,
advertisers.
The weird part is I was giving Ethan the same kind of benefit because he's not necessarily a political streamer by any before even knowing Hasan, he would just kind of slightly comment on things, but he would barely cover, political news. So just lately he went head first, and now he's accusing Ludwig. Like, man,
now getting involved after the Asman ban. And here's a tweet that said, made a video of what you can do. It's a long video, so I'll just distill it. But basically, it was email the advertisers that Twitch worked with who were displayed prominently in sections that people viewed as like anti-Semitic. And get them
how
involved.
Is Ethan that self-centered?
He says,
it really
Twitch
does. Maybe being at the center of H3 for this long and having that many like sycophantic people. Although like that's the one thing I like about H3. That's why I even listened to it. It wasn't even Ethan. It was kind of the Howard Stern thing where you would start listening for like the shenanigans from the staff, and you would start liking the staff members even more than the actual hosts. So,
you do this cancel.
if he's doing that, then oh boy, I could see H3 imploding pretty soon.
Culture, cuck fucks, and blues or shit, but that is exactly what happened. It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse.
It's not an attempt to create an adpocalypse. It's an attempt to hold certain people accountable when the platform downright refuses to and runs ads on like incendiary.
Yeah, that's you describing an adpocalypse.
Psychotic fucking content, right?
Adpocalypse attempt, very successful. Now Twitch tried to curb this. They tried to appease advertisers and also the Anti-Defamation League, who's getting involved.
It's very weird when you see somebody almost gaslight themselves.
And they banned several Arab streamers following a Habibi rating panel that was at TwitchCon, and you can see the sponsors are in the background of this. This was going viral. I promise you. All of these sponsors got thousands of emails in their inbox after this. And it worked.
This level of anti-Semitism is platform.
Just real quick to at least say to Ludwig, yeah, but that doesn't take away the fact that it was stupid. And if you are working with advertisers, if you are making millions off people that, you know, if they're advertising with you on your Twitch stream or whatever the hell, then yeah, you got to have a level of responsibility there. Maybe not playing that type of, you know, controversial game.
Formed on a main stage of TwitchCon.
The controversy did invite, you know, more publication, because I actually saw, like, I didn't know who half those streamers were until that controversy. So
in front of these sponsors, I mean, what the fuck do you expect, man? Don't blame the people sending emails. Blame fucking Dan Clancy.
Yeah, he definitely went like Trump did on that microphone, man.
That did nothing to shield their ecosystem from this, especially considering they had so much time to learn from what happened to YouTube. Pure incompetence.
Yeah, I think I got the point about this.
I was, and others were raising the siren about this event and this segment, which I found offensive and anti-Semitic. And Twitch.
His ticks get a lot worse when he's discussing this stuff. Like, just as a viewer, it is weird because when he's discussing just normal crap on his show, he might do like this, the hand one, and he'll do like the occasional, but like this is the most I've seen him like facial tick while discussing these types of things, and it's been getting worse.
Did nothing for several days.
Switch responsibility and money talks. Yeah, you know what? I have that very same opinion, Rise, where, yeah, it's the same with YouTube. You know what? YouTube TOS too, because I've noticed that, you know, the larger streamers, they'll get away with murder compared to just like, I can't even have 4 seconds of a freaking, you know, song before I get a copyright hit. So it's kind of insane where, you know,
once again,
I know it's not the same thing, but
banned.
I'm just saying that they have the power to enforce their TOS. So
immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people,
YouTube drama guy,
shitting on Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah, you know what? This is a good comment. H3 has always been a YouTube drama guy. Getting into internet beef is how this dude makes money. True. This is okay when it revolves around random YouTubers with no IRL impact, but I don't think it plays well. Well, and that's the thing. You can tell that this is personal. This is the reason that I think that Ethan is harping on this so much. On top of the fact that it's like, yeah, this did blow up his friendship with us. Hasan.
And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage.
Cozy over there.
When a sitting congressman started writing letters, posting on Twitter, then they said, okay,
I don't know. So it's way too cozy over there. If they want those ads, then they need to have somebody stand up to the bigger streamers. That's true. And it's kind of like they're getting the comparatives to Kick now. And somebody made a pretty good point where they're like, yeah, they're trying to compete because they were losing some of their bigger names to Kick. So I'm not sure how much I necessarily agree with it totally, but
we should probably
make sense, right?
So there's currently in Twitch world a piss match, right?
Like
Hasan is blaming Asmin Gold for the adpocalypse for teaming up with people who he says, and Asmin is
looking at me and blaming me. I want to say you're welcome.
Yeah,
taking blame himself and probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time. If I had to guess.
Well, why do you have to guess? You're the guy reporting on what happened, right? Why we guessing, Ludwig? But certainly, Ludwig is making a lot of guesses in this video here.
Man, not to make the dog reference again, but this really does feel like he's kicking a puppy.
Pretty good. Hasan, he doesn't use baby wipes. He just calls Ludwig over.
What the fuck?
Where are we?
What? Dude, he's not even being that sycophantic. That's a fucking stretch and a half.
Anyway, Ludwig, cheers and all that.
What?
Appreciate you. But what? You don't have to make a video, right?
Yeah, neither do you, Ethan. Neither do you.
Because at the end of the day, what does this do?
Hell?
It absolves the actual perpetrators of this adpocalypse. It moves the blame over to somebody who wasn't really involved. And by doing this, you ensure that no
Rise,
real
who do you
change
mean?
is actually going to come to this platform, right? And this is just going to keep happening because you are so cowardly. You need so desperately to have the cool kid Hasan's approval that you are actually willing to throw the platform and, frankly, if I'm going to be a little over the top, your Jewish community under the bus as well, without mentioning even a tiny bit the main issue of this, which is anti-Semitism perpetrated by Hasan and his lemmings, his lackeys.
Dude, again, this is he really is kind of going down that here. I don't usually do warnings as far as like trigger warnings or something like that, but honestly, this one this one kind of pissed me off. So this is the last one. I as far as going into the Ethan and Hasan
is Twitch's new update.
But I got to, real quick, I do have to give Hasan all the credit in the world here. He did handle himself really well, especially with this like latest update. Like, whoa. And dude, come on, that was an unfair attack to Ludwig.
Conduct policy. It's official. Twitch has said Zionism as a slur is no longer allowed, people. You can't just call anyone a Zionist anymore.
Oh, man.
I have some pretty conflicting.
Did I hear some lamentation in his voice? Like that sounded.
Thoughts on this change. Let me read it to you, and then I'll give you my thoughts. Let's see here. Our hateful conduct policy is designed to protect our community from attacks based on a person's protected characteristics such as race, nationality, religion, or sexuality. The policy prohibits harmful behavior by suggesting that a victim of harm deserved it.
Okay, so I was actually going to do this. I was going to read the Twitch policy, so I'm kind of glad that he's doing this.
Sharing a hateful image or symbol. An image of hate. I'm really curious. Hateful image or symbol. Does that include the Houthi flag that says a curse upon the Jews? Because that is still up on Hasan's channel, just for the record. But maybe then it says Jews. It doesn't say Zionism. Maybe that's the new walk around. They're like, yeah, no, fuck it. I said Jews, not Zionist.
Man.
The language used to cause harm and spread hate changes over time. So true. To ensure our policies adapt to those changes, we review them and how they're applied to prevent those harms. So admirable. As part of our hateful conduct policy, we prohibit the use of terms that may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur or to I'm having trouble with this word. What? Denigrate? Oh, denigrate.
Okay.
I thought I thought it was, it almost made me say the N-word.
What?
I'm telling you, this denigrate word is dangerous.
And you can't blame that on your Tourette's.
I almost said that, you guys.
No.
I would have been in violation of
No. Wait. Denigrate, and he almost said negrate, like, that's with a pretty hard E there, guys, so.
This very thing I'm reading, unintentionally, of course.
Sorry, I'm stepping on his joke. Fuck him. That was a bad
joke. It can be used as a slur or to denigrate others in certain contexts. In line with that approach, starting today, using the term Zionist to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious beliefs is against our rules. We recognize that Zionist and Zionism also refer to a political movement. using the term to refer to the political
So
movement.
how?
whether
Wait,
in
wait, wait,
sport
wait, wait,
or-
wait, wait, wait. So can they differentiate? Because like the whole cracker discourse thing. Like I still don't even know how that works.
Critical way. This is not
But, yeah, how the hell are they gonna actually moderate the difference between somebody saying, like, calling them a Zionist by actually saying, like, hey, you are a Jewish Zionist, and it's, do they need them to confirm it in their own way and just be like, yes, I am?
Our hateful conduct
Which
policy.
enough people will do that.
Our goal isn't to stifle
Shit, I've talked to you
conversation or
enough.
criticism of an institution or ideology, but to prevent coded hate directed at individuals and groups of people.
Only use when it's used as a slur.
We include
Okay.
examples of the language we prohibit in our enforcement here. We want to make sure that our hateful conduct policy
again, how do they moderate that though? Like, is it
continues to be flexible and yada yada.
Now I'm
yada,
just questioning
yada, yada.
technology and how it works.
Here's my take.
Yeah, we need it though. Yeah, let's go. Why not?
I'm pretty sure that there must be at least 20 VODs of Hasan's, of him using that word as a. Okay, here's my issue. Already, Twitch is not.
You don't get to do that. You don't get to do it. I'm sure there is. No, sorry, man. I get to do that because I'm a small YouTuber that, honestly, I'm not going to get that involved in your drama. But for you to not do that for your own, come on.
Forcing their own policies. The Houthi videos, of the propaganda videos of interviewing the terrorist kid, of the Houthis storming this shipping boat, it's still up on Hasan's channel, and he has not been punished. Not even warned, as far as I know. It's kind of funny. They threw his little waiting room friends under the bus, but he's totally fine somehow, even though this is really all about him.
All right. Well, this does speak to something I was talking about earlier, was the consistency in which Twitch does actually enforce its TOS. All right. Broken clock right now.
So they already don't enforce their policy,
Yeah,
right?
it
So
sucks.
that doesn't give me a lot of faith. But then the other thing is,
I'm hoping that Ethan kind of, I don't want to say comes to the light or whatever, but I do hope he eventually just sees where he was wrong in this, and he's just like, you know what? I'm sorry, I was speaking out of turn, kind of thing. I don't know.
so who's going to decide?
It sucks.
If the usage of Zionist is a slur, or if it's a relevant label, right? Is it going to be the same people that are refusing to punish Hasan for flying a Houthi flag that says a curse upon the Jews? Well, he didn't fly it, but you guys know what I mean.
Dude, it was
It's
the
in
One
background.
Piece kid, yes, and you are obsessed with that. And yes, I still think that was a dumb thing to do. I mean, again, I got in trouble for having the take about that was kind of Boston bombery, when he was on the Rolling Stone cover kind of thing. But I don't know, that. I don't like it when you just gave him the ammo and here he is. And for some reason, these are the communities that always run with that shit, and they just Piers Morgan's community.
What about
you called him a Nazi? You called us Nazis.
Up Hasan Nasrallah. Nasrallah. He doesn't deserve me saying his real name, his name fully. He doesn't have that respect. He's fucking dead. He's dead. Now he's Nasrallah. Nasrallah. So who's gonna
His
make
humor is freaking dark.
that call? Right? Is it Dan Clancy's going to be making that call? Who's qualified to make that? I know that everybody who works at Twitch is mega Hasan simps, right? We've seen the videos of Dan Clancy singing him happy
Was
birthday
that
and
kid
forcing
ever
everyone to participate. but they all love
100%
him.
confirmed
And they
to be
all
a
fucking
Houthi
feel
militant,
the
or
same way.
was he just
So
a
who's-
Yemeni dude? From my understanding, he was confirmed to be a Houthi militant, but again,
who's doing it?
Here, I'm gonna double check just to make sure
Who
before I
has the
speak on it,
wisdom?
with 100%
The
confidence.
cultural background to say this one is racist and this one is okay. I'd like to know, because I think that's important, because as it stands, the people who are in policy, frankly, are clearly not capable of making that call. If it was some Jewish advocacy group that was involved in these decisions, then I think okay, that might be legit. But as it stands, it seems to be a pretty hollow guarantee from Twitch, trying to make these things smooth over. And I think it's going to cause them a lot of trouble.
Can't really find
I think it's
anything on
insane. It's an insanely new policy because it's like the word Zionist is thrown around on Twitch like, you know.
It says that he was part of two
with these political streamers, right?
extreme
So,
acts, including
how the
boarding a
fuck
ship.
are they
but
gonna actually
this is on
sort through
Reddit,
that
so I'm
and
gonna take
decide?
that one with a grain of salt.
And then they're going to get like massive tons of reports.
That's all I can really find on it right now.
I don't know how they're going to do it. I doubt that I don't even doubt that they'll ever even enforce that rule one time. Not even one single time. So yeah, empty, hollow. I mean, Hasan has been glazing up.
Glazing up. I mean, dude, you're the one who's been
Empanada.
obsessed with them for the
You guys
past
know
2
who that
weeks,
is?
3 weeks.
He's like actually psychotic, and he's been making a lot of hate videos about me and calling Ela terrorist and baby killer and all this. And Hasan's been enjoying his videos.
Oh, sorry, I missed that part. I thought he said Hasan. I was like, what?
Here's a tweet from him. You guys will enjoy this. It says,
bad empanada.
It says, Hamas raped a bunch of babies
Actually,
and kids now?
And pulled
Where's
up for
the video evidence of it? I was looking to jerk off anyway. You think I'm kidding? That's a real tweet. That's Hasan's guy right there, boy. We love me some bad empanada. This is the guy he's been promoting. There's an active genocide going on, which is
people
receiving
being
crucial
massacred.
backing from the U.S.
Ethan's still
government.
mostly concerned about his own little
by
feud.
President Joe Biden.
I mean,
if you are an American, these
yes.
people are within your reach.
But this isn't a parasocial one. That's why I keep like reiterating. I'm like, this is a broken friendship. Like, this is definitely like not scorn lover stuff, but it's definitely scorn friendship shit.
Incidentally, the U.S. is one of the easiest countries in the world.
Was that a
to
fake
buy
tweet?
gun.
Go figure. This is why I try not to use Twitter as a source, to be completely honest.
See
But
why
hey,
Hasan likes this guy. I mean, Hasan did tweet out the blueprint for the gun used to assassinate the former Japanese prime minister in response to a senator's tweet.
Did he actually do that?
So, I mean, I guess I can see the overlap there.
That's messed up, but I mean, that
scientists
seems. I don't
everywhere,
know.
anywhere are
That
combative.
doesn't seem like he
Actively
would do
spreading
that.
propaganda to enable a genocide. Their words kill. They must be stopped. So,
I promise
this
you it's
guy
fake.
Thinks I'm like
It does.
the
I mean,
epitome
that
of
seems a
a
little
Zionist.
out there, man.
And that Ela is like literally killing
Ela.
babies
I can
on
never
her
get
free
her
time
name.
for
I
fun.
keep, man.
So when he says Zionist, and everywhere are
Ela,
combatants,
or because like
he's
I was calling
literally-
her like Ela, like Isla. Man,
saying,
yeah,
right
I'm
here,
so bad
to
with
kill.
names.
to kill Jewish people. Because let's be real.
The name is wrong. It's not even
Who-
doctored.
who's
It's just a
splitting the
fake
hairs on that
account.
one? We can have a Twitch censor being like, no bad empanada. Don't kill
Bad
Ethan.
Empanada is an asshole. That's why he's
He doesn't
not called
follow
good
the term
Empanada.
Zionist as a political
Good one.
movement. It's just a slur when you say it to him.
I love me some
He's
bad
saying
jokes.
kill Jews everywhere.
That's a bad
Okay,
Empanada
love
joke. No, you did
Very
better.
cool.
Some of his videos are quite interesting, well made.
This
I
one's
mean,
really good.
to
Check
be
this out.
completely honest with you, I did just bring up bad Empanada's take on this, but
He says, just like Japan,
different
a
second.
nuclear bomb is needed to stop Israel. Yeah, good idea. This one you guys are going to like. And I can really see why Hasan likes him when I read this. 9/11 was an attack on a legitimate military target. Those within the towers were the soldiers of Western
Sounds like
financial
17-year-old
imperialism.
me.
And it was there that bureaucrats schemed and carried out operations to indebt other countries to steal the resources and bring them into ruin. The murders of countless millions had been plotted and dictated from within those walls. Yada yada. Its attack is just as valid as that one on the Pentagon.
I admire his
Yada yada. But yeah, he says 9/11 was an attack on a legitimate military.
Bad. I admire his sense of justice, but don't agree with him on many things. I'm assuming you're talking about bad Empanada there.
And I mean, Hasan is the we deserve 9/11 guy.
I don't know. He's always had a complicated
I see why he likes
relationship
him.
with leftist
But the point is
politics,
that
I thought.
even if Hasan somehow purges the word Zionist from his vocabulary, which I doubt, he's still promoting, backdooring people like Bad Empanada, who are genuinely sick, fucked up dudes, man. Just look into this guy, dude. I'm telling you, just Google his name. It's unbelievable what's going on here.
So like realistically, I've known about Bad Empanada from watching Vosh, and I've heard, like, again, he's one of these guys that just gets brought up in these circles and occasionally, but he's never been one that actually like his content was actually like pushed onto me. So I've always viewed him kind of like with an air of being in those communities. So it was always kind of like, oh, he's kind of an asshole, blah, 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 blah. And then I watched one of like 5 minutes of one of these videos just to get ready for stream. And I was kind of immediately, I hate to say, like, yeah, what? Like, this guy is very, like, he likes to use hyperbole a lot. So, and that's, I'm very, if you're not good at it as far as using it for comedy, then I don't agree with doing it. So, but that's a personal thing.
He said all Israelis are valid targets. Yeah. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg, if I'm being honest. But this one really, I mean, this is what he looks like.
Who cares? See, now you're doing the thing. Guys, he's doing the thing. Because I think it's the beard, too. Like, from what I was seeing, Bad Empanada doesn't really do the beard as much anymore or whatever. But he's doing the thing.
Charming guy. Oh, Hamas raped a bunch of babies and kids now? Where's the video evidence? I want to jerk off anyways. Very funny. Very funny stuff, guys. So, in short, I'm kind of curious of how they're going to enforce it. It might be interesting just to see, how they do it, because I think it's going to be mad.
To be fair, I made that same point where I'm like, how are you going to do that? Like, how are you enforcing this?
I don't think it's even going to be enforced.
I don't care what type of AI you're using, they still, like, oh man, they mess up.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. But until then, don't you call me a Zionist on Twitch, I'll get you. Don't you be calling me a dirty Zionist pig dog. Inbred pig dog Zionist. You can say that, okay, because Hasan calls Jews inbred a lot. I don't know if you knew that.
What?
I've got a couple.
Did he say it once, and was he joking?
Going. You guys will see. I'm working on stuff.
He says it a lot, guys.
In
he says it a lot.
We were tinkering. We were, hey, Ducky, look at him. So cute.
He is cute.
This is Ethan Klein, guys. In the basement.
That's a way to end It's a way to end
and
that.
I do for today. You guys like this format? I'm going to try to do these more often.
I mean, it's...
It's just a one-shot, one
I was just like,
bada bing, bada boom, straight upload to the dome. Like galaxy gas to the dome, dude. One shot.
This is the reason that I watched H3, though, is because it's like, we're about the same age. We use the same type.
What are you doing?
He doesn't need to be on the desk. That's a...
How'd you even get up there?
Is you going to do anything about that?
Please talk.
Oh, you're one of...
He owns the place. Ducky.
Oh.
What are you doing?
Oh, man. Although, I mean...
You think you own the place?
Oh, he does.
What's going on here, bud?
Definitely owns the place. That's why I'm not clicking off the video, guys.
Have a good night.
He did a good thing there. I gotta give him that. Or it's just like, you put the dog on camera. Give me a second here. Readjust. But yeah, Bad Empanada, I was just looking into that Keemstar. See, he's the same thing where I hear Keemstar and I'm like, who? This is a little before my time, I guess. He's, I guess, a drama YouTuber who goes into, obviously, leftist circles to kind of farm for drama content. So that's all it really says. It doesn't even really say his political affiliations or anything like that, but that's where I'm always a little kind of like, okay, so this Bad Empanada guy, now he's all of a sudden the authority. H-Bomber guy, see, now that he at least deserves it, because like, dude, he's got like millions of views on his stuff, and he, but he's also not really a streamer. He's a essayist, but he also delves into the online drama. You could argue that he's the reason that Illuminati lost her career. So, like, that did it. Like, she was already kind of doing it to herself, but that one did it. That was the final nail on that. But real quick summary on Ethan. I you know what? Now that I have all this kind of in like a full context, I take it back. I am glad that I watched that to kind of finish up this whole thing, because it really did kind of put it into perspective to me, like just how he is obsessed with this, and just like where, like what type of, you know, emotions are driving this. Somebody had said earlier in the chat about like his medications possibly being off. Again, I'm not necessarily comfortable with saying that, but it does kind of, it stinks of obsession, and also just, I don't know, like he kind of brought it up, or Hasan brought it up, where he's like, yeah, maybe he shouldn't be, you know, online after all this, and he needs to kind of let go. You know, that's a big thing. Is, if, you know, I'm sure if he was in therapy, that's what they'd be talking about. And I'm sure he is in therapy. I mean, the guy's a millionaire, you know, damn near billionaire YouTuber, right? The guy's got like an empire. So I always assume those guys have way more money than they actually do. But, you know, I'm also one of those guys that's just like, how much do you really need? Like, I need another house that looks exactly like my other house that is just in a different spot. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, if you enjoyed the segment, leave a like. Actually, if you haven't liked the stream, do that, please. Really appreciate it. But yeah, leave a like, comment, and subscribe if you're not already subbed. Trying to reach that 1,000, so I really appreciate it. This is the end of the segment, so I'll see you in the next one. All right. In the back. Give me a minute. Gotta reorient myself. Are they? Oh, thank you. I'm not going anywhere. I got another. I was actually gonna check out that bad Empanada video if you want to stick around. If you are not familiar with my stream format, I tend to break up my segments, do it a little nerdy, where I just say for Gondor, and then we start a segment, and then yeah, I end my segment. I have seen my stream viewers dip after I finish, so I figure I should probably be a little more clear about that. But yeah. All right, so let me just prepare this. I gotta piss, so that's gonna happen. No worries, man. No worries. Okay, so this is gonna be interesting. Yeah. Okay, so just based on what I'm looking at, just Bad Empanada does not have that beard or any. That was Ethan doing the thing. That was Ethan doing the thing. Let's be real. Yeah, did I already explain that? Like, I actually liked E3 or H3. I always say E3. Because they were kind of like a Howard Sternish format. Like, that was, you know. I also enjoyed the fact that it wasn't political content. Like, I like being able to get out of this space sometimes. So it's also why I listen to the Howard Stern show, but the Howard Stern show, they only go live, you know, I think it's three days a week, and it's only for 2 to 3 week times, and then they take, you know, frickin' another month off, so it's very sporadic. Not complaining, I still get the show, but that's why I liked, you know, H3, and I still tune in occasionally, but I have heard that they've been losing viewers en masse, and I've kind of been seeing it. You know, their live numbers are definitely nowhere near they used to be. And the comments are always like just kind of saying like, Ethan, chill. And I did check out his latest video, the one that we just were watching, and the comments were not too in his favor, as far as even just like, dude, especially the Ludwig one. You're gonna go after Ludwig because you got a lot of people now that are just saying, dude, you have lost the plot. Like, you're out of your mind. Just calm down. Still say lost the plot. I like that one. That's what happens when you're old. You're just like, oh yeah. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna say for Gondor, because I'm gonna start a. Did I see before I start it? Actually, you see Ethan's basement video? No, you got like a context on that one. What's it about? Because I might pull that one up here. Because I wanted to cover Bad Empanada first, but if it's not too long, then maybe I will. But Ethan's basement could be anything. And I could very well have even seen it. Again, man, I watch so much of this stuff, and I'm already bad with names. My brain is, as far as like retention for this, is not great. I use it for like comics and other shit that I don't want to say I actually care about, because I do like this stuff. It's a fan channel saying why he's finally got fed up with this kind of thing. Oh, cool. No, okay. Is it a Discord channel, or is it a just like a Reddit? Okay, so I am prepped for the next one. All right, real quick, for the new viewers, whenever I do a new segment, I like to say for Gondor, because Gondor calls for aid. I am Gondor in this situation. So I would really appreciate it if you guys like the stream when I say it, and if you're not already subbed to the channel, please do. But oh, it's a YouTube channel. Okay, cool. I will definitely check it out. Somebody already jumped off. Dick. All right. Well, you're missing the fun segment, so your loss. So, as I said, for Gondor. All right, so Bad Empanada is he's thrown his hat in the Ethan Klein drama, and not only did he just do it, the Ethan Klein drama, he apparently went on to go expose a bunch of YouTubers who I guess have some pretty reprehensible takes, and two of them are ones you might be familiar with. One being Stephen Bennell the third. I tried to be clever with it, but Destiny, go figure. And then the other one is LonerBox, which I'll be completely honest, I was kind of surprised by, because I watch Loner's content and I somehow missed the blatant genocide, like, apologia. So I was kind of like, whoa, what's going on there? To be fair, I kind of watch him for the chess segments. Like, he's one, whatever. I found him by accident. So let's check out what Bad Empanada, and just to a point from another video I just made, Ethan was talking about how Bad Empanada looks, and he brought up a picture where he had a very scraggly beard, and I'm 99% sure he was insinuating that he looked Arab. That's the way that. So let's. But I don't want to make those types of assumptions. I could be totally unfair, but let's see what Bad Empanada has to say about these guys.
How do you justify the unjustifiable? What do you do when you are completely committed to defending a state, no matter what it does, when what it's doing makes doing that increasingly difficult, and when trying to do so will invariably make you come off as more than a little bit ridiculous, as well as a Goebbels tier genocide propagandist? It turns out that self-assigned job is really quite difficult, and I'm going to go over some examples here that show just how hard of a task these brave pro-genocide propropagandists have committed themselves to.
Oh my god, I actually know where that picture was taken. This was in Ohio. They were canvassing for the Democratic Socialist Party. So, yeah, this is actually like when they were doing something very substantive and doing, something good. Just saying.
In their fanatical, never-ending quest to justify,
not trying to do apologia
downplay,
here,
apologize for, or deny anything they think they possibly can regarding the ongoing Gaza genocide. This video was made possible thanks to my supporters on Patreon and Ko-fi. If you like it and you'd like to see more like it, consider heading over there and supporting me yourself. This is Israel's self-appointed lawyer, the YouTuber LonerBox. He has taken it upon himself to do every possible thing that he can to defend Israel's Gaza
You mean like he could be the best Egon cosplayer ever? He even sounds like him. Yes.
The genocide. You're about to see him attempt his best defense of the revelation from a New York Times investigation that Israeli soldiers have intentionally been massacring children in droves via single, precise shots to the head. Multiple doctors and nurses who spent time serving in Gaza hospitals during the genocide attested to the fact that between them,
they had seen many dozens, upwards of 100 in total, cases of children shot in the head.
And they provided the New York Times with X-rays that show these injuries, as well as photographic evidence, which the Times considered too graphic to publish, of these children's gunshot wounds to the head.
Okay,
the evidence of
hold on,
systemic...
but like, I'm not, again, I only ask these questions specifically because I am wondering, when was he saying that at
practice?
Like, was it right afterwards? And was he... Because this is the only problem I have with seeing some of these videos is like, I want the full context because, yes, as a loner viewer, it is kind of like, well, but I'm also like, yeah, but without the full context, knowing Loner, he would probably just be questioning specifically, like, he would say, like, I question the IDF's numbers, but then he would also pivot and be like, but I also question, Hamas's numbers. So
Israeli military in Gaza is quite overwhelming.
My
so how does a pro-genocide
propagandist
propagandist deal with this? Let's take a look. Here is the reaction of Israel's lawyer to seeing political commentator Mehdi Hasan bring this up in a debate.
3 American doctors went to Gaza.
For a little bit.
Dr. Feyyaz Sidwar, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times. Said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli snipers.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work? Like,
what the fuck?
The problem with sniping isn't like the accuracy is not because obviously you got your scope and the fucking it's quite easy. You can accurately snipe, but targets and personnel move really, really fast when you're sniping. Like,
whoa. Okay. Yeah. Wow.
Snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations.
Split
Unless
second,
you're suggesting there were just a couple of kids sitting on the hill.
What are you talking about?
And a guy opposite in a building just went, got him, take him out. Maybe someone committed a war crime. But I don't think that's Israeli policy is to snipe kids for no reason, to snipe toddlers. But okay.
Okay, so the rebuttal there is that apparently this is just happening by accident. Israeli snipers are accidentally shooting hundreds of kids in the head because they are mistaking them for fighters or something. And apparently this guy is a sniper expert, and that's how he knows this is happening. It really is that simple.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work?
Now, refuting this on a factual basis seems redundant and stupid to even do because it's clear that he's just making this up in the moment. It's not really a serious argument or anything. He's just...
That's why I'm going to try my best at least, like, if I see me getting clipped, it's going to be me like, no, here, full context.
Desperate to defend anything that Israel does, and that's just what happened to come to his mind in that moment. Nonetheless...
Not true. Snipers only shoot when they can almost guarantee a shot, so they don't reveal position.
Yes, it can.
Also, I know. So we're talking about the IDF here, but I know that at least in like the American military, that snipers they have a degree of like they have to go through like a bunch of authorities before they can even get permission to get the shot. So
and be refuted on a factual basis. You aim for the head in an assassination when you are sure that you have the shot, and you're
again. This is based on just a conversation I had with somebody who admittedly was not a sniper. He was a aircraft mechanic in the army. So,
aim is not to disable the target as a threat, but rather to ensure a kill. In a combat situation, if these were militants who pose a threat, the aim first and foremost is to disable them as a threat.
So he wasn't bullshitting me. That actually gives me a degree of
rather than to kill them. And the head is a much smaller target than the body, so it is far safer to aim for the body. So there being so many headshots makes it very, very clear that these are deliberate targeted killings of children. You do not accidentally precisely aim at the head of a child and pull the trigger hundreds of times. Not that it would stop being a war crime if they were killing hundreds of preteen children with body shots by any means.
No.
And it would also be quite obvious anyway, looking through a sniper scope, that you are looking at a child and not a militant.
With a camera?
To precisely aim for the head, line up a shot, take the shot, and hit it, not just once, but hundreds of times, indicates a level of intent that can only reasonably be described as systematic. But what is Israel's lawyer's argument for why he thinks that despite that overwhelming evidence, it's actually not so obvious? Well...
But I don't think that's Israeli policy is to snipe kids for no reason, to snipe toddlers, but okay.
You heard right. Just that he thinks Israel wouldn't do it. That's all. That's all he needs. They wouldn't do it. I don't believe they would do it. Evidence be damned. They are not doing it. I said so. Case closed. There's a clear implication there, which should be obvious to anyone who is familiar with the rhetoric of pro-Israel propagandists, that also implying that they would do that intentionally is anti-Semitic. And this sort of claim is very oft-repeated. For example, in this tweet by another pro-Israel propagandist who was very adamant that Israel would simply never kill a child intentionally, it's impossible. They've just committed tens of thousands of unfortunate accidents, systematically, in a clear pattern over the course of a year. Or this...
It's also urban warfare, so unlikely they are sniping from very far distances, making the shot somewhere easier.
Abhorrent Guardian article where another pro-Israel propagandist explicitly argues that the media citing factual information
Thank you for this information.
about Israel murdering children is a form of anti-Semitic blood libel. Now, Israel's lawyer isn't quite as explicit as that guy was, but the implication is there. He knows what he's doing. The others who do the same thing know what they're doing. The best argument that they have is that in spite of all the evidence that makes it clear as day that they are in fact doing this, they wouldn't do it. After all, they're Jewish. Jewish people can't commit atrocities like everyone else. How dare you imply otherwise? Aside from massacring children, women, men, the elderly, babies, pretty much anyone they can get their hands on, Israel has also been making their defenders' jobs quite a bit harder by just plain making shit up all the time. Whether it's elaborate, obviously fake, 3D renderings of Hamas command centers under a hospital, which they then use to just...
That look like the CGI shots, the early CGI shots of the cabin in the woods.
Justify multiple massacres committed at that hospital, or making ludicrous claims like Palestinians massacring 40 babies. The job of the self-appointed lawyers of Israel becomes harder with every single claim made. Let's refer back to that one again to see how he dealt with the 40 beheaded babies claim.
Again, this is why it's like the 40 beheaded babies. That hoax was not an Israeli. I think there's a better way to put it. The 40 beheaded babies was not actually an Israeli government hoax. It wasn't. It was a misspeak from a journalist that was spread around the world by a few fucking nutters. And then the people who really made it last were people who were anti-Israel. They were the ones who spread that. They're the ones who have kept that alive.
So his strategy here is not to blame that propaganda on the Israelis who made it up and spread it, but rather to blame the people who are against Israel's genocide for calling them out on it and not allowing them to forget it. The first part of this strategy here is not a very advanced one. It's known as lying. He lies about this idea that this was just an error made by one reporter.
This is all stemmed from leftist infighting too.
Which was not spread by the Israeli
but that's
state
exactly what this is, because this is where you can tell that he got into an argument on a panel and all of a sudden started doing this edgelord bullshit. And all of a sudden, he's also, wait a minute, the pivot after meeting Destiny.
Other Israeli propagandists, nor anyone of any significance. It was mostly picked up on by opponents of Israel, solely by them, which is apparently a bad thing for them to do because, I don't know, apparently it's wrong to point out that Israel is inventing abhorrent, obviously fake, genocide-justifying propaganda over and over again because... who knows why? He doesn't explain it. Here's the thing, though. This was spread by the State of Israel. It was spread by Eilon Levy, their official spokesman at the time. It was spread all over official Israeli social media.
Yeah.
It was spread by Netanyahu's personal spokesperson.
When you listed the unconscionable atrocities that took place in that kibbutz, you did say that babies had been decapitated. Can I take that as confirmation then? Because that currently is being reported as reported action. That has actually happened as it turns.
Toddlers, babies, I can tell you that they, some of them, heads were cut off. This is what we're hearing from soldiers on the ground, and yes, they cut off heads. They cut off heads.
Which was then seen by US President Joe Biden, who then repeated the claim uncritically in a press conference.
I've been doing this a long time. I never really thought that I would see
I kind of agree where they might. So I honestly think that they get views from saying obscene stuff, and so they just double down. Yeah, it's the edgelord thing where
the terrorist beheading
controversial opinions get views.
I never thought I'd ever. Anyway,
speak from experience.
Biden, the most powerful politician in the world, the leader of the state that is Israel's prime backer and accomplice, continued to repeat that claim for months afterwards. So apparently this claim was just made by one reporter and, just sort of was a fart in the wind, according to this guy. When in actual reality, it was spread precisely by the Israeli state itself, and their key ally, enabler, and supporter, the President of the United States of America. So the strategy of Israel's lawyer here was firstly just to lie, and then also to build on top of that lie by doing some impossibly stupid mental gymnastics to somehow spin globalist tier propaganda specifically spread by Israel to justify its genocide on the people who are against the genocide. And I gotta say, it doesn't work at all. It is just kind of self-evidently ludicrous how these people are twisting themselves into knots to justify the unjustifiable. To willingly not just embarrass yourself in public like this, but to do it for the purposes of justifying genocide. I don't think there is an adjective that is strong enough to describe that level of...
It's weird. My first little delving into this was, again, with the dehumanization in Iraq, where I was in high school at that point, and they were, man, you want to talk about like recruiting and draft. I'm glad that the draft wasn't a thing because they were at my school I want to say like every 2 months. And the second that I showed like any interest in going into the reserves, they were just like, here, let's get you into the Rangers. We even have a division for you. And then having the last name Pepper in the military just did not really appeal to me.
Of both idiocy and depravity. The Israelis, their supporters, and their American allies spread an obvious lie about fake dead Israeli babies to justify their massacre of thousands of very real Palestinian babies. And we have people like this not talking about those actually real massacred Palestinian babies, but rather how...
I just don't like how easily people, again, hot take, like pacifist take, just to be like, how everybody has been so quick to dehumanize anybody lately has been very
Israeli propaganda about fake massacred Israeli babies is actually to blame on those who are against Israel's genocide. The pure dismissiveness that this guy displays when it comes to Palestinians being massacred, children, babies being killed, it's just inhuman. But if you thought that was bad, how about we move on to one of LonerBox's best friends and frequent collaborators, the streamer Destiny. Topically, he had some
How does he always look so awkward everywhere?
To make about the self-evidently absurd 40 beheaded babies propaganda, in which he just uncritically accepted Israeli propaganda entirely at its word.
The beheaded baby one, it was mostly factually correct, right? There were 40 dead babies. At least one was decapitated. They weren't all 40 decapitated, right? But so it's mostly correct, not 40 beheaded babies, just 40 dead babies, a few of their heads cut off, right?
So much for it only being hung on to, but...
I mean, it's still horrible. But, okay, so issuing that correction isn't bad in itself.
By those dastardly anti-genocide people, huh?
It was a misspeak from a journalist that was spread around the world by a few fucking nutters.
Now let's compare the standard of evidence that Destiny has for accepting ridiculous claims made by Israelis with the standard of evidence that he applies to literal video evidence of Palestinians being executed right before his eyes by the Israeli military. Now, I can't show the context for the clip that he is reacting to here for fear of potentially getting this video taken down by YouTube for showing someone literally dying, but I will describe it to you and there will be a link in the description. A reporter for the British news outlet ITV approaches a group of people in an Israeli-declared safe zone for civilians. These people are holding a white flag and waving it in order to make it clear to any Israeli troops that they are civilians. The reporter interviews a few of them. They explain that they are evacuating because, as is clear from the billowing smoke and gunshots which can be heard in the background, the supposed safe zone is no longer safe. Having interviewed the men, the interviewer turns around and leaves.
Rise, I think that's what made 9/11 so unbelievable to people, where they were like, they thought the same thing. A few nutters had that much power. I mean, different context, but
suddenly,
I'm just speaking to your comment.
Israeli troops begin firing on this group, and they hit one of them, killing him instantly. He is pulled aside behind cover by his companions, where they are joined by other civilians who are also evacuating. Amidst their screams and cries as they realize that he is dead, the Israeli soldiers begin to fire on them again. To reiterate, again, this was a group of civilians, including children, who were waving white flags. They had done everything that Israel had told them to do. They were in an Israeli-declared safe area, and they were in the process of evacuating to a different safe area. So what did Destiny think about this? Well...
What?
The interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed. Basically, that's what's gonna happen. We know from this point that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing. Right? Is this concealment? I guess not cover concealment. Right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot because that's what's gonna happen. And then eventually they get shot, and everything is this is it. It's like Act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like
fatally wounded.
They're not even like. They're not even running. They're not even like cowering
and running. You see that censored bar? This is YouTube, so like if you want to see that video, you can go to Twitter for
away
it.
And screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy done? Oh shit. Oh, okay. Well, we brought the white flag, so we can put that over the bleeding part. Assuming he got shot in it, actually, right?
Flag
and then this guy, what is this guy running back to grab the wife?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
And like, what does this mean? The wife has heard what happened. Like, bro. This is crazy. Dude. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this?
By this stage...
I'm uncomfortable right now. Like, I actually have like a pit in my stomach watching this. And just the casual way that Destiny is talking about this is kind of, this is what I'm talking about. This is disturbing.
The man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
Somebody went back and told her, right? The 5 martyrs that walked forward, you know, your husband was the unlucky guy. He drew the short stick today, so come forward, cry for us on camera. Do you think the guy intentionally wanted to get killed? No, I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think they were thinking they were going to die, but they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. However, now I haven't gone down this road because this is way more, it would require me to make a lot more assumptions, but it's also possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name of the guy? Is he actually dead? Do we even know if this is his wife? These are a whole bunch of questions that would be valid. Now, if I was way more on the pro-Zionist side, I would be asking those questions. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. So Pallywood might be, this, right? What? So the idea is that like 4 innocent civilians are like walking up and you just want like a clip here of the idea of shooting them for no reason because they're civilians with white flags. And you kind of ignore the fact that like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like that's like Pallywood, I think.
Somebody earlier in the chat was talking about how like they're doing this for the views and doing it for the clicks.
You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is
clicks.
largely
it's like
a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing. Like a setup. It's not fake, but they're doing it to themselves.
I had just heard that.
Like, you're dehumanizing yourself.
He was just on a podcast
you're
where
suiciding
he
and
said he was
sacrificing your civilian
pro-genocide.
population.
Did you get that? Did you?
Not to bury the lead, but there is a part 2 to this.
Digest what was just said there, taking it in. The Palestinian civilians were asking for it. By trying to make a crossing in an officially Israeli declared safe zone for civilians, no less, they are responsible.
This is the last time I ever watched anything Destiny. I was watching for the lulz. This crap is too much.
For their own
is.
murder.
It is.
It's their fault for walking around with a white flag while being so Palestinian in the vision of an Israeli soldier. Much like LonerBox, his very first instinct when he is confronted with overwhelming evidence of the state which he unconditionally supports committing war crimes, when said evidence renders outright denial impossible, the first thing that comes to mind for him is to blame the victims for their own deaths. He literally, unironically, makes the argument that Palestinians are essentially like baiting Israeli soldiers by walking provocatively with a white flag.
Yeah, with white flags. Did you see that there were like 12 of them?
Into killing them so that they can film it to do what he calls farming TikTok clips. This is the level of depravity, of desperation that the genocide propagandists are at. Israel's actions are so...
again, you could say where the propagandists are at, but I actually also say... where just humanity's at, but yes, holy crap, that's a level of dehumanity.
So indefensible that there are frequently times like these where the best defense they can muster is, well, what did you expect, man? It's not like you can expect an Israeli soldier to resist an opportunity to just murder a Palestinian civilian. You were kind of asking for it there. And they aren't even cognitive of how what they're saying is a denouncement of themselves, of Israel, of everything they're trying to defend. The Goebbels level Israeli genocide propaganda that they are utilizing to attempt to justify their genocide, that's the fault of Palestinians and their supporters for even talking about it.
People who were anti-Israel, they were the ones who spread that.
Palestinian civilians being murdered by Israel on video in broad daylight while waving white flags in an Israeli-declared safe zone, that's their fault too.
I think they were farming TikTok clips.
Now, genocide justification usually has levels to it. It has like a checklist. First, it's blatant lies, attempting to sow doubt about the facts. You know, we can't really know what's going on, right? There's the fog of war. It's very unclear, though in this case, it's very much not unclear. The evidence is totally overwhelming. You see it on your social media feed every single day. They nonetheless have to act like the evidence is not clear, have to muddy the waters because it's the best that they can manage. To begin with, it's either that or just outright denying that it happened. The evidence is fake. It's Pallywood, as our friend Destiny so graciously called it. It's a Hamas conspiracy to delegitimize Israel, stuff like that. Then once that argument inevitably falls over, they move on to what LonerBox tried in that first clip. Okay, so it did happen, but there is an accident or there is some other explanation for it. Then when that doesn't work out, they move on to claiming, okay, so it wasn't an accident, and maybe there isn't a good explanation for it, but that's not representative of the conduct of the Israeli military overall. Please ignore the endless evidence that it is. It's got nothing to do with the Israeli government or systematic Israeli policy. It's just one or two guys doing some bad stuff, you know? Then when none of that works, when they are backed into a corner by the endless evidence that makes it abundantly clear that this is very much intentional policy, they move on to one of two things.
Yeah, Rise. There again. There's a part 2 to this video that just got updated. I think he actually just released it like either today or yesterday. So might be going through that.
Acknowledging that it's happening, but implying that somehow the victims made it happen, or the tried and tested strategy of, so are you implying that Israel would intentionally do the thing that there is clear evidence that is intentionally doing? What are you, anti-Semitic?
Duke of Bread, we are anti-Israel apartheid.
Now I'm going to bring up a clip of Israel's lawyer desperately trying to defend Israel from the charges, incredibly well evidenced, that it is systematic.
Nice cat
using
profile
Gazan civilians as human shields. This is something that has been evidenced by dozens of testimonies of the victims, by clear photo and video evidence of it occurring, and by Israeli soldiers themselves who have come forward to say that the practice is happening. Think about the checklist that I went over and see which tactic you can see being used here.
I'm guessing you already know that they're using like Gazan civilians to scope out tunnels and buildings, right?
Yeah, I know that, yeah. Or at least the Haaretz article said that, so
yeah. Duke of Bread, real quick assessment. We actually just watched a whole breakdown of a group of people giving up, waving white flags, and they fired on them.
Yeah.
And then Destiny said that they were provoking them.
Yeah, that's a top-down thing. So it is policy. It's not just the accountability thing.
Oh,
is that like is that actually their military policy though? Because I thought one of the problems there was the soldiers were refusing to do it because of the
support
unlawful.
No, there was
leftist
some
content creators
that didn't want to do it, but it was still like the commander issuing the orders, and it's
I'll be here as long as I can be.
A pretty open secret in the IDF, and it hasn't been done before in other wars.
Yeah, so you're saying a commander did it, but a commander obviously is not particularly high up in the chain of command. Like, is it the case that is it still the case that it's their IDF policy? Like, it's the policy from like the chief of staff, though, or is it like commanders are doing it, but people are turning a blind eye? Because that's like my argument. My argument is that people are getting away with committing crimes because there's not going to be accountability, but it still doesn't negate the fact that their training even tells them not to do that. Their training tells them if you get an unlawful order, you're supposed to disobey.
So he's making the bad apples argument here, except not for individual soldiers, but for commanders. You know, the fact that there are individual soldiers who are refusing this order and going to the media to complain about it indicates that it is in fact systemic, that it is in fact policy, because it is coming from the commanders, and it is only a few individual soldiers who have denounced it. That is the exact opposite of a few bad apples. But he nonetheless tries to make that argument because nothing else occurs to him. I'm eagerly awaiting the sequel to this argument. It's just a few bad prime ministers. Like half of his argument.
Duke of Bread, do it. If you got Streamlabs, man, hop on. Like
events are these clearly systemic practices that have been repeated time and time again in a clear pattern of conduct that is simply undeniable, are somehow not indicative of Israeli policy, of Israel's goals in this so-called war, of why they're there in the first place, and why they are doing what they are doing. While we're on that note, let's go over one final clip. It is his reaction to Mehdi Hasan going over a laundry list of Israel's genocidal crimes that they have committed in the last year.
I don't understand how we're debating this more than 40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still debating this sitting in the comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away from a place that the UN Secretary General has called hell on earth. Justified? Justified?
Just an aside, Mehdi, man, cook.
Was Israel justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, dropping 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs on schools, hospitals, universities, bookstores, libraries, mosques, churches, refugee camps, apartment buildings, cemeteries, destroying a higher percentage of buildings in northern Gaza than the Allies destroyed in Dresden during World War II, reducing Gaza to 42 million tons of rubble while they got people out of the way? How is that justified? Dropping a bomb, for example.
Somehow in the information age, yet, normies don't see that. I understand the war porn aspect of things and not just like put it war porn. I hate calling it that, but that's what it is. And where they just showed like the gore, but they're not showing the just mass levels of chaos and just destroyed buildings and just the apocalyptic imagery.
Example on a 6-story apartment
we
building
see it,
in central Gaza
I'm telling
last October,
you, normies don't
killing
see
more than
that.
100 people inside, including more than 50 children, with no Hamas target in sight, according to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified, Elon? Was Israel justified in telling people to go to safe zones?
Well, welcome to the community, Duke.
And then bombing them and killing them in those safe zones? According to NBC, there were 7 deadly
Sincerely glad you're here.
airstrikes between January and April in areas that the Israeli military had specifically designated as safe zones, killing Palestinian civilians like Sabrine Sakani, who was 30 weeks pregnant at the time. She was killed in a safe zone in April. Her little baby, newborn baby, died less than a week later. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of kids in Gaza, 16,000 children, turning Gaza into what the UN has called a graveyard for children, according to Save the Children, killing more kids in the first 3 weeks that were killed globally in each of the past 4 years, killing little kids like 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her 15-year-old sister Layan, firing 335 bullets into the car they were in. 335 bullets. And then...
How the hell does he keep all these numbers?
Killing the 2 paramedics who went to try and rescue them. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of aid workers in Gaza? Right? A record number. Targeting again and again. Systematically, car by car, according to Chef Jose Andreas. A specifically, explicitly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy killing 7 aid workers in the process. Was that justified?
What the fuck, Les?
Was Israel justified in starving the people of Gaza using food and water as a weapon of war, to quote both the EU and Oxfam? Was Israel justified in blocking aid trucks from going into Gaza simply because they carry things like crutches, nail clippers, and even chocolate croissants, according to the Washington Post? Was Israel justified in raping, sodomizing Palestinian detainees who were charged with no crimes whatsoever? Putting hot rods up their rectums. Amputating their limbs, according to CNN and the New York Times. Was that
Don't threaten me with a good time.
rape and torture justified? Elon, Israel, according to the ICC chief prosecutor who put out a statement calling for the arrest of Elon's former boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israel may have military goals, legitimate goals, but the way they're carried out, killing innocent people, starving people, is criminal.
Mehdi is a force of nature. I mean,
Elon Levy is a former spokesperson for a man who the ICC chief prosecutor wants.
He's the only political book that I've read in a long time was about his how to debate.
Arrested for war crimes.
Definitely
Elon
recommend
himself
it.
Has produced a number of lies, sorry John, in service of those war crimes. He has a bunch of tweets still up tonight which say that babies were beheaded on October the 7th, babies were baked in ovens, babies were ripped from their mother's wombs. October 7th was bad enough, but Elon had to exaggerate it for atrocity purposes. Those tweets are still up. Why would you trust anything this man says to you tonight? Look, he's here to gaslight you, to defend the indefensible, to excuse the inexcusable, to justify the unjustifiable, but you don't need to. Tonight you can choose to be on the side not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, as we speak, by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion.
I think the problem is that if you want to get, I'm trying to think of like how you would illustrate what's wrong with what Mehdi's saying, is let's assume that every case that Mehdi put forward was true. When he talks about particular incidents like the WCK bombing or the person who was the child who was shot while they were in a car or like all this kind of stuff. So if they're talking about that, then it's kind of like saying that doesn't really, you could just argue none of that actually says whether or not the broad military campaign is justified or not. You understand that, right?
So apparently the fact that Israel is clearly systematically committing war crimes, crimes against humanity, pretty much every international crime that you could ever think of, on a mass scale, patterns that make it clear that they are there in order to do what they are literally doing. We, however, cannot judge their so-called military campaign by what they are doing. The fact that they are doing these things says nothing about whether them doing those things is actually justified or not. Apparently, in order to deduce why Israel is doing what it is doing in Gaza, we can't look at what it's doing in Gaza. You know, like destroying 60% of all buildings in the territory, many of them through literal controlled demolitions. Schools, mosques, churches, museums, all destroyed intentionally. Massacring endless scores of civilians with numbers that are simply impossible to achieve unless it is being done intentionally. We apparently can't look at that and say, yeah, they're there because they want to kill the civilians. That's why they're killing them. They're there because they want to expel the civilians. That's why they are expelling them. They're destroying every single building there because they want to destroy it. Because they want to destroy Gaza. No.
That's actually a good point. This man literally just said he was trying to figure out how excuse me, just choked on my own hair. I'll start that again. This man literally just said he is trying to figure out how he is wrong. LOL, that is a dishonest approach to anything. Yeah.
You can't do that. Why? He just sort of decided you can't. That really is all there is to it. That's his argument. And that is aside from, all of the undeniable statements, plans, etc., coming from the Israeli state to make it very clear that this is what they want to do from the very beginning, and it's what they have been doing, and that they are going to continue to be doing it, like their leaked plans to do exactly what they are doing, which filtered out already in October 2023. People at the highest levels of government outright saying that that is what they are doing. They openly discussed plans to build concentration camps in Gaza, which the survivors will be hoarded into for threat of death if they try to leave. The Israeli military just openly declaring, today as I film this video, that they have no intention to allow the residents of the northern Gaza Strip to return to their homes, and that anyone in the entire northern half of Gaza is not a civilian who they can just freely kill. Ignore all of that, right? Or try to frame it as if it's not indicative.
Yeah, weird timing, especially after Trump's win.
The broad Israeli policy, just a few fringe crazies like, the prime minister of the country, the defense minister, the top brass of the IDF, who are those people, right? That's just a couple of bad apples. It's incoherent. It's incredibly stupid. They make themselves look like massive dumbasses and horrid people, all because they have committed themselves to defending the clearly indefensible. LonerBox has a particular disdain for Mehdi Hasan, by the way. You can see that in this clip.
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release? Do you support the release of Palestinians? I do not support the release of terrorists. Of Palestinian children. Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Why is he? Oh God!
Yeah, why is it always so easy for them to be like, I don't support the release of terrorists, but it's children? Like, I've not even just seen this from Mehdi. I've seen this from a lot of different people debating this topic, and they always go to that.
You can talk about the unlawfulness of the imprisoning, but like the Palestinians who are imprisoned in Israeli centers are not imprisoned like randomly.
Of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support?
I mean,
so Mehdi Hasan mentions that Palestinians
reaction.
Are being kidnapped from Gaza by the IDF, put into concentration camps in Israel, and then systematically starved, tortured, and mass raped. A practice that we mostly know about because many of the torture and rape victims were released without any charge, showing that even Israel thinks that they were innocent of whatever it is that Israel initially accused them of.
I thought the IDF even came out and said that they did acknowledge this.
LonerBox's immediate reaction to this is to laugh. He smiles, he laughs. He's like, oh my God, not this bullshit again. And then he goes on to say that the tortured and raped prisoners, including children, as Mehdi Hasan specifically mentioned, children,
is called
had it coming.
LonerBox. That's just
they
one flyer.
deserved it. Israel wouldn't just torture and rape anyone,
Scottish
right?
cringe humor.
Palestinians who are imprisoned in Israeli centers are not imprisoned like randomly.
You notice how he called Mehdi Hasan a creep for mentioning that?
Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Why is he? Oh God, what a fucking creep, man.
As if his own position is not accurately defined as one that can only come from a creep. The disdain for Hasan is palpable, and the reason for that is pretty simple. Mehdi Hasan drives liberal Zionists like this absolutely mad, because he's essentially what they pretend to be. Hasan has a long history of being a partisan for Western imperialism, of denouncing any resistance against it, including Palestinian resistance to Israel. He never would have been allowed anywhere near the prominent mainstream media positions that he's held throughout his career if that wasn't the case. However, when Hasan sees something so clearly indefensible, so overwhelmingly well evidenced, like Israel's Gaza genocide, he's not hyper committed to defending Israel no matter what, so he's still able to point to Israel's obvious crimes and call a spade. But liberal Zionists like LonerBox, like Destiny, are hyper committed to defending Israel, no matter what. So when guys like Hasan, who
it's to dehumanize,
otherwise share their professed liberal ideology, don't mince words about the facts of what Israel is doing, don't act as if they are Israel's lawyer, it exposes them as what they really are, not the humanistic, critical thinking progressives that they like to present themselves as, but rather partisans for a genocidal, ethno-nationalist, settler colonial project whose nature as such was already very difficult for them to argue against or skirt around beforehand, but which is now impossible for them to plausibly deny, as Israel's genocidal actions, broadcast to the world in vivid, horrific detail, have finally made everything so clear that even a liberal like Mehdi Hasan refuses to accept their bullshit anymore. These people are abhorrent, disgusting genocide propagandists. Everyone already knew that about Destiny, but if you've only been exposed to LonerBox through his main channel content, you might not have known that about him. As I said, his ideology is one called liberal Zionism.
Yeah, you know what? To be fair, that's, see? I follow him and I didn't know that.
I've spoken about before in a video of mine, which I made more than a year before October.
Yeah, but see? This is where I was saying how I knew him. Yeah, he goes after Vosh a lot, so.
October 7th and the Gaza genocide. If you would like more information about how people like him use the false idea that they are pro-Palestinian when they are very clearly anti-Palestinian and pro-Israel to pull in people who are sympathetic to the Palestinian cause, but who don't know quite enough about it to realize that it's all an act and that they are being conned into eventually becoming Zionists themselves and nodding along to the kind of genocide justifying propaganda that we've gone over here, then you should check out that video that I made on the matter, which is very long, but nonetheless goes over it in depth and uses LonerBox specifically.
Man, that is a long time ago because,
as an example.
That's an old shirt from Vosh.
Of this phenomenon. I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent here about liberal Zionism and what it is. I feel like you might have already gotten the gist from this video, but yeah, if you...
I guess I'm a democratic socialist.
You want more...
But I don't know, get called old school progressive.
Of an in-depth look at it, I suggest you check out that video. Point is, don't be duped by these people. They have...
Not full-blown commie. or communist. That was actually a misspeak. I don't denigrate.
Shown their whole ass. It was already obvious to me as someone who is very well
just don't necessarily agree with like fully, but
versed on this topic beforehand, before the Gaza genocide, but now it is absolutely undeniable. You simply cannot watch people like this making those sorts of arguments and seriously argue that they are not simply.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that. I think I'm misunderstanding that too. Yeah, see, I'm glad that I'm not the only one that misunderstood that thumbnail, because that seemed like it was saying that he was
anti-Palestinianists interested in doing whatever part they can to spread propaganda.
Thank you, Firefist. I'm a realist progressive.
And enable an ongoing genocide to continue. We can only hope that a day where these people will be held to account, brought to justice for their clear as day genocide propaganda will come. Thanks for watching.
That's not the safe answer. It's the true answer. I mean,
free Palestine.
I speak my mind, man.
Thanks for watching.
Not afraid of losing subs. It sucks to lose subs, especially at my small count. But yeah. So we're gonna go into part 2 here. Give me 1 second. He's got it listed in his description. Where the hell is it? There we go.
Be advised that this video is a sequel to a previous video. I suggest you watch that video first for the full context. Hello everyone. I would like to offer a sincere...
That's a much louder shirt.
...apology to all of you regarding my previous video, where I denounced the YouTubers Destiny and LonerBox for their support of the Gaza genocide. I feel like I really let you all down and misled you with that video, because both of them were actually a lot worse than I knew when I made it. Here's a clip that I actually just learned about, where Destiny outright says that he thinks the best solution regarding Israel and Palestine is the complete genocide of Palestinians.
Oh my god.
Honestly, I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just drop its fucking borders about where it is now. And basically Palestinians can go live in another place. That's really shitty, but like, that's about where I'm at.
You just think that Palestine should just pack up and Native American the fuck out of there?
The problem is that it seems like there is a hugely general hostility to Jewish people across really the...
This is not my connection. This is the actual video.
World, definitely the Middle East. So the problem is that as you weaken Israel's like ability for Jewish people to live there, it seems like there is because there's a lot of different organizations across the Middle East that are highly invested in the destruction of Israel. So that's like a really rough thing too. So it seems like if Israel is forced to make concessions to Palestinians...
Oh my god, like, I just love listening to political content. Look at my boobs.
It threatens Jewish people's ability to have a homeland. And so I don't know, it's really shit. Truthfully, the answer is like, there's no good answer. It's hard. It's hard. It's a really, really complicated situation.
Well,
it seems like appeasing either end basically means like kind of the destruction of the other end. If you give the Jewish people what they want, Palestinians are essentially permanently cocked out of what they feel is their rightful homeland. And if you give Palestinians what they want, then probably a lot of Jewish people are going to die. Yeah.
That's true.
Now, you might say that he was just joking there, exaggerating, having a good time. I'm not exactly sure how the genocide of the Palestinian people is a laughing matter. But hey, okay. But LonerBox actually asked him afterwards if that was his real opinion, and he made it clear to him that it was.
Because I rewatched the VOD before I joined in, and it did sound like you were kind of saying that you were asked what should happen, and I think you described it yourself as like having like a radicalized position. It felt like when I was speaking to you about it in the moment that you kind of moved on to this just seems like the most likely thing. So
I think I was giving that as a counter to you saying it was a ridiculous position, but I do think that's probably what should happen. I haven't heard a good argument for what should happen in contrast to that, short of like everybody in the Middle East fucking chills the fuck out.
So Destiny supports the total genocide of the Palestinian people, which was already obvious just from the sorts of things that he argues for. But
man, that's quadrupling down. I think it's even more than that.
That's him outright stating it and then reiterating that, he does actually think that when he was specifically given a chance to dial that back afterwards. So LonerBox has known for quite a while, given that Destiny said it straight up to his face, that Destiny wants to genocide all Palestinians. He nonetheless has still, since then, been engaging with him more and more and more, and directly collaborating with him to the point that they are literally...
Well, hold on. Again, I want to at least give some clarity to this part. I do know where this was filmed. I know why they were there. This was not just like I'm going to platform him because he agrees with me on my shitty stances on Israel. It was literally them canvassing for the election. So, come on. I know you just want to use it for the content, but...
filming podcast episodes together in person. Now, there was not really any doubt that Destiny was...
Whoa, in person! Oh my god, they have friends! Oh my god, in IRL? Ha, how dare they!
Genocidal POS. Nonetheless, LonerBox is happy to keep working with him. LonerBox, someone who makes these moralistic attacks on other people all the time, he especially hates Hasan, and then his best buddy, his BFF, told him straight up that he supports genocide. It's only possible for you to work with someone like this after that, if you just straight up don't consider Palestinians human. And speaking of that in-person podcast thing they've got going on, here's a clip of them talking very recently, which I think makes it even more clear just how callous and disgusting they are when it comes to the suffering of the Palestinian people.
But they were trying to call you a pedo yesterday.
So some kids are really
they
hot.
Dug in deep.
Oh.
It happened
jokes
in the same day that I was getting accused of wanting to kill babies, like wanting to snipe them or whatever. Fucking Israel.
Some babies are really annoying.
But it's like, how is it that we're both aligned then? If like you want to fucking rape the kids and I want to kill them?
I'm a necrophiliac pedophile.
That's the holy fucking sentence.
After you kill them, I have my way with them.
Okay, like he's trying to do the comedy thing. Man, he really does just like
Jesus.
Like
we could
like
have had a better response there because it's incompatible.
That's kind of the difference with a comedian, though, is because they're you're seeing a comedian if they're doing that kind of like Bill Hicks was like the king of that kind of humor, but you knew that it was the joke. You were kind of in on the joke. This just makes me think like, Destiny, did your fucking brain break and now you're just trying to be an edgelord?
Like, how can I be killing them?
I mean, at what point is he going to show up with black eyeliner?
Okay, we're that.
Oh well, fuck it.
Did you get that? Very
he
funny.
Did have nail polish.
So firstly, yeah, LonerBox, we all saw you justifying / supporting / downplaying Israeli soldiers shooting Palestinian kids in the head. Everyone saw it, okay?
There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli snipers.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work? Like,
Jesus, yeah.
The problem with sniping isn't like the accuracy is not because obviously you got your scope and the fucking like it's quite easy. You can accurately snipe, but targets and personnel move really, really fast when you're sniping. Like snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations.
So yeah, if people accuse you of that,
trying to sound cool,
right.
and
man,
secondly, did he fail?
It's not normal to make jokes like this about murdered children. It's not normal to sit across from a guy who's saying this stuff and just sit there and like try to
Rise. LonerBox is just a nodding dog like the ones you see in the back of cars. I hate to say I have one of those dogs.
Cover for him at best at the end by being like, well, I would have hoped you wouldn't have said that. Rather than getting up, leaving the room, and disassociating from him forever. This can only happen if you either do not consider Palestinian people human, which I think at this point there is an argument that LonerBox does not, or you are just such a pathetic grifter, so devoid of any of your own merit, that you are tying yourself to this personality to try and leech off that audience to make some more money. Anyway, so let's move on to LonerBox's attempted response.
Everybody in this leftist sphere has tried at one point to leech off the Destiny community. Don't try to pretend you haven't.
Firstly, LonerBox actually caught wind of the fact that I was planning to respond to him, and he privated the VOD. Definitely the behavior of someone who is willing to stand behind what they say, willing to stand behind their beliefs, and who's not desperately trying to hide them because they know how bad it's going to make them look if someone...
At Duke of Bread, I actually comedy's subjective, so it's very hard for me to be like, that's not funny.
One actually goes over them. Unfortunately,
there are some things where it's like, but like the person saying the thing where it's like totally deadpan, like a Jimmy Carr situation he's really good at it. Where he'll say the most horrendous things, but for a fact he doesn't actually believe that stuff.
I didn't think that he would do this, so I lacked the foresight to download the VOD, so I don't have a copy of it on hand.
It's unlocked.
Nonetheless, I did take a bunch of notes regarding the things that he said that I wanted to respond to, and I'm still going to respond to them. I'll be summarizing his arguments, and if LonerBox has any problem with the way that I'm summarizing these, I suggest that he unprivates his VOD so that people can go there and verify it. Firstly, LonerBox only responded to my video because Hasan Piker covered it on his stream. I'm sure he was planning to ignore it.
Earlier in the stream, I was looking for it. He privated it.
That hadn't happened, but Hasan is such a big platform that he couldn't really afford to ignore it. So thank you, Hasan Piker. You're being thanked by disgusting, tanky, bad Empanada. So he was responding to Hasan's reaction to my video.
Met Jimmy Carr is a really nice guy. See, but the thing is, if you go based on what his comedy sets are like, a lot of people are just like, how dare he? He really does say the most he does say the most reprehensible shit. It's hilarious, but
at least try to respond to some of the points that I made. Though he avoided most of the video. He only responded to the first clip in which he tried to justify the IDF's mass shooting in the head of Palestinian kids, and then he skipped to the end to try and make a gotcha against Hasan, where he tried to cover for himself, laughing when Mehdi Hasan mentioned tortured and raped Palestinian prisoners from Gaza.
Right, but the performance is what's convincing.
Claiming that Hasan had done the same thing, which is not true, and I will be explaining how. He skipped everything in between that.
That's almost giving him what he wants then.
I'm sure because he knew that he didn't have a way to defend it, he especially did not have a way to defend his association with Destiny from the disgusting genocide propaganda that Destiny did in that video, which was a couple of levels above what LonerBox does, to be fair to LonerBox. Though I would have loved to see his excuse for those. So here's my summary of the arguments that he made responding to me, and these are what I will be responding to in this video. Again, LonerBox, Just unprivate the VOD if you want people to be able to verify this. 1. His first problem with my response was that I said that doctors in Gaza had seen hundreds of children shot in the head. He claims there is no evidence for there being hundreds of children shot in the head, rather only dozens. 2. He claims that he continued his argument and that I cut him off. He then goes on to reiterate this extra part of his argument in his response, seemingly thinking that it was impossible for me to respond to or something. We will be going over it here and I will be responding to it. 3. He then skips to near the end of the video, where he responded to Mehdi Hasan denouncing the kidnapping, mass torture, and rape of Palestinian prisoners from Gaza in Israeli concentration camps, claiming that his response was actually in regards to Palestinian prisoners from the West Bank. He then attempts to defend him laughing at that by dishonestly claiming that Hasan laughed at what he called raped Jewish women. 5. LonerBox complained that he did not deny that there were systemic issues in Israel's conduct in the war in Gaza. He used those words exactly. He said that I am misrepresenting.
Seen a pretty unilateral consensus in my chat that Destiny has definitely gone a little bit too far.
His position.
And for it to take this much.
By making it look like he does deny that. So I'll be explaining here how all of that is a load of kablooey, and how his response only dug the hole.
Haven't heard that in a while.
Okay, so now let's respond to LonerBox's points. 1. He claimed there is no evidence of hundreds of children being killed. So let me explain how I came to the conclusion that there were minimum at least 100 children who were killed. It's quite simple. One doctor said that he had encountered 13 separate cases of children shot in the head. The article then goes on to state that 44 different doctors who were interviewed by the
Oh no, that pesky thing called math.
New York Times saw cases of children shot either in the head or in the body. Now, so if one doctor saw 13 cases, do you think it's fair to assume that these other 44 doctors saw, say, at least 2 cases each? Because I think it is. If each of those 44 doctors saw 2 cases each, that's 88. Add 13 to that, that's 101. Hundreds right away there. That is a completely fair assumption to make. In fact, if anything, that's going to be a vast underestimate, because this is only a limited selection of people who were interviewed by the New York Times. Not every healthcare professional was investigated, and surely not every child shot in the head has even been accounted for. So I'm absolutely justified in saying that there was at least 100, though the real number is likely far higher. And my grounds for saying that are completely 100% solid. This is something that these people do a lot when it comes to atrocities against Palestinians, is they demand absolutely picture-perfect proof of everything, when they are willing to accept practically nothing regarding what the Israelis say about supposed atrocities against them. For example, and as we'll be going into further detail later in this video, LonerBox is someone who still spreads this idea that on October 7th, Hamas mass raped tons of Israeli women. He has never seen any evidence for that, even remotely as strong as this evidence for there being hundreds of children shot in the head by IDF soldiers presented in the New York Times, because such evidence simply does not exist. Yet he's happy to believe that.
At the end of the day, I don't think the evidence of the rapes is as weak as you're making them out to be. It seems to be the evidence for it is about as good as we can get for any conflict in the past, and ones that we've happily accepted.
Yet,
yeah, that's like, notice how he's taking the mainstream position.
In this case, he's like, where'd you get hundreds from? There's no evidence of that. I need picture-perfect proof. Actually, I need to see the corpse myself. I need to examine it myself. I need to get up close and personal with it myself. Otherwise, it never happened. But hey, let's throw him a bone here. Let's say that we can only use actual specific cases specifically mentioned in the New York Times article. That's still dozens. How many children shot in the head do you think we need before we can establish a pattern? Dozens? I'd say that's sufficient, right? The desperation in his arguments is very, very clear. Okay, so after that, he then moved on to claiming that I did not watch his follow-up, that I deliberately excluded it from the video. What actually happened is I let him talk, I let him finish everything that he was saying. These people often like to claim they're being clip-chimped dishonestly, even when you just let them speak for like 2 or 3 minutes at a time. And yeah, I'm going to show it to you guys right now so that you can see precisely what I mean.
But when Israel shoots...
To be fair, I was a little worried that that was what was happening, but hey, he's addressing
children in the head. 3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Feyyaz Sidra, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times. Said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head. Israeli snipers.
Does this guy not know how sniping jobs work? Like, the problem with sniping isn't like the accuracy is not because obviously you got your scope and the fucking like yeah, it's quite easy, you can accurately snipe, but targets and personnel move really, really fast when you're sniping. Like, snipers make their decisions in less than a split second in combat situations. Unless he's suggesting there were just a couple of kids sitting on the hill and a guy opposite in a building just went, got him.
Trust me, guys, I'm an expert. I live on Twitch. Call of Duty.
Maybe someone committed a war crime. Fuck. But I don't think that's Israeli policy is to snipe kids for no reason. To snipe toddlers, but okay.
You can tell us why. You can defend them.
So this is where I cut LonerBox off in my original response, because he had finished speaking and started playing the video again. But these people love to claim that they are being dishonestly clipped so much that you can let them speak and clearly finish their sentence, and they'll still claim that there's some sort of extra context that absolves them, even when there clearly isn't. So let's continue listening to the argument that he makes following this one.
Mehdi,
Mehdi, forgive me for going abstract, but I do want to go to some principles here. So you are listing a number of specific incidents that you feel cumulatively add up to a very, very much an overreaction.
Yeah, did you think, yeah, IDF soldiers shoot each other as well. Yeah, like IDF snipers kill their own soldiers. Do they do that intentionally? Is that just like, is that because Zionists are so anti-Semitic that they... I don't even know what the argument is there.
Okay, so I think a fair summary of his argument here is that if you think that Israeli soldiers are systemically intentionally shooting Palestinian kids in the head, as the evidence indicates, you must necessarily then think that because there is also evidence that IDF soldiers are killing other IDF soldiers in friendly fire accidents, that they are doing that intentionally. And he uses this like he thinks it's like a great logic lord, gotcha, and I'm totally destroyed, and that's why I had to avoid it in my initial response.
Yeah, okay, a few new viewers. Welcome to the stream.
Okay, so here's the thing here. Here's the thing, LonerBox. If you believe that the IDF is systematically shooting Palestinian kids in the head, you do not also need to believe that IDF soldiers are intentionally killing each other in anti-Semitic hate crime incidents. That is the simple answer there. I do not understand how you
I think he was talking about their order where they have to shoot like their captured... soldiers
came to that leap of logic that believing one of these means you must necessarily believe the other. I don't understand how you consider yourself like a logical genius debate lord. I don't understand how you could not only make that point in your first video, but then go over it later in a response.
You will never, ever hear, I'm a debate lord.
To my response
from me.
And think that it was such a great point that you reiterated it as if it was something that I had intentionally avoided reckoning with because it was so strong. Like literally, it can be dealt with by saying, those aren't the same thing, as I just did there. But let me explain more to you about why those very clearly aren't the same thing, okay? Are you aware that there are friendly fire deaths in every single situation involving armed conflict? Are you aware that there are not systemic, minimum dozens, more than likely hundreds of cases of children being shot in the head in every single armed conflict? Are you also aware that the logical assumption to make when a soldier kills an allied soldier is that it was an accident, whereas the logical assumption to make regarding a civilian of the enemy population being shot in the head, not once, but in dozens, hundreds.
Just random. Was anybody ever arrested for the Pat Tillman killing?
Of different instances.
I know that was friendly fire in the military.
Intentionally. I'd like to just apply your logic to World War II, my friend. German soldiers couldn't have shot those Jewish civilians intentionally. After all, sometimes they accidentally kill each other. You should watch out for this strategy in general, but particularly you should from right-wingers like this, because it is one of their favorite ways of blurring the line between reality and fiction. When they find themselves backed into a corner and unable to actually argue on the facts alone, they draw a comparison between two clearly incomparable things that are vastly different and just confidently act as if they're actually the same, and insist that if you believe one, then you must also necessarily believe the other, when that is not the case at all, and you can just respond to that by saying, those are not the same thing. Now do you understand how it makes no sense that you insist that if you believe that the IDF is systematically shooting children in the head, that you must also believe that IDF soldiers are anti-Semitic when they accidentally kill each other? LonerBox's fans, if you're watching this, honestly, I want to appeal to you here. I won't delete your comment, I won't argue with you, I won't insult you or anything. Leave a comment below here and explain to us how the hell any of you heard that argument and thought that it was a good one. How any of you thought that was possibly a gotcha. The desperation to justify what is clearly a systemic practice that has happened far too often to be anything but intentional is disgusting. But another thing that LonerBox did as a part of that segment is that he accused me of dishonestly claiming that he denies systemic issues in the Israeli military's supposed conduct in the supposed war in Gaza. So let me just address that here. The problem is not that you not specifically acknowledge individual instances of what you would think are excesses, or, you would use some other euphemism. You're already using euphemisms out the ass. Issues in the first place is man, what a mighty fine euphemism. You would never accept anyone talking about issues with Hamas's conduct on October 7th. So please, miss us with that shit. Yeah, I'm talking like the kids, okay? I'm talking like little kids these days. I'm trying to be cool. I'm old. Just give me my moment. So yeah, that's a clear euphemism. But more broadly, what you argue specifically, I showed
understand how it goes.
On my original response, I'll show it again here.
Tonight you can choose to be on the side not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, as we speak, by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this horrific and homicidal motion. Thank you.
I think the problem is that if you want to get, I'm trying to think of like how you would illustrate what's wrong with what Mehdi's saying, is let's assume that every case that Mehdi put forward was true. When he talks about particular incidents, like the WCK bombing, or the person who was the child who was shot while they were in a car, or like all this kind of stuff. So if they're talking about that, then it's kind of like saying that doesn't really, you could just argue none of that actually says whether or not the broad military campaign is justified or not. You understand that, right?
What you argued there is that people cannot take all of the things that Israel is doing in Gaza, which really are most characteristic of what they are doing in Gaza, and that we are not allowed to put them all together to form an assessment of precisely why they are in Gaza and why they are doing these things, which is, ethnic cleansing and genocide. Your strategy of genocide apologism, of downplaying the
been moving my screen so much, I feel like I'm the DVD logo.
Genocide is centered around this idea where you try to frame Israeli crimes as sort of isolated incidents, or at best, some sort of like problem with systemic behavior, but in isolation, that is not broadly indicative of why the IDF is in Gaza in the first place and why they're doing the things that they are clearly doing. If someone's there in 1944 telling us that they agree that there are some systemic issues in the German military, yet also argue that the wider Holocaust isn't happening, that's still a Holocaust denier, isn't it? In short, you clearly believe that it should be impermissible to consider all of these things together. The reason why you might be happy to acknowledge a crime in isolation or even a systemic practice in isolation without connecting it to the broader campaign of genocide and ethnic cleansing is because, for one, it just sells better. You can keep up this aura of fake nuance that you've got going and maybe pull into genocidal Zionism some well-meaning pro-Palestine people who don't know much yet, if you are at least willing to concede a thing here or there against Israel, especially when the evidence is so ridiculously strong that you can't simply deny it, though you still do that most of the time anyway. And two, it's also because you know that if you actually consider it as a coherent whole, it makes it clear that it is genocide and ethnic cleansing, and you're trying to apologize for the genocide and ethnic cleansing, you're trying to enable it. It really is that simple, and it's ridiculous that you try to deny it. The evidence of this being your goal, of this being what you want, is just so obvious.
Is it what they want, though, or as opposed to just them not knowing better?
Clear from your immediate gut.
I kind of want to just... Is Loner just stupid?
Reaction to everything just being to try and justify or downplay. It's blatantly obvious what you're trying to do. And you know why it's obvious? From a pattern of conduct. Not from taking one of your arguments in isolation, but from taking all the different arguments that you make that always just so happen to be apologizing for or downplaying the genocide in Gaza and putting them together to form a coherent whole. And that is how we can deduce that you are a genocide apologist / enabler. Same exact thing with what Israel is doing in Gaza. Why does Israel keep bombing women and children and the elderly? Why are Israeli soldiers shooting a bunch of kids in the head? Why do Israeli soldiers keep uploading to their public social media profiles videos and pictures of them committing war crimes with captions that say hell yeah, we love war crimes, I love genocide, I love to kill babies, I can't wait to settle Gaza? Why is it that the IDF is just massacring people? Why is it that they are mass expelling people? Why is it they have destroyed most of Gaza? Systemic issues? LonerBox? Or is it because the ethnic cleansing and the genocide that they're clearly doing are the points? Is it because of a pattern of conduct that is clearly and easily recognizable, that adds up to a coherent whole? Yes, it is. And this coherent whole is what you and your disgusting cronies specifically tried to avoid. It's why you got so angry at Mehdi Hasan for taking a list of crimes and putting them all together to make a broader argument about what Israel is doing in Gaza and why they are doing it. Oh, and one thing that I forgot to mention in the previous section, after LonerBox got done rehashing that argument about IDF soldiers shooting each other, he then went on to do amateur forensic analysis of the x-rays of the children with bullets in their heads. Those x-rays, by the way, which the New York Times said they had corroborated with actual pictures of the injuries, which they did not publish because they considered them too graphic to show. I personally think they should have published them, because then idiots like this wouldn't be able to try to deny them in this way, but they didn't. So he goes on to do his own little amateur forensic analysis of those x-rays, and he started claiming that they were either fake or that they were misleadingly presented. Basically the same conspiracy theory that pro-Israel propagandists were doing immediately after their release, claiming that the evidence is false. So he was actually engaging in genocide denial that is significantly worse,
so he was just doing the IDF
the rest
thing.
Of the genocide denial that he was engaging in there, which probably helps to explain why he privated the VOD. Previously it was like...
Real quick, guys, can you leave a like on the stream if you're here? So I would really appreciate that. It's free for you, and it really helps me out. So
apologism, and now it was like outright him looking at the forensic evidence and trying desperately to find something wrong with it so that he could claim that it was fake. You know, the whole Pallywood thing. And let's not lose sight of the disgustingness of this, by the way. As I said, this is a pattern of conduct that he and many others, especially his best pal Destiny, have exhibited for a very, very long time, of this desperate, immediate desire to apologize for the genocide in Gaza, to whitewash what Israel is doing. It's not simply a guy having a bad take once or twice that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It is a guy who is very clearly desperate to apologize for the genocide, and that is what he's doing. That's why he's doing this. Okay.
Once is an oopsie, 3 times is supporting genocide.
So after that, he then skipped past most of the rest of the video, like the part where I called him out for lying and saying that the 40 beheaded babies genocide propaganda wasn't spread by Israel itself, and I proved that wrong and showed that it actually was. He then also skipped over Destiny spreading the Pallywood conspiracy theory, and he also skipped over his response to Mehdi Hasan, where he said that even if all of the instances that Mehdi Hasan was citing to say that Israel was committing genocide in Gaza were true, that wouldn't say anything about whether the overall Israeli military campaign was justified or not. I already dealt with those talking points in my original video. I'm not going to rehash them here. But LonerBox skipped all of that, and he skipped right to...
If you didn't see the original video, I'm going to be clipping this, or you can check out my VOD. But yeah, just look for that tomorrow.
The very last point, my very last response to him, which was in regards to this clip, and I will play it again here.
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages and let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release? Do you support the release of Palestinians?
I do not support,
do you support
the release
of Palestinian children? Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Why is he? Oh God, what a fucking creep, man. Again, you can talk about the unlawfulness of the imprisoning, but like the Palestinians who are imprisoned in Israeli centers are not imprisoned like randomly.
Of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support?
So LonerBox's response to my criticism here was to first say that he was laughing not at the Palestinian prisoners being put into concentration camps and tortured and raped and all that, and they didn't make those excuses for that because he thinks the prisoners deserve it, but rather because he was talking about prisoners from the West Bank, not Gaza. Now that is simply not true because Mehdi Hasan was clearly talking about Gaza. You know, he was talking about Palestinian prisoners being tortured. He was talking about them being raped. He was very clearly referring to stories regarding Palestinian prisoners being tortured and raped in Israeli concentration camps near Gaza, not prisoners from the West Bank. So that is just a lie. I mean, everyone knows what he was referring to there. Nonetheless, his talking point is simply a lie because, for one, to claim that prisoners from the West Bank are being kept by Israel on some sort of valid basis is a crock of horseshit in the first place because Israel is an occupier and it has no right to enforce the law in the West Bank. Two, because obviously the rulings of Israeli courts cannot be trusted regarding Palestinians. And three, because Israel has something called administrative detention, which they implement in the occupied West Bank to justify them kidnapping Palestinians and keeping them in prison with no charge whatsoever. Allow me to cite a video that explains this. It's on
I think he'll get more
channel.
than a pat on the back from Destiny at this point. You will see him featured on Destiny's programs, especially as more people are going to start abandoning him because, like, this one's a bridge too far for a lot of people.
Administrative detentions are arrests and detainments that occur with no charge, no due process, and which could potentially be maintained indefinitely. They are based on secret evidence and are done for security reasons. Palestinians have the right to appeal these detentions, but as mentioned, they and their lawyers do not have access to what the actual charges being raised against them even are.
So yes, Israel would and regularly does kidnap Palestinians from the West Bank on no basis at all. LonerBox was like, what, you think they would just, take people for no reason at all? There must be a reason for it. Well, there's a video on your channel that literally says that, and I mean, it's proven that they do that regularly, even in the West Bank. But Mehdi wasn't talking about the West Bank. He was talking about Gaza, and that is a deflection in the first place, because you know that your reaction there is indefensible in the context of what Mehdi was actually talking about. So no, I don't buy that. I 100% genuinely believe that you were laughing at Palestinian prisoners being raped and tortured, being kidnapped from Gaza, raped and tortured. And your response was an attempt to justify that specifically, because that's what Mehdi was clearly talking about. You heard him talking about torture, rape, etc. very clearly. And your reaction to that was to say, what, you think Israel would just...
No, he definitely saw his clip back and was just like, oh, shit, I didn't look good.
Imprison them and do that to them with no reason? It's impossible to disconnect your reaction from what was actually said, what the thing that you were responding to was, which was not just talking about imprisonment, but also torture and rape.
Destiny's been popping up on traditional media for a while now. CNN, Piers Morgan.
Have been spreading recently of Hasan supposedly laughing at what he called raped Jewish women. I will play that clip here.
October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending.
God, this already feels like a year ago.
Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would.
Okay, so let's compare these two moments. One, Hasan was laughing at a woman bringing up the supposed mass rape by Hamas of Israeli women on October 7th. Here's the thing, though. Hasan wasn't laughing at them for being raped. He was laughing at that because there is little to no evidence that it actually happened. The evidence is incredibly sketchy. All of it comes exclusively from a few, very few, individual witness testimonies, most of which are highly inconsistent with later recountings of the same tale. None of these testimonies corroborate each other. There has never been any forensic evidence presented that corroborates any of them. Many of the people who give these testimonies have intimate links to the Israeli state. For example, they are from organizations like Zakat, which works very intimately with the Israeli state. Other testimonies only surfaced far later as part of carefully timed propaganda blitzes by the Israeli state. To put it simply, there is no evidence whatsoever.
We are anti-genocide here, Tony.
These testimonies are not simply made up, and they have been utilized by the Israeli state because they simply have no other corroborating evidence. And this is very weird, given that the Israelis have a ton of video footage of October 7th, yet on this one point, which their propaganda has been harping on, they have nothing.
But we are pro-liking the stream, so if you haven't already.
So Hasan was not laughing at the rape of Jewish women there. And
I feel bad shilling on this video, but...
By the way, he did say Jewish in the original video. I have it drilled into my head because he does this all the time. People like him do this all the time. They always emphasize the Jewishness of Israeli people. They always want to paint it as if the only reason why anyone would do anything to an Israeli for any reason is just because of their Jewish identity and nothing else. Of course, in order to dishonestly frame opponents of Israel as anti-Semitic. But the point is, Hasan was laughing because there is little to no evidence for that claim, and it is a core part of the Israeli genocide justifying propaganda. They use it constantly to justify the genocide in Gaza to kill those kids who got shot in the head. Meanwhile, the evidence of Palestinians being mass raped in Israeli concentration camps, in comparison, is so much better. There's so much more of it that it's honestly a joke to even compare the two. Not only are there multiple witnesses who corroborate the same events, but Israel itself actually acknowledged what was happening. Israelis held pro-rape rallies because they thought the rape was actually good. Israeli politicians talked about how the people...
Yes, Destiny is openly cynical in his decisions. He doesn't believe in much of anything.
Openly. And despite the fact this happened in, a concentration camp, a prison,
it's always been like that, though.
Video evidence of it. Like, literally, it was filmed, and we have the video of it. Compare that to the claims of rape on October 7th. There are 5 or 6 different people who all claim that they were there and that they saw Hamas raping someone. None of their stories corroborate each other, and there is no more evidence that corroborates any of their claims. It's just, I swear I saw this. I swear I saw this thing that is extremely convenient to the propaganda narrative that my country is trying to push to justify a genocide. Do you see the difference in quality here? Do you see how these things are not comparable at all? I would hope so. I mean, we have video evidence of Palestinian prisoners being raped with metal rods in an Israeli concentration camp. Somehow, someone smuggled this video out and got it to the media to be disseminated. Yet there is no video evidence of any single rape on October 7th, despite the barriers to providing it being nowhere near as
that guy in my chat who was asking about,
people like LonerBox like to cite a UN report into sexual violence on October 7th and in Gaza since then, and that report concluded that it was likely that at least one instance of rape by Palestinian militants of an Israeli occurred on that day. It concluded that, however, based on nothing but the same 5 or 6 witness testimonies that I mentioned. So it came to a very strong conclusion based on almost no evidence. It's super problematic and basically just exists to attempt to give some legitimacy to the flailing Israeli mass rape narrative. Their narrative started out as Hamas systemic mass rape and then ended with this UN report which concludes that, maybe rape happened if you squint a bit and you take very questionable eyewitness testimony with no corroborating evidence at its word. For one, it was not a real investigative report. Israel has a policy of not allowing real third-party investigations into October 7th. So all that the people involved in this did is they went around Israel interviewing people being sort of chaperoned around by the Israeli government, and the only real evidence that they considered to come to that conclusion were a few testimonies. So nothing but individual witness reports. It is an extremely low standard of evidence, given that no one can even name who the rape victims were. There has never been any forensic evidence to corroborate any of this, no photos, no video, and many of the witness statements are clearly coming from unreliable sources, and that there is a clear incentive by the Israeli state to spread such testimonies as much as possible, given that they are committing genocide and they clearly believe that rape on October 7th is good for their propaganda to justify it. None of these people would accept a single Palestinian saying they saw something happened when there was no forensic evidence of it happening, no photo, no video of it happening, no other witnesses who saw that specific event happening, yet they're willing to accept the idea that there was mass rape on October 7th, despite that not even being backed up by these testimonies, and despite even the individual instances that are attested to in these testimonies not being backed up by anything else. So yeah, it is just really a crock of shit, and the double standard really lays bare that all they want to do is justify genocide in any which way. It's not actually about getting the truth or whatever. It's not actually about being the one enlightened centrist in the room who's critically analyzing both sides equally. It is about justifying genocide. It is about accepting atrocity propaganda from one side uncritically and doing everything possible to deny, downplay, and apologize for the atrocities committed against the victim population. So to summarize the argument there, LonerBox pointed at the fact that Hasan laughed at the very flimsily evidenced stories of a few witnesses trotted out constantly by the Israeli state itself who claimed to have witnessed rapes on October 7th, while LonerBox laughed at the incredibly well-evidenced mass rape of Palestinian prisoners in Israeli concentration camps, which the Israelis do not even deny, they celebrate it. There is no equivalence there. It really is that simple. And for him to even bring up Hasan to try and deflect from what he did wouldn't even be valid even if it were true, but it's not. With these guys, it's always like this. For Israeli claims, they're like, what? A few people being paraded everywhere by the Israeli government swear that they saw something happen, there's no other evidence for it, and that claims just so happen to conveniently align with their government's genocide-inciting propaganda? Well, we can't expect any better evidence than that.
I don't think the evidence of the rapes is as weak as you're making them out to be. It seems to be the evidence for it is about as good as we can get for any conflict in the past, and ones that we've happily accepted.
And then for Palestinians, they're like, 44 doctors say they saw this and they provided x-rays. X-rays, schmex-rays. Let me see that corpse myself. I need to get up close and personal with that child's cranium. If I can't lick the bullet wound myself, it's not real. So yeah, those things are not comparable at all, and it's a joke that you even tried to compare them. You just straight up slandered and defamed Hasan, which is precisely what that mass rape claim is all about. Slander and defamation of an oppressed people to justify mass killing them. Palestinians don't have to defame people like you, because what they say is true. It is evidenced exhaustively, far beyond any reasonable doubt, far beyond the standards that you demand from Israelis, which is zero.
You're not
the
wrong.
very fact that they even put forth this notion of rapes on October 7th, in the same stream, where you do like amateur forensic analysis of x-rays of bullets in kids' heads to try and argue that that is not indicative of some sort of systemic practice in the Israeli military, is honestly absurd. Everyone knows what you're doing. Everyone knows who you are. We can see the shit that you're engaging in. Here's what I'd like from you and people like you. Just own what you are. Just stop pretending. Just say that you want all Palestinians dead. We know it. Everyone knows it. We can see it from the direction of your content, from the idiotic arguments that you make to justify everything that Israel does. Imagine the relief that Destiny felt when he admitted to you that he really did just want to kill all Palestinians. It might be time for you to take that load off your shoulders and do it yourself too. Anyway, fuck these people, man. Exposing them has been a long time
that's a good
coming.
summary. Fuck
and there
these
are
people.
many more like them.
Like,
Make no mistake.
fuck
I am
their
not
bad
simply
takes.
directing this at LonerBox or whatever. There are so many other people just like him, just like Destiny, who try to frame themselves as like the only really objective, centrist, smart guys in the room because they think it makes their genocide-justifying propaganda land better. Don't be fooled. Don't fall for it, guys. Anyway, LonerBox, make the VOD public if you think that anything that I said here, anything that I said about what you said in there is wrong. But at the end of the day, I think, honestly, doing that would be a losing battle for you. The best that you'll be able to do is like to pick one little thing to hang on to or to try to attack me as a person, to try and delegitimize me as a credible source or anything, rather than actually...
Well, that's usually what happens when you have a YouTuber attacking another YouTuber. Let's be fair.
Dealing with what I'm saying, with the substance of what I'm saying. That's what you guys always do. Bad Empanada is mean. How dare you cite him? As you sit across the table from fucking Destiny, while he tells you sincerely that he wants to genocide Palestinians.
From
that
my
anyone could
understanding,
ever
this is
buy
the,
your moralistic attacks on me
time
or
you've gotten
Hasan
it right.
and how we're
So-
supposedly like unacceptable, like genocidal people or whatever. We're racist, we're anti-Semites or whatever. When you work with that guy and you say this sort of shit, it's such a joke, man. Anyway, yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for watching.
Okay.
If you like this video, then consider subscribing and checking out some of my...
Yeah, actually, same here. If you are new to the stream, leave a like, because it really helps me out, and honestly, I really do appreciate it. Also, if you haven't subbed to the channel, please do, if you're into supporting some smaller leftist content creators. All right, we got one more update on all this, so give me 1 second. We're just going to do all the bad Empanada content together.
my other videos. And if you really... How do you justify the unjustified...
No. Where is it? Here, let's do this.
How do you justify
Oh,
the...
no. Damn it, it's gone. Give me 1 second. There we go. Okay. I literally just had to send it to myself because for some reason it's not on this feed. What is going on here?
Hey guys, so I was hoping to address this in a month or two when I get around to finally making a video that I've had in the pipeline for a while, which was going to be called What Happens to You When You Criticize Israel. And I was going to go over how an Israeli government-linked harassment organization spent months targeting me, fabricating fake screenshots and allegations against me of sex crimes, while also coordinating with the Argentine far right.
Little callback, that's the photo that Ethan tried to use and say, this is the guy that's attacking me.
People to my house to kill me. This campaign failed, and I subsequently denounced a bunch of the people who I was able to identify. Criminally in Argentina, I have one of the case files here, for example, because in a lot of these cases, the people who are not yet been informed, they don't actually know that they're being investigated. So I can't reveal anything about them and who they are just in case they catch wind of it, which unfortunately this video might make some of them catch wind of it, which is why I really didn't want to talk about this until the time to actually do so came. So now I will. Anyway, so Ethan Klein has shared a defamatory screenshot, a fake screenshot, along with some other screenshots he posted from accounts that clearly aren't mine, of tweets that he, of course, did not confirm were real or not either. I guess he was too dumb to look at the
hold on. This is another layer to the Ethan drama. drama where, oh, okay, so those, it turns out that those screenshots were not even his.
And see that it was an impersonator. Nonetheless, I don't particularly care about those screenshots, but I do care about this one. Given that this is Ethan Klein choosing to hop onto a Zionist organization's campaign to brand me as a sex criminal, acknowledged under defamation precedents in most countries in the world, it's pretty much the worst accusation you can ever make against someone. Ethan Klein, a creator with millions of followers, apparently doesn't have any legal advice or something, and he thinks that just sharing screenshots that he has not verified at all of very easy to edit social media posts is a good idea. Well, it's not. This is a screenshot that is obviously crafted specifically to accuse me of pedophilia. 2 seconds. 2 seconds of critical thinking. And you could look at it and think like, hey, why does this have so many likes? Why does it have like no replies? You would think that someone saying something like that would get like lots of outrage and not many likes, right? And why is it that there's not a single mention of my handle on Twitter from October 7th to October 9th, 2023? If there were 4 replies like the screenshot shows, there should be 4 mentions. And it's also kind of impossible for me to have made it anyway, given that my account was suspended at the time and was not unsuspended until November 6, 2023, as this email clearly shows. So Ethan Klein, you have one very simple option here. You offer an unreserved apology on every account where you posted this. You deal with all of your fans on the social media platforms that I know that you control, such as your Reddits, who are presently not only posting this screenshot, but accusing me of having committed sex crimes, and you of course delete your own defamatory posts, or I will be forced to take every means necessary to retaliate against someone who is clearly not responsible enough to have such a big platform. So I suggest you take my
That's a litigious winky face.
Very generous offer of apologizing and just admitting that you are kind of a dumb fuck who believes anything that you see. Destiny, who is an actual pedophile who you are associated with, someone who admitted to being attracted to 15.
No shit. Pat Empanada is a bit unhinged. Yeah.
15-year-old girls.
So what is the admitting to jerking off to?
Yeah, just expect any time that you see bad Empanada content, and if I'm speaking ill of him, it allegedly will be used in the proper context in those videos.
15-year-olds, and what is that in relation to?
I never admitted to jerking off. I think I just said like this. I think the log is something like this 15-year-old chick was trying to send me, or was sending me pictures of herself, and she was hot as fuck. It's like really hard to like turn down some of these people. I think.
Wait, how old was she?
She said she was 15.
And who shared photos of them in group chats. Perhaps it's not the best idea to uncritically believe what you see from that guy's fans next time. Perhaps
what happened to cancel culture exactly?
It's not the best idea to post easily editable screenshots of people, given how incredibly easy it is to fake them, and how easy it is for others to turn that same practice around on you. And given the clear difficulties that you're going to have proving that a fake screenshot is real, consider yourself duly warned, and also consider yourself called out for being a complete and utter pathetic coward who avoided responding to the videos that I made responding to you on the actual merits, and instead resorted to waiting a literal month and then posting straight up defamation, accusing someone of pedophilia and sex crimes. Ironic, given that for years, you made jokes about raping children in your hilarious reaction videos.
There's blood pumping to my penis and it's filling up.
Does he have like baby edition? Newborn baby edition?
You probably have to go to the dark web for that one, Eli.
Like 2 months baby edition?
That's fucked up, dude. You gotta go dark web for that one, Eli. I don't know if they host those on YouTube.
Okay, yeah, that kind of, again, that humor doesn't bother me necessarily. I'm sorry. It doesn't make me, like, cringe as much as a lot of people, unfortunately, just because I've heard a lot worse. But I don't know. If you're trying to do something like that, okay, I understand. Real quick, if you are watching, if you're just joining the stream, leave a like. And yeah, if you are watching this this clip, please leave a comment and subscribe to the channel. I would really appreciate it. So. All right. Okay. Oh, the bad Empanada segment. What'd you guys think? Oh, man. Bad Empanada is a bit unhinged. Is actually, yeah, I mean, you got to be a little unhinged to do this YouTube thing. You know, it's kind of funny. This is the second time in a professional context that I have kind of seen myself that way, because I was also a hockey goaltender, and I'll never forget when my first coach said, "You have to have a special mentality," and you definitely got it. I was like, was that an insult? I feel like that was an insult. So, but yeah. All right. We're not done yet. In fact, Destiny thinks this is normal is very telling. I mean, Rise, realistically, do you think that Destiny is just trying to do like a full pivot now? I'm seeing this a lot, like the Anna Kasparian timing. Sus. Destiny's timing, sus. LonerBox's timing, sus. Like, I don't know, man. These are difficult things to come to terms with. It's taken me a long time. I don't know. Being a leftist comedian is a little bit harder because most, like, the thing that's and I'm speaking a little bit hyperbolically here, but it is kind of just like, hey, sorry, actually just got distracted. Can't play hockey without a goalie. It's a hard position. It is. It's a lot of people, funny enough, they misinterpret the position as being like you have to be one of the shittiest skaters. You actually have to be one of the best skaters on the team because you have to be able to advance forward and backward on a dime and also do quick pivots. So I enjoyed it. I had to get out for some concussion issues, so go figure. That thing's made of Kevlar. That thing is no joke. That's a they call it a wall mask. It's made in Finland. It is made with enough Kevlar to block buckshot. So I've been in a position when I'm coaching, and I wouldn't look at younger women like that seriously. And I'm younger than D and not a saint. Legal is as well. I mean, I'm of that. You know what's weird? I'm at that age now where you're all kids to me. It's like, ugh. Yeah, start breaking that mid-20s. I mean, it's the older ladies that are doing it. Duke of Bread. No, I am not Canadian. I'm from Chicago. I know, got a little bit of that Midwest accent. But no, I'm a Chicagoan, proud, very, very proud. I love my city. Unless you think it's like Chirac. What's that? Rise, you gotta. Is that just a misspelling? What is, like, what I miss here? Ectali exactly is cringe. What? I feel. Oh, we're still talking about Destiny. My bad. Oh, yes, Chicago is a hockey town, guys. Make no mistake. You know, our Hawks, we've sucked for a while. I can't even watch them right now because they got this whole thing with not having it on cable anymore, and I still pay for that. So I'm not gonna pay $20 just to watch, my team suck. They're not exactly great right now. I'm sorry. But no, I still go to live games. I used to be a season ticket holder with the AHL affiliate in Rockford. So yes, I used to drive all the way out there. If you're not familiar with the area, Rockford's about hour 25 minutes, hour and a half away from a little Chicago town. So yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to get off on a hockey stunlock, but you guys got me all excited. All right, so we got a little bit more politics here. Like getting to know you guys, though. It's kind of fun. But yeah, I can say right now, Destiny is, Scotland beat Poland in the last minute today in football. It was amazing. Very nice. Wait, is there like a national tournament or something going on? I watch a little. I'm assuming we're talking football and not, whatever. Just call it soccer for me. I'm American. Come on. No, I enjoy it. I actually enjoy it. Gone to a few Fire games, and we also have a women's soccer team that just renamed to the Chicago Stars. They were the Red Stars, which, funny enough, was the name of a hockey team I used to play on. Okay, so I'm gonna get off the hockey talk. Losing viewers here. Give me 1 second. I had this lined up specifically for this. Where did it go? All right. we got a, I gotta do a little bumper here, so give me a second. I gotta do something that, oh, you know what? Here. I'm pretty sure that this will not get me in trouble.
News broke.
Yep, okay. Nice. Beat the Kansas City Chiefs, the other football, great team. My Bears suck. Like, and have for a while. It's funny, if you want to ask my parents, there's some little bit of sus time in between the Bears winning the Super Bowl and my birth. You know what I mean? So, let's just say that they were a little excited, you know. Family, my mom is a reformed Packers fan, so. The Bulls suck too. Cubs sucked. Like, just, yeah, whatever. It's rough being a Chicago sports fan right now, okay? Just, sympathies, okay? Okay, let's be nice. God, even the Hawks are not doing that great right now. But I said I was done with hockey talk. So, but real quick, I wanted to bring up this video. I can remember. We got Farron Balanced. This guy's Farron Cousins. He does the Ring of Fire, which, if you do not know, was actually started with Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar and Farron were the originals there. But yeah, he has a pretty good take on the InfoWars situation. So let's take a quick look
on
at that.
Thursday, that Alex Jones' beloved InfoWars...
Actually, I'm going to just be honest with you guys. I'm going to close this window. I'm going to take a piss real quick, and I'll be back in a second.
All of the infrastructure attached to it, including all of the equipment that the company owns, is now the property of the satirical news organization, The Onion. The Onion bought Alex Jones' InfoWars, which might be the most hilarious thing ever. And, of course, Alex Jones did not take this very well. Alex Jones posted multiple videos throughout the day on Thursday freaking out about this information. So before I read you part of what he said, I got another clip too I want to show you. But here's what happened. Alex Jones obviously is facing about $1.5 billion with the defamation verdicts against him from the Sandy Hook families. Now, because of this, the judge had ordered his assets to be sold at auction. So it was a court order, and yes, that is important. So The Onion came along, wanted to buy InfoWars, because that's just hilarious, but it was expensive. So they worked with the Sandy Hook families to reduce slightly the amount that they would be paid in order to buy InfoWars at a slightly reduced price, right? Like the price of InfoWars was here, these people are getting paid this much, reduce it off here, take it off there as well, they pay, that's how it worked. So now that you know the ins and outs of it, this is what Alex Jones had to say. First, he posted a 2-minute video on Twitter where he says, "They're shutting us down even without a court order." Again, there was a court order. There was literally a court order to sell it. But he's like, they're doing it without a court order. That is beyond false. He then said that Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper, the bidding rules changed. No, like it came to a legal agreement that this is what would happen. The rules didn't change. They came to an agreement, which, by the way, the agreement had to include your people too. Anyway, he said that there would be injunctions filed and he would continue to broadcast on other platforms. "I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. I'm going to say, where's your court order?" Yeah, and they'll show it to you too, you idiot. But that was just the first response. Then he actually gets on, does his real show, spreads more lies, saying this.
So we are here on air right now And I want to see the documents. I want to see the court order. The Onion buys Alex Jones InfoWars at auction with help from Sandy Hook family. So they're buying a company to get the equipment, the name, and money that's in InfoWars to then give it to themselves. But it's not about the money. So, again, it's insane. When I go to these court hearings, these people are there, particularly Connecticut. They just smile at me and like wait by the door and like, just like, and it's like they live on me and talk about me, and I'm their persecutor because I'm famous and successful and barely ever talked about them. So they're attached to me. And the FBI and the CIA cooked all this up.
You didn't just mention it, once. And these people were not coming for you because, they're whatever the weird freaking thing is you did. You destroyed their lives after their lives had already been destroyed. You accused their dead children of being crisis actors. You led your audience to believe that these people were faking the whole thing in order to come and take your guns. Some of these families had to move at least 9 times to avoid your audience who was threatening to murder them. This wasn't the CIA. This wasn't the deep state. It's not all those crazy people. This was you. You got...
Hey, real quick, shout out to Robin B. You're one of the most active members of my community. I have definitely noticed you, so.
What you
Thank you for all the interaction.
That is what happened. This is justice. And yeah, it's a little weird because we're not used to actually seeing people held accountable in this country anymore. But this is one instance
Brad, where do you think
where
they get the
somebody was
cartoonish
held
villains?
accountable, and now his stupid little organization is owned by the Onion.
What do you mean? I see my name out there. Don't you understand that the men need strong male role models like myself?
That, my friends, is poetic justice. Thanks for watching, everybody. And if you're not already, please subscribe to the channel.
I'm not kidding. If you're not subbed to Ring of Fire, please do that. If you're not subbed to me, please do that. No. Guys having fun here. People call it a crutch. You know what I call it? Lo-fi that I really enjoy doing my job to. So, his suits are absurd. Again, he started dressing more like a Batman. I mean, it's weird. We actually live in a time where Batman villains, you kind of pointed it out right there. Roger Stone, looking like the Penguin. You got Jordan Peterson looking like the Riddler. Nowhere near as cool, though. I mean,
riddle me this. Riddle me this, woke man.
All right. God, I can't stand Jordan Peterson. That guy. I try to be fair with voices. I mean, I love, oh my God, I just totally had a brain fart. Jesse Ventura. He's like one of my favorite people ever. But you know what? He sounds ridiculous. Did you know that I was in the Navy SEALs? I was an underwater demolitions expert. But the thing is, he's very interesting when he talks about that. So that's why I'm, I don't know. I also grew up with listening to Macho Man, so, oh God, I like that. Yeah, but I mean, let's be real. Our fucking president of the United, I am the commander-in-chief. Get that? I mean, come on. This is me we're talking about. I want to introduce you to the guy who's going to solve all of our healthcare problems. He's going to make sure that COVID never comes back because we don't need that pesky COVID no more. Hello, I'm here from freshly killing a bear. You want to talk about the weirdest controversy to come out of the election? I know. I just had to drop that little turd out there. God. Yeah, we really goes right back to it. Oh, man. Yeah. Come out as fascist. Duke of Bread, who was the one that from your childhood who came out as fascist, if you don't mind me asking? Trying to think. Well, I mean, Donald Trump from my childhood. I mean, God. Me and Macaulay Culkin are, I think, like a year or two apart. Like, I watch Home Alone 2, and I always think back. I had that talk boy. I dreamed about going there. And my mom, like, she explained exactly who Donald Trump was. And even then, she was just like, that guy's a piece of shit. And then, without divulging too much, I was in a profession that actually dealt with the Trump family. And I can say that I'm one of those with an unpaid invoice from Trump. From the Trump family. It also had Michael Cohen's name on it too. That's when he was his attorney. Yeah, I'm a little old, guys. I've been around. Yeah, all these bozos on stage with Trump. All of them? All of them. Oh, okay. Trying again. So we got Trump from my childhood. He's total fash. Oh, you know what? That's kind of being too generous. Guys like Rob Schneider, Jim Brewer. Oh, that's the one that fucking hurts, man. Sorry. Try to swear less on stream. But that's the one that hurts because, you know, he was hilarious. He actually, to this day, he has one of my favorite stories of when he worked at Ace Hardware. And he worked in the paint department, and he pulled it. This was in 2003, so he pulled the joke where he was like with, yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, it's just like, oh, this does kind of still play to his audience in 2024, and maybe I'm just reassessing where I stood in it, where he was acting like Osama bin Laden, like he literally said the name Osama bin Laden. He was just like, Alaba. And I'm here. I need some paint. I can't do. I'm not even gonna try to do his bit justice because he doesn't deserve it. Like, fuck him. Now, one of the more problematic bits that I enjoy is Sam Kinnison's. We're just yeah. It's just you see this? This is sand. You know, you live in a desert. Maybe move to where the phone is. Like, sorry. It was it's pretty funny. It still kind of tracks a little bit, where it's just like, yeah, you see, nothing grows here. He came to Scotland for golf courses in 2011, and I said they better be careful because he could be president. That's how cynical I am. Oh no. Nice, Rice. Well, oh shit, 2011. You saw that, huh? Wow. I don't know. In America, like, he tried to pull that, like, I'm running for president. He did it, I think it was 2012. And I'm gonna get on the Republican ticket. No, I think, oh, Jesus. I think he was on the Democratic ticket the first time. Or he was either going independent or Democratic, but he was definitely a Democrat at that point. Again, like, I'm an old Howard Stern listener, so, like, he would always show up and, hey, Howard, I've got some more stories for you. You know, you're my favorite New Yorker. You were at my wedding along with Hillary Clinton. But yeah, like, he was always like talking specifically about, like, just wait, I might get into politics. I don't know, it's a strange game, but I'm probably gonna have to run as a Democrat. And it was, at one point he even tried to say, like, he's on a Howard Stern episode saying, but if I have to, I'll get on the Republican ticket because they're kind of dumb. And it was like, he literally fucking said it. Oh, man. I wish I could play those. I actually have an excuse for not having those clips because you want to talk litigious. SiriusXM, they do not play. I played 12 seconds of the Kamala Harris interview on Howard Stern, and Yeah, that almost landed me a strike on my channel. Avoided it, though. Avoided it. All good. All right, so I have one more thing. Well, having fun just kind of chatting. Yeah, he fucked over with his promise. And well, so the Scottish golf courses, wasn't there something really funny where there was like a specific landowner that wouldn't give up his land? I kind of vaguely remember something about that, or like a Vice piece where the guy just refused to sell his land, so they had to build around it or something like that. And they he couldn't get the like ocean view hole, and also like the guy on top of it, if anybody comes near his property, like he's a super like pain in the ass about it. So my favorite Trump quote is when he says, "Every day I go outside, I see a Puerto Rican, and they give me a big kiss, and they say, 'I love Trump.'" Yeah, I mean, Shane Gillis has a great bit about Trump where he's like, "Can we just admit that Trump is funny? Can we just admit it? Like, Trump is hilarious. Like, I hate the guy. I hate his policies, but damn it if the guy does not make he like, again, Shane Gillis's bit, but it was hilarious where he was just like, when he was on doing the primaries, he's just like, "Little Marco, ugly as a dog." Or no, he's like, "His wife is ugly as a dog." Or Ted Cruz, he's like, "Ted Cruz, what, his wife is ugly as a dog. You got an ugly wife, Ted." And his dad, nobody saw him and the Zodiac Killer in the same room, or nobody said they didn't see him in the same room. We are in an era of idiot fascism. Yeah, you know what? That's why I'm sitting here laughing so hard at it. At least it's funny. At least it's fucking funny. It'd be a lot more depressing if it was like full 1984. If this was being done by some boring dickhead. Oh, could you imagine like a Ron DeSantis? Like, dude, oh yeah, see, this would be so much worse. Sorry, I know that's a weird take, but yeah, at least the dude that's doing it is just a fucking bumbling idiot. Like, at least I think my one solace is if like I were to ever need to plead my case to Trump, I could, because I have done sales, so I could just be like, "You're great, man, you're great. I think that what you've done is great. That part, you know." But then afterwards, just be like, I don't know. That's honestly why I got out of the business I was in, because it was a lot of stuff like that. What do we got? Yeah, he fucked over with his promise, and the wind farms. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I still hold that Trump is hilarious. He said some pretty funny shit just even this last time. Like, eat the cats and the dogs. They're eating the cat. Like, that was real. What the fuck? Ron DeSantis is the one that, Ron DeSantis, because that has an air of like creepy. Like, yeah, I mean, Trump's creepy, but I don't know. As I said, there's something weird there. But it's like, I was actually kind of not kidding. Like, I do have a feeling, like, I feel like he's an idiot. So at some point I could just be like, okay, we can outsmart this. Like, we're better than this, guys. We're better than this. But yeah, like I was just saying, a DeSantis would scare the crap out of me, because it's like, I might not be able to outsmart this. It's like, you see Harvard on these things. It's like, even though, I mean, obviously they kind of bought themselves in or whatever. Saw a short about the guy with his water getting cut off. Agree. Legendary. Yep. Yeah, no. Okay. So, I knew I remembered that, right? Okay, cool. The cats and the dogs. It's old school. Yeah, I know it's old school racism. Especially about Haitians, but still, it's the way he said it and the platform on which he said it. He said that in front of like 92 million people. And also, he was so baited into it. Like, the fact that, it wasn't a policy thing. It wasn't even like her going after him with like a good singer. It was literally just like, your crowds aren't that big, Trump. And he was just like, you know what? I got something to say. It's just like, Hold on, I got something to say. I need to say this. And that's one of my favorite moments of the entire campaign, where you just know his entire staff was just like, "Oh no!" Oh god, that was fucking great. I don't know. Yeah, you're not wrong about this being, us living in the dumbest time period. Although, we're living in the funniest one, because as I said, we got the funny dictator, and then, on top of it, we got the Onion buying InfoWars. Come on, that right there. I mean, come on. That was, yeah, I actually had watched that video before, hence why I used it as I had to go do a little refresher of my bladder, because, yeah, I'll be honest, about halfway through that last video, getting a little painful. All right, I'm going to keep saying it, guys. If you have not liked the stream already, please do. It is free for you, and it helps me out incredibly in the algorithm. And if you want to support leftist content creators, please subscribe. Also, I do offer memberships. Only $1.99. If you want that members-only content, I'm working on... I'm working on a lot of that. I'm going to be doing members-only streams from 11 to noon. Or 11 to 1, sorry, Central Time. Going to be doing some live reacts to some Majority Report and some news reports before the mainstream. So, and also, yeah, I will have a lot more interaction with people. So... Welcome to the new viewer. Damn it, you missed my like spiel. All right, fine. Well, I won't do it all over, but hit that like button, please. I know it's kind of pathetic that YouTubers, I used to have this exact same opinion where I was like, it's the shill time, but dude, the way that they built this, the way that and they show you your I can't say too much. I actually did sign a waiver about that, but yeah, they have analytics that do show you exactly what's up with that, and yeah, that's why I just gotta say, I'm yeah, if you enjoy it, just please leave the like. You know what? Yeah, don't want to ask too much. See, notice how the asking for memberships, where I'm just like, hey. But realistically, I did purposely make my memberships a lot cheaper than most YouTubers, because I know I'm new to this, but at the same time, they had some, a bunch of, suggested prices, and I was just like, are you, what? Get out of here. No. I'm not worth that much. I have confidence, but not that much. All right. What was the last thing I got? Talk about Ludwig. We're done with that. Twitch says Zionist is a slur. We're done with that. Ethan Klein's situation got worse. Done with that. ROH. Done with that. Oh, okay. Here we go. We got a little bit more. This is going to be a little less drama. It's not Hasan. But actually one of my favorite podcasters, Franny Fio, if you don't know who she is, Francesca Fiorentini from the Bituation Room, which is such a solid name. Good for her. Yeah, we're gonna check out a video with her talking with Mehdi Hasan. But before we do that, I'm gonna interact with you guys just a wee bit more. Yes, like and sub, Duke of Bread. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Wait, the way Harris got a rise out of him was funny and pathetic. Okay, don't give him the nuclear. Robin, I actually think that... Do you really think he has the nuclear? I'm not sure. I think they keep that case with the most sane person. I don't know. But who's that anymore? That's the scariest part now. And man, he has been saying some wild shit. I think we will lose free speech soon, sadly. No, Duke of Bread, as much as I want to doomer on that a little bit, nah, I don't think that they don't want true riots, because that'll bring out true riots, because if you're new to my content, I have, since the election, tried to differentiate between Trump voters and Trump supporters. Like, Trump supporters are too far gone. They're the cultists, whatever. They're the loudest ones. They're the easiest to ignore. But Trump voters are the ones that, you know, showed up, thought, hey, I'll give them a shot. Believe it or not, there's a lot of them where they literally just went, hey, I am not happy with Biden. I'm not happy with the Democrats. I'm going to give the other side a shot. They weren't even thinking of Trump. They were just thinking other side gets a shot, because a lot of people are just conditioned to the two-party system, which we could go into that all day, but it's not like Jill Stein's actually fucking helping. But yeah, that's, yeah. Damn it. He would call generals and they would not all be in the room. Yeah. Sorry. Well, okay, so that's where I was going with the Trump. Sorry, you actually kind of got distracted there by the chat. That's where I was going with that, though, is the idea that he would piss off that whole collective. I don't think that they would. I don't think they'd stand for it. I think that would be enough of it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. The true test of democracy is going to be like, he's literally saying the shit right now where he's like, listen, all the Republicans have to do is they just got to make it a thing so I can be there for a third term. So, yeah, I'm not going to, like, my whole stance on all this kind of stuff is don't doomer until it's time to doomer. Okay? Because I've only got so much mental health that I can give to this shit, and also preparation. Preparation is key, you know? But yeah. Don't doomer yet. I hope not. They hopefully give him a fake. Yeah. He would call general. Yeah, we are. I read you. They don't want to drop nukes. No. Mutually assured destruction is still a thing. Like, there's a reason that nobody's really taken that, you know, and gone there. Hello, Bay. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Really appreciate you being here. Guys, I'm gonna do it. It's free. Hit that like. Also, sub to the channel if you have not. Appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, you know, I'm trying. Laughing is a good one. Also, as I said, like, I mean, come on, the Onion buying InfoWars, the fact that was real, I actually had to do it. Like, you ever have that moment where you're just like, you try to go back to sleep and wake up and that story's still there, and you're just like, huh, I did that with the election too. I'll admit it. That was my little bit of cope. Dropping nukes is not profitable, but 2,000 pounds is. Well, nukes, there's the fallout. It makes the land unlivable. The 2,000 pound bombs, there's no fallout. I know it's dour to say, but that's the reason. Yeah, I think it's the same thing with hydrogen and all that. Yeah, I don't like thinking about it. It's fucked. So there's no denying that, man. Like, people will get it together after this one, I believe. So Robin, I'm not trying to do like the cope shit, and I'm also not trying to be like we are the resistance, even though, yeah, cool, we are. I just feel like the resistance has a lot more we're much better organized with the ideas of what we can do to get behind somebody. Like, I've heard a lot of consensus behind the idea that we just need to find a younger Bernie. And I'm going to just speak simply to it, where it's just like, hey, like, that's just the long and short of is Bernie needs a Robin, like to his Batman. He needs a protege. Hey, Robin, you want to step in? Hey, sorry. Never said all my jokes are good. But no, that's like realistically what we need is we need somebody to step into the position. We need somebody to not Gavin Newsom. Can we not? I'd prefer not, you know, I'd really, but we also have to be real because a lot of people have been saying, hey, we got to go right for Bernie. It's just like, yeah, put him out there to sell the message. But, Duke of Bread, people must resist by building community. Absolutely. And that's also why I try to not divide the leftist communities. I try to say, hey, we pretty much all agree on, you know, the really important shit, but I get called a shitlib and a enlightened centrist for that kind of talk, so especially during the election. Ooh. Sorry, just got I've been ignoring my stomach for a little bit. It's gonna be time to eat here soon. Instead of just talking points, they need drawn out cause. So, yeah, but you need to sell those policies. So I know it's like talking points do have their place. I don't like necessarily not talking points. I would say more so. Well, you kind of were saying it like, what's the word I'm looking for? Marketing. Marketing is the word that I would say, because like that's where leftists have always been really bad with that shit. I mean, look at the way that we did the defund the police movement, and we have to just admit that was bad marketing. That was still being thrown in our face. So, you know, we just need to be better with that. Better marketing, populace. We have to be better with our messaging. We really have to be better with outreach. We have to be totally better about not being condescending to people. That's a big one, because when I talk to normies that are apolitical, which are my friends, I'm just gonna say it. Like, my friends are just pretty normal dudes that are not political, especially like because I've, you know, played so many team sports that, trust me, I am a lot of us that do not agree. But the nice part is, at least in the locker rooms that I've been part of, the last team broke that one, and yeah, it sucked. But most of the time, it's no religion in politics, so it's, I don't know, but I still hold to the view, if trans rights are something that you're gonna be like, oh, that's where I draw the line. It's like, yeah, that's where I draw my line too. If you don't think they're people, fuck you, get out of my life. Like, I hate that shit. I have no tolerance for that. Solidarity. And for real, like, this is a safe space for you guys. Well, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, better message, and then it's easier to explain. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, that's kind of my whole thing, and it's also just, there's messaging to the right people. Hell, I'll use Kamala for this example. Like, Kamala, that's where they were so based in the beginning, where they tried to pretend that she didn't say socialized medicine. She did. I have the video here. It's my very first video. If you want, it's not even that hard to find. Just go all the way back. Very first video, she said it. So, and that's why I was excited. I thought it was it. I thought she was kind of doing the Bernie thing, where I'm like, oh my God, she's actually going to do it. She realizes how much she needs this base. Yeah. Boy, did I overestimate that shit. They abandoned that and traded us in for Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and the disaffected Republicans, because, you know, that's a big chunk of the electorate. Ugh. Those Lincoln Project assholes really did a number. For real. Getting so many people to just be like, yeah, this is exactly how it is. It's like, no, it's not. No, it's not. All right, people buy into narratives. Yes. In fact, unfortunately, the dumb one, like not the dumb people, the dumb narratives. Like for some reason, they always latch on to the one that's just like, ow, really? Yeah, better message and easier to explain. Yep. The left in the U.S. at least needs a candidate who holds the establishment to account. Absolutely. That's hard to do, though. That's hard to do because you have to have that establishment push you. Like AOC, I actually, I think that AOC is a really good example of this, where she is very good with her politics. She's very good with her consistency, but she also plays the game. And, you know, to her detriment sometimes, where a lot of leftists get really pissed off at her. So, which that sucks. I hate to see that shit. Damn it. Almost out of water. That's not good. All right. What do we got? The S&P in Scotland basically broke a two-party system and almost managed to gain independence. Recent polls are now about 50-50. See, this is my whole stance on third-party politics, as the third party, unfortunately, that's going to get created is going to be a center-left, center-right party that's going to be like a purple party. It already kind of happened with the Kabbalah. Like, that's what they were trying to build. You know, they want a corporatist shill party, and that's what they're trying to, like, sell on people just bit by bit. But because you have MAGA doing what they did, they already pushed it too far right. And then, you know, I hate to say it, the left is pushing a lot of people farther out. You know, that's kind of how you get this corporatist third-party bullshit. But also, Brazil was kind of what made me change my views on that a little bit. Once I started reading up on Brazil, I think they have something like 27 parties or some shit like that. I know it's over 20. And if you're not familiar with Michael Brooks and what he did with getting Lula out of prison and the advocacy that he did, it's definitely worth looking into. Michael Brooks, he was on the Majority Report, and also he ran the Michael Brooks Show. Rest in peace. He gone too soon. He's actually like almost responsible for me doing this, because he had a great sense of humor, but he also was able to speak to people with a degree of sincerity, and also to like speak on issues with a degree of seriousness when it needed, to where it wasn't always just, you know, a bunch of yucks, but he also wasn't afraid to crack a joke. So he was always very cool. Forgot where I was going with that, because I actually did just get really sad and bummed out about that, where I was like, oh, damn it, Brooks. You know what, chat? Help me with this. Where was I going? Duke of Bread, you just heard. Where was I going with this? I just stuttered out pretty hard. Oh, AOC, thank you. AOC is good, needs to refine her rhetoric. See, that's where I don't want to argue with you, but I would argue that point a little bit, where I think that her rhetoric is almost there because of, like, it's the responsive, you know, it's the response to the far left, but it's also the response to where she's trying to sell us on the norms, the normies. Like, I really, yeah. He did Vipassana meditation. I was amazed. What is that? Oh, yeah. Sorry, Michael, yeah. Oh my God, the way that he practiced actual meditation, I can't do that. My brain doesn't silence. Yeah, me and Michael also came out of a very similar background, where he came out of the Jehovah's Witness and was homeschooled. I came out of an evangelical cult that was the school. But yeah, we definitely, like, I had a similar breaking from it. The weird part is, what got me breaking from the church was actually reading Jesus, like the actual like message from Jesus, and like, you know, I sat there and was just like, okay, the Sermon on the Mount, one of the most famous chapters of the Bible, but yeah, you must know I'm an atheist, so I'll be talking about that a little bit more later on. There's a lot there, but yeah, it definitely helped me get into leftist politics, was kind of just applying Jesus's message to politics and just being like, oh. And also, like, didn't mean to shout. I actually had a pretty decent civics course in my high school, believe it or not, because it was a college prep system. So, yeah, I actually, that's where I started challenging the idea where I'm just, because one of my history teachers, who was also my civics teacher, he was just like, yeah, Jesus would have been a capitalist. I was like, excuse me? And then he had this weird, he's just like, yeah, we need to abolish taxes. I'm just like, oh, you really didn't read this. All right. My mom has done that meditation my whole life. You go for 10 days of silent meditation. You should check it out. It is free. Changed my life. Very cool, Duke of Bread. Very cool. You know what? I don't know. Maybe. I'm open to that kind of thing. That's 10 days of silence. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but the reason I'm doing this job is not exactly because I'm not a talker. So, I tend to chat. You know, silence makes me nervous. Plus, you got this, I don't know. I don't want to get lost in my brain too much. Like, I'm not sure if he suffered from, like, a little bit of anxiety or depression, but I got anxiety that can easily turn into depression, so I think we all do a little bit. Believe it or not, though, I'm not on the autism spectrum. I have been asked that a few times with what's going on. My stepmother told me Jesus was a feminist. Robin B, yeah, actually. Specifically the Catholic one. Believe it or not. So I can speak for Anglo-Catholicism. I'm not all that much up on Roman Catholicism, but in Anglo-Catholicism we had the Apocrypha, and we actually had like the Book of Mary and like Mary Magdalene. We also kind of subscribed to the idea that Jesus had an earthly family type of deal, but yeah, that was a different side of things. Believe it or not, that one was actually in conflict with my my upbringing. I'm autistic, probably shows. Duke of Bread. Ah, you're fine. I'm just saying. I've had a lot of people just be like, oh, when they find out how old I am, they're just like, wait a minute, what? It's just, no. I don't know. Plus, I've been tested for it too many times, and no, I just got a little bit of that ADHD. You know, the classic case. Oh God, I almost said the thing. I'm artistic, not autistic. Yuck. Ugh. In the balls. Literally pray to Mary. Yeah, but that's not the same Mary. There eyes. That is Mother Mary, the Virgin. Mary Magdalene, she was not a saint, but a little bit of a difference. Also, the one, I mean, 37. Duke of Bread. I am 37 years old. An 86 baby. Having autism is fine. Thinking differently. My wife calls it neurospicy. You're fine. You're fine. You're totally fine. Neurospicy. I enjoy neurospicies. You know what? Artistic. True. Sorry, I almost read that differently. I was like, oh. Yeah, no, we are. Actually, I'm not sure if you guys can... There. Better view. My art table. I actually, I paint miniatures. I'm into Warhammer. Surprise. I don't know what it is about doing leftist YouTube and Warhammer, but hey, something about it. But yeah, I also, I have all my sketchbooks down there. Yeah. Drawn paint If you see my icon, my profile picture, yeah, yeah, I did that. It's actually done by hand. I didn't use a what do you call this thing? The art pad. Tried to do it. It's not easy. So I was just like, you know what, screw it. Got a light box. Click. So love neurospicy. Yeah. You know what? When my wife said that, she's just like, yeah, neurospicy. We are both me and my wife have ADHD, so we are a neurospicy household. And also, we have not taken this away yet, and this is true. My last name is Pepper, so there, jokes write themselves. Come on, that's why I do this. All right. Ooh, look at that. 31. Old man. Hey, watch it there, you whippersnapper. Making me feel like Gandalf in this motherfucker. Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, I know, I'm riding that edge of 40. Whatever. I got a birthday coming up too. It sucks. Whatever. I'm actually one of those guys. I'm not sure if you're with me, but I haven't been able to process time with COVID. Like, it's just, I'm one of those people, man. But I also, time is a construct. Thank you. Yes, it's a little play. Nice. Nice. Yes, he is actually part of the neurospicy club. Yeah, the channel name actually, I gotta give my friend some credit. Told me to lighten up about getting made fun of with that stuff, but trust me, man, you can only take so many Dr. Pepper jokes. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah. A little self-portrait of my, you know. Also, I'm a huge Macho Man fan, so that's why I have the purple hoodie on. Let's give a little nod to Macho. Same with the glasses. Although, if you can't tell, that's actually a play on my reflection, because I have the blue light blocker on my my glasses, so I can't get rid of any of this. And also, because of the way my setup is currently, yeah, it's just something I'm gonna have to live with, so whatever. But I appreciate that. Thank you. 40, you hit your stride. Hey, you gotta have the courage to grow, man. Yeah. Duke of Bread, though. Yeah, I guess you could say that. This isn't my first time speaking publicly, so I used to do open mics and feature locally, so yeah. Hope that shows a little bit. I mean, no, I also went to broadcasting school. Actually was trained to do this a little bit, and then sure as shit, that same year, Joe Rogan, like, no bullshit, that's the year that he started his fucking podcast, and I was like, well, that's kind of a bitch. See, it is purple glow in your eyes, matches hoodie. Thank you. Well, yeah, I tried to do a contrast. Just letting you guys know that there was a little background behind it. Yeah, the pepper was actually the hardest part, because the microphone originally in my picture, it was going to be a like a habanero pepper, or like a ghost pepper. But then I kept drawing it. It looked like a dick. So, and believe it or not, I have a pepper garden with many different peppers: ghost peppers, bell peppers, jalapeno peppers, and yeah, I was looking at my garden and I was like, oh, a bell pepper would work. Brilliant. So, yeah. All right. Let's see. What do we got? No, really, people by 40 usually have developed where they are ready for leadership roles. Really? You know, that gives me a little bit of a, I don't know. It's nice. Nice to think about. I don't know, you know, that was a thought that crossed my mind. I'm not even going to pretend that it wasn't, where, you know, 37 years old, I go into play in, you know, the kids' pool, where I'm like, I really don't want to do that. But because of my choice of topic, yeah, it seems to work out. Plus, my contemporaries aren't that much younger than me. I mean, Destiny, if you could call him a contemporary, but I was going to say Destiny, Haas, like those guys were not all that far off in age, you know. But I look at guys like Vosh, you know, he's just turning 30. He's a baby. Like, Xander Hall, another leftist creator, like, he's a kid. But honestly, I got to shout out Xander Hall. If you don't know who he is, check out his content. Xander Hall with an X. Kid's in his 20s, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. And honestly, he did like a little Q&A session, and I just asked him how he streams, and he gave me like a walkthrough on how to do this. And honestly, another person I could say would not be here without, so shout out Xander Hall. Always thought of 45 that way. I don't know, man. The closer you get to 40, it's weird. You look at 45, you're like, damn, that's old. But then you're just like, wait a minute. Yeah, it's dude. Yeah, getting old sucks. But I don't have kids, so that keeps me young. I'll be honest. I'm not sure if you guys have kids. If you guys are wondering how to stay young, that's my recommendation. If you have kids already, I'm sorry, too late. No, kids are great though. I am a proud uncle to a kick-ass nephew. So he is the shit. Like legit. Actually, he's the reason I got that Spider-Man right there. So, he was wondering why I didn't have a Spider-Man in my office, because he saw the one on my window, which that's a special window clean from one of the artists that I have frequented. Real quick, can you guys shout out how you guys found my channel? Just kind of curious, because if you can't tell, we're still in the early days. You know, but I'm actually really interested to see how you guys got here, and I really enjoy the engagement. You guys, you know what? Shout out Duke of Bread. Shout out Rise with the RHIZE. And Robin B. You guys have an awesome. Seriously. I really appreciate you guys in chat. Sorry I keep saying guys. Dude, man, guys. As I said, this is a very trans-inclusive community, but so I just need to say I speak like an idiot and have so dude is non-gendered in this community, okay? Dude, man, and bro, I'll call that one. You know, I can at least call that. I have like 50 Matchbox cars for my nephew. See? Yeah, I have my Switch and my my games for my nephew. Oh, Rise, thank you. I really appreciate that. Oh, that's shit. Financial support's great, but honestly, that's right there. Oh, I'm blushing. Oh, that guy's fine. Never. Oh, cool, Robin. Thank you. I watch MR. I think it came up from there. Cool. Robin, are you in the MR Discord by any chance? Guy. Okay, cool. Hey, still right. Dude, man, guy is gender neutral because of the patriarchy. Because of the patriarchy, it's cool. Haha. All right, appreciate that. But no, I'm dead serious, Robin. Are you in the MR Discord? If you are, let me know. If you're not, can you please join and, I don't know, give a little shout out for pep talks and just say, hey, he's sorry. Because just real quick, playing on this dude, man, and everything. Not in Discord, just YouTube. It's all right. No worries. Yeah, I was on their Discord, and one of their viewers, one of their trans viewers was, I'm just going to say it, she was being a pain in the ass, and she was totally just like she was being super aggressive with everybody in the Discord. And there was another trans girl in our Discord that just said, whoa, calm down, dude. And she's like, don't misgender me. And I made the joke where I was, and whatever, it's a bad joke. I said, dude's not gendered. But then I added an extra dude. And that was, yeah, whatever. But they perma-banned my ass, literally. Fuck, man. And I was in that community for a long time. So, but if you're looking to share a community chat in Discord, I am in the Michael Brooks chat. But I also have my own. What am I doing? Promoting other people's chat Discords. I have my own Discord. What am I doing? Yeah, Pep Talks Discord. Yeah, actually, if you want to join that community, that's a great place for following me. Also, I'm going to be doing some watch-alongs with MR, Vosh, and, you know, let's put it this way. If it's political content, more than likely I'm going to be doing watch-alongs because, yeah, my non-streaming life is going to be for enjoyment and not doing that. Also, yeah, I feel like this is just a better place for it. It'll help my wife's sanity for sure. I'll get my son to do it. And oh, thank you, Robin. I really appreciate that. Yeah, right. Yeah, not even a strike system. They just hard banned my ass. I was like, oh shit. And I'll be honest, you know, like I got some traction there. It was sad. Also, like I think that you guys have watched enough of me just in these, few hours that I'm just trying to be funny. And it's really hard. See, that's the thing that I always kind of forget is comedy is so hard to land, especially when you're doing it through text. Ugh, that's rough. But as we've also learned that that's why I'm convinced that Destiny is not joking. I think that he honestly does kind of feel like the way he does when he talks about that stuff, which is disturbing. Like, truly disturbing. He sucks. Duke of Bread, haha. Yeah, well, you know what? I can't say I'm perfect. But also, like, I think fair ban, get wrecked, ding dong. Sorry. Duke, I was kidding, though. I hope you understand. I was about to say, I'm like, no, I didn't mean it, though. Did I lose context on that, too? Damn it. No, I know. Yeah. I don't know. That's why I was so surprised by the ban, to be completely honest. Like, it just hit me so fast. It hit me in the middle of the show, too. That sucked. I was kind of pissed. I had to go back to YouTube Top Chat. Ugh. Yeah. Which, by the way, refresh if you're... Oh, jeez. Guess who's in Top Chat? There we go. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, if you're in live chat, it's a little bit better. But yeah, text Lex context. No kid. Yeah, man. Are you guys like that where you just you misread everything? And I'm that annoying friend where I'll call and I also take this a little personally. So when I see memes and it's just literally like it's like when I text a friend and they call me back and they're annoyed, I'm like, oh. but I need context. Duke of Bread. How do you email who? Who am I emailing? Oh, email MR. No, I've done that. Yeah, actually, I let my membership lapse a long time ago. I just never bothered to get it back because I got a YouTube Premium subscription, which counts towards their membership, and I get the fun half through that. So, yeah, MR's great. Like, they, I don't know. That's why I was also kind of surprised. I'm like, really? Of all the communities to get banned out, I was like, Majority Report. Shit. I don't know. That one kind of hit me a little bit. But, my sister-in-law, I do not text her, have to call her. She's like, why don't you text me? No. Yeah, see? Okay. Rise, yes, Majority Report. It is, MR is Majority Report, which, my wife was not really familiar with it, and I had it on in the car at one point, and they had the fun half on it, and it's tagged MR Fun, and she's like, Mr. Fun, what the hell are you listening to? And I was like, what? Oh! It's like, shit, I never, shit. But yeah, I do a lot of Majority Report following, I guess. I watch almost every day. I was a regular viewer, like every single day. Sam is, he's great. He's one of the more nuanced people on the internet. He also, he worked in professional broadcasting, so he also does things with like an air of old-time radio that I really appreciate. Old-time radio. Yeah! You're listening to old-time leftist radio. Welcome. Almost said my name. Need to be careful there. Yeah. You're listening to Pep Talks on KBYL Radio 103. I like your MR videos. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Watch that from when he was a small channel. Rise. Yeah, that's how I feel about Vosh. Funny enough, I used to watch Vosh when he had maybe 12,000 subs. But yeah. He had the radio show, but took a while for him to really take off on YouTube. Always thought deserved more attention. Yeah, unfortunately, he also didn't play into like using his celebrity like friends. Sarah Silverman. He could totally have her on as a co-host. Even she offered it. Janine Garofalo. He actually told her not to really plug the show all that much because he didn't want. I'm not sure if there was drama there. It doesn't seem like it though. Like it seems like she just didn't want to do it anymore. But yeah. Yeah. Good people. MR keeps me sane. Yeah. You know what? I don't want to be that guy, but I'm gonna be. It does. Like it has. It's definitely brought a nice community together. I gotta say, as I was saying, like, I like that. I watched Vosh when he started. I have mixed feelings about him. Haha. I don't blame you. Was it the horse stuff? Was it the porn file? Was it the Destiny debates? Which one was it? The thing is, whatever. Again, I can watch people not agree with him on everything. I enjoy his content, and he also kind of helped me get the vibe on how to do this. So, plus, he just genuinely seems like a cool person. That's half the reason that I vibe with, people on streams, personally, when I'm watching them. So, yeah, they just seem like cool people. I'm kind of, I don't know. How did you find Vosh, though? Did you find him through Destiny? Because that's how I found him. And it was weird, because I was actively looking to get out of Destiny's community at that point. So it was kind of like... Gotta take a little puff of the scaredy bear. You have not met him yet. I like to call him my scaredy bear because when I get a little scared. It's a joke that has been a long time running, so. He was a guest on the Drunken Peasants podcast. You're not tripping. Trust me, I know about that. Yes, Watch, tell me one more time. I'm not active enough. Look at that. We cracked 4 hours. So, I'm just having a good time kind of vibing with you guys. So, let's keep going. I found out about Destiny through Vosh. Oh, really? Wow. That's... Wow. Sorry if you kind of wrecked my brain there for a minute, because Actually, you know what? I just thought about this. My first little, foray into this community, oddly enough, was probably through Rogan. Kyle Kalinske and David Pakman. That's how they got me into, the online leftist sphere that wasn't the, part of the streaming squad, I guess. Came up as a suggestion. Robin B, yeah, if you watch my content, he likely will. He's got good stuff. Give him a shot. Yeah, he's one of the more controversial figures of the internet, but honestly, he has good takes. He's a ally to the communities that I give a shit about, so... Duke of Bread. I'm sorry. I got into politics around 2016. Ugh. Bad time to do that. No, I mean... God, 2016 was full. Gamergate. All that shit. Oh, man. Trump. Yeah. I, unfortunately, because of my age, got into politics in 2003. With the John Kerry election. So, yeah. I remember I was 17 though. I was a year too late to vote for John Kerry. So my very first president I ever voted for was Barack Obama, number 1. Yeah, 2016, bad year. I'll argue that. Actually, 2016 was a badass year. Cubs won the World Series. 2017 sucked. 2017 was the start of the shitstorm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. It was all the Nazis running around that alerted me. Honestly. Yeah. You guys ever seen Blues Brothers? I hate Illinois Nazis. It's one of my favorite jokes. Iraq War, me first. Yeah, GA protest. Rise, yeah. It was the anti-war protest, and then I got really involved with Occupy Wall Street, which, believe it or not, I got some fucking ties to Tim Pool through doing that shit. Which I had already technically had ties to him. We used to hang out at the same skate parks. Me for a little bit of a different reason. And you know what? He didn't like me. He really did not like me for that. He used to say that I tarnished in the good name of the skate park. He's just like, yeah, he's sitting here selling weed on the side of the half pipe, but everybody else was quick to be right there with me, smoking that half pipe. Oh, I did it. But stop doing that. Just sell the joke. But no, for real. He hated me because I was a stoner. Called me a poser. But yeah, it was really weird because he was always a jerk to me. There's one specific skate park near us that we used to go to, and yeah, Once I knew, like, once I saw him, and he's always worn the beanie, guys. He has always worn some form of a hat. At one point, he had, like, the curved bill one. I also wore that, too. Full, like, the BAM hat. The Viva La BAM hat. But yeah, we ended up in the same circles with Occupy in Chicago right before he went to New York. And when I saw him speaking there, I was just like, oh, get the hell out of here. What? Yeah. He kind of apologized to me, said he was, you know, but he also held first where he's just like, yeah, I still think stoners are ruining the sport of skateboarding, you know, giving us a bad name. It's like, whatever. Yeah, Iraq was, that was a crazy time, man. I was 17 years old. Yeah, man, they were, I kind of said this already, but man, they were coming after me. I had this guy, Sergeant Devos, that used to show up to my school. Tim Pool, call you a poser can now be a compliment, so even then, beating. I appreciate that. Actually, Tim Pool's dad. I have a really funny chat log with Tim Pool's dad in the MR chat, because yeah, believe it or not, Tim Pool's dad and Matt Binder's dad both frequent the MR chat, and both of them have hit me up. Know me as Pep, and yeah, it's kind of crazy because he was just like, that's unfortunate. And I was just like, yeah, your son was kind of a dick to me. And I'm not even gonna pretend that, you know what, I did kind of feel like I was telling on, you know, it's like, your son was he was mean to me. Wow, what a surprise, he's still a prat. Yeah. Dim fool. Nice, bro. Nice. Dim fool. All right, that one hit me. Yeah, no, no. The thing that sucks is he's actually really good at skating. He's not a poser when it comes to skating. Politics, absolutely. This whole thing, the funniest part is, yeah, I'll actually take that. He is kind of a poser when it comes to this. It's like, nah, dude, because you even admit, like, you just give your opinions on the news, and like you just have them feed the news to you. You just got time and place kind of lucky with it, I guess. Yeah, you work for Vice. You used to have like a bunch of featurettes on Vice, so yeah, it kind of sucks. But no, I hate to say it too. Like, we got a lot of similar interests, man. He reads comics. He's into Magic the Gathering and Warhammer and all the dorky shit that I'm into. That I love, though. Actually, you know what? Just screw it. I'm one of those. I actually play the Pokemons. I still play. You actually, you know what? Here. For those who are playing the Pokemon TCGP, if you have not played that yet, you should. It's a great game. Honestly, it's a great little way to welcome yourself into the game. Also, it's, you know, fun little phone game. Fun little phone game. Ooh, 420. Sorry, you guys have been here. Well, I've been here for 4 hours and 20 minutes. Jesus. Where the hell is my info? There we go. All right, I'm gonna put my friend ID in the chat real quick, and then we're gonna move on to the last segment. All right? Why is this not working? There we go. All right. Well, see, this is one of those things where if I was real smart, I would put this behind a paywall, but I'm trying to grow my community. You guys have also been freaking awesome, so and then Why are these like the longest codes? And then, oh my god, there's one more line, and then I'm done. 5, 4, right? All right. There we go. It's my friend code. Friend me in. Oh, shit, I should probably put that. It's a fun-ass game, I'm telling you. If you ever even had a passive interest in Pokemon, it's fucking awesome. I got a lot of people that I play that with now, so. It's also funny because it also brings out like a little bit of competitive nature in you where you're just like, you got what card? Like, I haven't felt that way since like 6th grade. Where I'm just like, okay. But, all right. So, I'm gonna sound the horns. Gondor calls for aid. I might have to change that because I don't want to keep explaining the nerd reference to that one. But I keep calling it nerd reference, but
what did you make when you saw your
shit. Escape. Sorry, I think that we have already buried the lead for what's about to happen. We got a Mehdi Hasan segment coming up here, okay? So, what deck do I run? I actually run a mix. I do a fighting and dark type, and then I also have a pretty solid water electric type. I like to run mixtures. Robin B. Oh, hell yeah. So, we're all friends here. Just so you know, these are going to be frequent, like my streams. Like, you guys are part of what I would consider the first official Monday stream ever. I had my first stream on Friday, and my very first stream ever on YouTube was during the election night. Imagine how much fun that was. We'll see if I go on Twitch. Right now, the TOS situation's a little bit meh. And on top of it, yeah, I'm not. Whatever. We'll see. I'm enjoying kicking it with this chat. Alright, so since you guys know the Lord of the Rings reference, apparently, alright, well then I'm going to keep with it. Gondor is going to call for aid. Alright. Or Gondor. Alright guys, well, we have a Mehdi Hasan clip here that I really wanted to get into because it's with one of my favorite people, and that's Francesca Fiorentini of the Bituation Report, or Bituation Room, sorry. Been talking about the Majority Report too much. But yeah, he had a pretty decent discussion, according to some of my friends, actually.
What did you make when you saw your...
Oh, sorry. Yes. This was specifically about how the Democrats need to get a spine and do better. So, I know, like, hot takes, but this was on Mehdi Hasan's Zateo, which, if you're not already sub to, I highly suggest it. He is running a great little news organization there. I hope that he gets a like live updates, but we'll see. But yeah, let's take a look at Francesca.
These exit polls that Trump is doing better with black people, with Latinos, with Muslims.
Let's not buy into these narratives about Latino men and, you know, black men and all this. Remember who we're actually fighting here, which is the billionaire class.
I have a lot of people who are saying to me, well, you know, she lost because this country hates women. That is not...
It's Jory LaForge, guys. That's an awesome figure, and I had that one because he's wearing the dress.
A singular issue.
The whole idea of a Joe Rogan of the left is silly.
JD Vance has the charisma of a pot plant. He's not going to win on his own. I refuse to
So
believe
rude to
that.
succulents.
They have no stance. They have no spine other than to.
Oh, I thought you just said a pot plant. I'm like, actually, dude, I know this because of reasons. But pot plants have a lot of personality.
Try to serve billionaires differently than Republicans.
Forget about the price of milk. What about the regulation of milk? It's gonna be like, nah, that's not legal anymore.
Like, this is f***ed up because AIPAC. This is f***ed up because corruption.
Just to be clear, Amanda, my position also is this is f***ed up.
We're not kidding.
I'm Mehdi Hasan.
I'm Amanda Seals.
I'm Francesca Fiorentini.
And we're not kidding. It's the podcast from Zateo in which I get to sit down and talk about serious stuff with funny people, but also some funny stuff, I hope, as well.
In a hoodie.
Welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show, Amanda
Very
Seals,
casual. I like
comedian,
it.
actor, podcaster, radio host, and welcome to the show for the first time, Francesca Fiorentini, comedian also, someone you often see on Piers Morgan these days, fighting with all sorts of ghouls, as she likes to put it. Political commentator. One is in New York, one is in LA, I'm in DC. Guess what we're talking about today, guys? How are you feeling? How are you feeling about the world? How are you feeling about living in America, Amanda?
I just always laugh that when you do these podcasts, you dress down. Like, I'm so used to seeing you in a suit.
I love the way you say dressed out. You mean I just dressed when I'm not wearing a suit and tie.
Like, I'm wearing a hoodie for the cast.
I thought you meant dressing us down, like, oh, dressing me now. Which, by the way, host of the Bitchuation Room podcast, Mehdi. I got to get up the plugs before we dig into the stuff.
Fantastic podcaster, Francesca Fiorentini of the Bitchuation podcast, which I need to go on at some point too.
Please.
I've got a podcast, Small Doses. I got the radio show, the Amanda Seals show. You know, we do stuff. We do stuff.
And how are you feeling about doing stuff in this new post-November 5th world, Amanda?
I mean, I think it's really, honestly, just been fascinating to see the various reactions of people that I just didn't see coming. Like, I had no idea that so many people would feel compelled to come to me and say, you lost the election. It's your fault. You and your anti-Kamala rhetoric, which I didn't know that I was doing. But according to them, any challenging of Democrats or any urging of Democrats to do the things that could win them an election was considered anti-Kamala. So, yeah, I had someone threaten to fight me. Like, I had someone literally text me, like, I will smack you when I see you. I will smack the shit out of you when I see you. And I sent her my address.
Oh, yeah. Well, next time you come on the show, you can let us know how that went. Francesca, have you got into any...
if she's an actual hate viewer, you might not want to do that.
Any proposed fights, duels, post-election?
Sadly, no, not yet. But I can only imagine that continuing to expose myself to the far right on shows like Piers Morgan will inevitably lead to some amount of doxing in this next new world order we're entering into. But I agree with Amanda. Like, I've gotten it from all sides, you know, whether it is, you know, leading to the Trump victory because of my critiques around Gaza, or whether it was, you know, from the other side of people who thought that throwing down and saying you should vote strategically for Kamala Harris was a mistake, and on and on and on. I think at this point, for better or worse, we're all kind of in the same boat. You know, Mehdi, I haven't been on your show, but I congratulate you on everything you've done since MSNBC, you know, and yet I was so sad when you were let go, because in many ways you were kind of this like trial balloon for someone like me in the progressive liberal media space. You know, I had a special on MSNBC. So I've been thinking a lot about media and the ways that you see CNN and MSNBC and mainstream news sort of fall back into the, you know, orange man bad mania, as they always do, while never giving space to actual deep dive investigative journalism that informs people in a way they should be. That's all gone now because Trump sells and everyone buys into it, and no one's actually doing that deeper work, you know, and it's cheaper. It's cheaper, but at what cost?
It's also lazy, right? So we talk about, you know, Amanda mentioned people blaming her. Obviously, there's been a blame game since November 5th. And there should be. We live in a democracy. You're supposed to have accountability. You're supposed to say, okay, what went wrong? Why didn't we win? Why did the voters reject us in this massive way across demographics, counties, states? You know, Trump put together, we'll talk about Trump in a moment in his coalition, but just in terms of the accountability, I feel like, Amanda, you know, you said your friend, or former friend, who challenged you, whoever reached out to you to challenge you, I feel like the people were ready. Tell me if you think I'm...
You wanna fight me?
Wrong about this. People already with pre-prepared hot takes as to why Kamala won/lost based on the result. And no one actually looked at the result and just started dishing out their takes based on their priors. So you look at John Fetterman tweeting, oh, Dearborn voted for Trump. Well, good luck to you in the Muslim ban. It's like, well, actually,
what the fuck?
I don't think you can say that Muslims cost Kamala Harris the election. I know that a lot of Muslim activists wanted to say we cost Kamala Harris the election over Gaza. We could talk about Gaza. But like, they lost across the board. She lost every swing state.
Yeah.
She lost with Latinos. She lost across demographics. And I just feel like people just come along with these takes being like, you're to blame, this person's to blame. It's so lazy fundamentally. And cable news goes to all these they had Hillary Clinton's, one of her guys, on the show talking about why. Shut up. You lost in 2016. Why are you on the show in 2024 telling us why people lost?
Also, they don't bring up the like 12 million voters who voted for Biden who didn't show up. Like, this keeps happening.
And that's my big problem.
It's all intellectual laziness, though, right? Like, I mean, that's really where we are. We're just in a very, I call it the age of idiocy. I mean, we're just in a really intellectually lazy season that seems to continue and is perpetuated by the same media spaces that Francesca was just talking about. It's really about
I'm the stoner.
How do we get clicks? It's how do we get hot takes, et cetera. And typically, you know, the intellectually fortified folks aren't giving them the hot takes that they really want. Toxicity sells, and ignorance is something that I think people like to gawk at this point. So it's extended beyond watching reality TV and being like, wow, those people's lives are terrible, to now watching the news and watching.
Well, somebody in my chat was from Scotland, right? Like, is that true? Are you guys gawking at us?
Panelists and being like, wow, these people don't know what they're talking about, but I'm going to watch. I mean, it's very
I don't care.
Pervasive. And I also just feel like folks are living in their own pools of confirmation bias. So I have a lot of people who are saying to me, well, you know, she lost because this country hates women. That is not a singular issue. Like, just like there's not single issue voters for Palestine. Like, that's not a single issue. This country hates women. This country also is like really about optics. This country also has a lot of people that care about genocide not happening on their watch. This country also very much continues the practice of not educating people on how systems work. There's like so
They also
many
didn't like the price
places.
of eggs in 2022 and 2023.
Yeah,
They still don't
like
the price of eggs.
Yeah, but that's because of bird flu, which, by the way, this is scary and a complete aside to this, but did you know that they had the first confirmed case of H1N1 bird flu that crossed over into a human in Canada recently? And here we're going into the RFK era of the national health. Yeah.
There's
a lot of
great about this.
Just invest in a chicken, people. Can we just do this already? Build yourself a coop on your rooftop. Share it with your neighbor. I mean, that's the echo chamber is so interesting because some of us, some of us are in echo chambers that then we subject to the nation, like mainstream news outlets, right? And it's very funny that you have all these former Republicans / current Republicans, your Scarboroughs, your Nicole Wallaces, who are immediately going to it's the wokeism of the Democratic Party. Like, oh, just how on brand is it for you to say that? And you're ostensibly on a liberal news network. Who's a fish out of water here? Who belongs here and who doesn't? So let's stop taking, these lessons from Republicans about what the Democrats did wrong. You're the ones who walked us into the lion's den of Trumpism in the first place.
And I got to say, I mean, the left is not innocent of this either. I had a chat with Owen Jones on a show we do for Zateo about Bernie Sanders came out very quickly to say, well, the Democrats abandoned the working class and that's why we lost. I think that's part of it. But to say that's what it's all about and not take on board the racism, the misogyny, the inflation. Also, Bernie, to be fair to Bernie, was defending Biden a few weeks ago saying he was the most pro-worker president. So I think everyone wants to just confirm their priors, the confirmation bias that Amanda talked about. I'm as guilty.
Hey, he can be a pro-working president, but he could also be a bad president.
Of it as anyone else, but I try and stop myself and I try and read people I don't agree with in order to try and get a sense of, all right, but maybe it's not just...
Right, it scares the crap out of me because this is I remember the first case that came from internationally of COVID was in Chicago. It was in a region near me, Hoffman Estates.
All about my left-wing biases. I got to ask you both, though.
Specifically because that's where she was treated.
All three of us are people of color. What did you make when you saw all these exit polls that Trump is doing better with black people, with Latinos, with Muslims? Then Republicans have done for a while. I just want to read these stats to you. This was the best Republican showing with 18 to 29-year-olds for 20 years. It was the best showing with black voters for 48 years. And it was the best Republican showing with Latinos for 52 years.
Yeah, this is undeniable. They amped up those bases to come out and they kind of made the other base just go meh.
Yes. What was your reaction, guys, to that when you hear stuff like that?
I mean, it's super disappointing when you hear those stats. And so I'm of two minds. On the one hand, I think it is really important to understand that white supremacist, fascistic thinking can be extended to many, many people of different races and ethnicities and cultural backgrounds, especially in the United States. Whiteness has been a historic process. Yeah. Italians weren't considered white, Irish weren't considered white. Now they are. And I think Latino voters, for example, are sort of on that precipice. But the cost is what? You always have to buy into anti-blackness. And that is I think African Americans never are afforded this unless you're, Candace Owens or whatnot. So that's one thing. But I look to movement leaders, and Working Families Party has done an amazing job, and other folks who are saying, look, even though we see these exit polls, let's not let them divide us. not let them divide the working class, the 99%, however you want to call it. Let's not buy into these narratives about Latino men and, black men and all this. Let's remember, keep our eye on the prize, remember who we're actually fighting here, which is the billionaire class.
They're not fighting them, though. They want to be them.
Yeah.
And I think that...
Well, yeah, especially like the establishment Democrats now, yeah, they're really fighting that battle.
That's the part that we have to reimagine what our communities look like outside of lines of culture and tradition and race and ethnicity to really look at values, because that's what I think is actually differentiating us. I can say that I am in the same pool of bullshit that Black people have to put up with, right? But I respond differently to that than some other folks that may have same bullshit, right? Like you said, like Kundis, like she's going to respond differently than I would. And so I think what we're looking at is how there are groups that are within groups that are aligning themselves with certain American ideals that are outside of their cultural and ethnic realities within this American like social structure. And it's confusing because we're looking at it like, they don't like you, right? Like they don't like you, but they're like, no, but they could. And I want in.
Have a TV
it's really if you can't meet them, join them.
Yes,
and it's obviously certain groups. I see it. I'm not going to speak for Latino folks, but I look at the polling that a big chunk of Latino folks don't define themselves as people of color. And I do look at the Muslim community, which has its own anti-black tendencies, even though millions of Muslims are black Muslims. But in the Muslim leadership and the Muslim space, we talk about Muslims in America as if they're only Arab Americans or Pakistani Americans, etc. That's clearly, I mean, I don't know if you saw, I did an interview with an imam, a Yemeni American imam who endorsed Trump at his rally in Michigan. Deeply depressing interview for me to be talking to Muslim leaders who really think Trump's going to be good to them. Like, as you say, man, he'll be good to us. He'll like us. He might not like those other people, but he's promised us he likes us. And that is a fundamental problem, I think, for a lot of communities. On the money side, Amanda, you said something that jumped out at me. You said they want to be billionaires.
Yeah.
I saw some polling this week that showed that Trump voters, despite being sold as the left behind, anti-establishment, white working class coal miners, tend to be people who admire the wealthy, which actually shouldn't surprise us because they're all voting for this guy who they think is a successful billionaire businessman. He's not a billionaire and he's not a successful businessman. But I think that is part of the mythos as well around Trump in particular. Do you guys think that if Trump ever leaves the scene, God help us, if he's not with us for the rest of our lives, if he actually does retire from politics, can the Republicans replicate what they just did? Part of me feels that a lot of this is just about Trump. Yeah. That there isn't, the only good news is there isn't a mini Trump 2 waiting in the wings.
It's not transferable. I mean, you see Carrie Lake losing her election in the Senate, and you see, Mark Robinson is ridiculous, but yeah, it is just not a transferable, vibe, zhuzh, whatever. And it
we
is.
Hope, inshallah.
Yes, inshallah, right? And even I'm very excited. The one thing I'm looking forward to, other than the general strike in 2028, is when the Republican Party tries to convince Trump to not try to stay in power after 4 years and to pass the baton to J.D. Vance, because that's going to be beautiful. Because they will run Trump in a sort of like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles like brain situation where he's just sort of like a floating brain inside of a robot that Elon Musk has created. Like they'll run him as long as he has any little like firings left. Once the Neuralink implant works, they'll run Trump forever. But like. So I am looking forward to that future fight.
I mean, the big question is, does he actually vacate the scene? Some of us think, actually, he's the kind of guy who would happily run for a third term if he can find a way to justify it. J.D. Vance has the charisma of a pot plant. He's not going to win on his own.
He did say a pot plant, not potted plant. He said a pot plant. No, pot plants, I'm sorry, they're awesome. They're vibrant. They smell amazing.
I refuse
so
to
rude to
that.
succulents.
I know, so rude to succulents.
Very
One question I do want to ask you before we talk about the future, and I do want to talk about what's coming next.
Wait, I didn't get to say anything about that.
Please, talk about succulents.
I prefer succulents.
Hey.
Because I was about to go in. No, like, we saw technology advance. We've seen technology advance at like this astonishing rate, right? And it's advancing at a rate faster than ever it has before. And I just have this feeling that now we're watching like the process towards the collapsing of this whole thing start to also pick up speed. In the sense that this is the first time that I ever felt that ignorance was not bliss and that it was actually knowledge that had a lot of people that I knew feeling very at peace with whatever happened, because they knew that whether it was Trump or Kamala, the system itself, the establishment itself is incredibly dysfunctional. And I know that 4 years ago, I didn't even know that. Like 4 years ago, I as just like a I'm a knowledgeable person, but as an entertainer, I wouldn't have considered myself someone who was politically savvy. And 4 years ago, I did not have common knowledge about the complete dysfunctionality of this government. Whereas I find myself now amongst a lot more people on a regular level, like not like Mehdi, who was like involved in this thing, like just regular people who are like, this shit is fucked up. And let me tell you why, right? Not like, oh, this is fucked up because inflation. Like this is fucked up because APAC. This is fucked up because corruption. This is like, so I do believe that there's a certain level of like, yes, Trump, yes, Republicans, but there's a bigger thing happening here where more people are starting to see beyond the limitations of like just Trump being a problem or even Republicans being a part of the problem to see, oh, this is an American cultural problem that this country itself is fucked up.
Just to be clear, Amanda, despite working in the media as a political journalist for 25 years and working for elite media on both sides of the Atlantic, my position also is this shit is fucked up as the best summary.
No, but I'm saying that you yes, and I appreciate this shit is fucked up is the high level ivory tower version of it. Yes.
And I think this is, just quickly, it's a moment to bring liberals into the fold. Those who didn't have that structural analysis, thought maybe Democrats had it together, then look at the $450,000 that was spent to splash Kamala Harris's face on the dome in Las Vegas. The blob, and are like, maybe this wasn't the best use of fun.
But I think it's shedding labels like liberal though, right? It's like that to me, I think is part of what has to happen right now. There has to be a lot of shedding, like even like Republicans shedding like, am I a Republican? What does that even mean at this point? I don't even know what that means at this point to them.
I mean, they're just a cult, but even the Democrats have taken on cult-like characteristics, especially over Gaza that we talked about earlier.
MAGA's
this
cult,
idea that the reaction to Biden and Harris doing a genocide,
whatever. No, it's the Republicans at this point,
refusing to budge on doing a genocide, even when they're told they'll lose key states for doing a genocide. And the reaction from a lot of the voters is to say, "You bastards," rather than say, "Why didn't Biden and Harris budge on the genocide?" Right? That's just like Occam's razor. Like, why not just say the easier option would have been budge on the genocide.
Yeah,
rather
now
than
they're
we're going to blame
it.
people in Michigan who didn't want to vote for the people who got their cousins and uncles and aunts and siblings killed in
that's
Gaza.
insane.
For me, that's really bad. But what's frustrating on the other end, and let me just be both sides is I'm also a little bit upset with some of my leftist friends and Muslim friends who told me for 6 months that when we force Harris to lose Michigan, Democrats will listen to us. No, they won't. Democrats always shift right after losing an election. Now is not going to be any other different time. I don't think Muslims on the left have gained any particular political leverage after the result in Michigan. I don't think Democrat strategists are waking up today going, if only we'd been more tougher on Netanyahu. Maybe they're briefing that in private to people. And I saw some stories saying that, we wanted to do more to split, but I don't think they're going to do that in any policy terms. In fact, I think the whole Democratic Party in Congress now, under Hakeem Jeffries, is going to move to the right on Israel to try and keep track with Netanyahu and Kushner and all the freaks he puts in power. So unfortunately, it was a lose-lose in that situation. I do want to ask about the media, just return back to the media very quickly. In all the fallouts and postmortems, one thing that's popped up everywhere is, what about Joe Rogan? Why didn't Harris go on Joe Rogan? Do Democrats need their own Joe Rogan? Francesca, what is your reaction when you hear the words Joe Rogan?
What do you guys think? Yeah?
I mean, watch your drink, number one. But also, Rogan has mass appeal. There's also a lot of women that listen to Rogan, even though it's predominantly men. I had an anti-vax vegan hairdresser who I had to break up with because I was like, please get vaccinated. She was great. It was very sad.
That's a real thing.
But she listened to Rogan all the time. And I'm like, that checks out. So he's massive. I mean, he does have a special sauce, dare I say Trumpian. And he also wasn't necessarily always a right winger, right? He just allowed a bunch of Nazis to come on and didn't challenge them. But he also had Bernie Sanders on. And, and Democrats attacked him. How dare you go on, Joe Rogan? Well, because he's massive. So, but to me, like the whole idea of a Joe Rogan of the left is silly because Joe Rogan is who he is because he is just a mainstream ass character that speaks to like fragile men. And
no, that's not even it. I think that what is being said here is somebody with mass appeal that's funny, that is like a Joe Rogan. It's almost like we have him on our side, like a Jon Stewart.
And part of that is kind of punching left and also down and at women and at trans people.
Yeah, Duke, I agree.
And at people of color and mocking them. And that is not something that I think the left would want to replicate.
Not going on Rogan in this climate is insane.
However, I do think we have to understand that when someone is massive, go with that. Here, my example is this. If the Haktua girl wants to talk about socialism tomorrow, she's another white girl that got a
she'll do a good job and she'll probably have the #1 podcast. She's like number 5 right now.
Massive podcast deal because they really spawn them like crazy. Go with it. Let Haktua girl have Noam Chomsky on and the two of them can battle. Have Haktua girl, have Mehdi on.
Isn't the bigger problem though, Francesca, that let's say Harris was in negotiations with Joe Rogan to go on the show, it didn't work out, blah, blah, blah. History will remember that. Isn't the bigger problem that if Kamala Harris had gone on Joe Rogan, it wouldn't have been very good? Isn't the bigger problem that you actually need a candidate who can speak to an audience like Rogan's in a direct, normal, blunt, dare I say, populist fashion. And
100%.
that's the bigger issue. When people say Bernie went on Rogan, the issue is not that Bernie went on Rogan. The issue is that Bernie can actually speak in a way that Rogan followers might appreciate. And I think Democrats need to get out of that technocratic. They had Tim Walz. Here's my big frustration. In all the postmortems, no one talks about the fact, I know vice presidents don't win elections, but the idea that Tim Walz, someone
That's not true.
What do you mean all men are fragile? As another crack forms and a piece of my pottery falls off?
That's not true. That's not true. Because part of the reason why Biden won was because he got a black woman vice president, and many people were like, okay, now I'll vote for you.
But he also had Jim Clyburn giving him
Lots of unlearning behaviors there, Duke.
black. But my point is, in general, vice
No one
presidents
knew
are
who
not
Jim
tending-
Clyburn was. Go ahead.
In South Carolina, they don't. But yes, without wanting to
South
relitigate
Carolina
Biden.
is not the nation. But
I
go
know, but
ahead.
Joe Biden's won this candidacy in South Carolina. Anyway,
Wait,
let's put
I
that
love
to one
this.
side.
Wait, I just, first of all, Amanda very much able to like go toe to toe with Mehdi on some of the like
Of
quick
course.
little.
She'll beat the shit out of me.
No, I will not. But I'm just like, I just want to be clear. No, it's important.
Okay,
It's
let me
important
rephrase it. Let me
because
rephrase
no, let
it
me tell you why it's important. Let me tell you why it's
Go on.
important. Because she came out with this I'm the black woman like VP role, and so many of black women that I know were like, I wasn't going to vote for Joe Biden until now, and I'm going to push everybody.
I just noticed something that bugs me just a little bit. In my comments recently, somebody was just like, "Oh, look at this grown man in his toy room." She has more toys than I do in box.
I need to do it.
Come on.
But then she sat back, and even when she came
Those are all my childhood toys back there.
back
Come
out
on.
this time, she wasn't talking in the way that you're like what you're saying. She wasn't able to talk to people like that.
She did for like a week, right? And then the Democratic consultant class got
Box
to her.
toys are over here.
And they shut it all down. And then she turned up on The View, and Sonny says to her, what would you do differently to Biden? For me, that was the moment of the campaign. And she goes, I wouldn't do anything different to Biden. And you're like, why the fuck are you running then? Right? Because they don't want Biden Mark
there it
II.
is.
And Tim Walz is
Yep.
a good example of that, where they picked Tim Walz, Coach Walz. He's all over cable saying Republicans are weird. It's going viral. Republicans are getting really upset about being called weird. Donald Trump is opening every rally being like, I'm not weird. We're not weird. And then suddenly they shut it down. Walz disappears. Nobody says the word weird again. I'm like, why? Why would you do that?
Yeah,
and that is the
they
Democratic Party
abandoned the shit
consultant
out of
class
that.
that makes money whether they win or lose and gets to be on CNN afterwards saying, well, this is what they
it
should do in
made
the
me
next
mad.
campaign.
And their marketing is about centralizing Democrats. Their marketing is not about bringing people in. It's about bringing people right. And and her marketing team had one black person on it, literally. But yet their marketing plan was like, we're just going to tell everybody, like, vote for her because she's black. And I'm like, your base is more than just black people. And it's more than just people that will just vote for you just because you're black.
Yeah, I was just going to say with the Tim Walz thing, I was really hoping we would hear Kamala Harris sort of lift up some of these incredibly progressive programs that he was able to pass in Minnesota, free lunch programs, enshrining abortion rights, on and on and on. And you didn't hear any of that. And I think it's really important. Not only did Joe Biden pick Kamala Harris, which I will concede perhaps was a factor and got people on board in 2020. But he also did a lot of other overtures to other communities. The Bernie Sanders Coalition brought him in specifically, had multiple discussions and conversations with groups like Sunrise Movement, Justice Democrats. That was all happening while simultaneously BLM in 2020 was popping off. And say what you will about the performative nature of Democrats in that moment and corporations like Amazon, but there was an overture to say, yes, Nancy Pelosi's going to kneel in a kente cloth. Imagine Pelosi putting on a keffiyeh in the last year
Oh my
and saying
God, that was one of the most cringe moments in politics.
anything, right, about the number of
I can't
Palestinians
imagine
being
that.
murdered. The point is this,
I
they
forgot
actually
about
listened
that.
to the base that was saying criminal justice reform, stop killing unarmed black people, as well as we want progressive programs. And yeah, we would love a woman of color as vice president.
Amanda, are you worried that we're going backwards now if we were even going forwards?
Oh, yeah, we're not going forwards. I mean, we're
it's just
going
2 steps back.
I don't even know
man.
where we're going, but it's not positive.
It's a crab walk.
No.
It's just, it's
Dude, we did it. We had the 1 step forward with Biden. This is the 2 steps back, and then we're going to go 2 steps forward, hopefully.
I think, and also when you
That's
say
how that
we,
works,
I'm just
right?
like, even we is like really splintered in terms of, who's considered
Well
we,
said.
because some would say, well, we're doing exactly what we need to be doing. And others are like, no, we're not. And then others are like, I don't care. So I think when it comes to I just feel like this whole situation was a fuck up. Like the whole election itself is it's not talked about in the context of the fact that like no one chose Kamala Harris. Like the people did not even choose her. And then
Yeah, it
they
was
didn't know how to
brushed
speak
over.
to those people. I've seen so many
I
young
did
people
it.
talking
I
about
did
them
it.
talking about their experiences working with different Democratic campaigns across the nation, like locally, to get the word out, and just what they were facing in terms of not being heard, in terms of just being confused as to why certain bases were being ignored, whether it's Spanish speakers or, black folks, et cetera, young folks. And so I wonder, again, with this whole Democrat thing, it's like,
Robin, also add to the fact that she pivoted right. Like that was a big one. Like she started off by placating to the leftist base, but then all of a sudden just kept pivoting right. And then the big one for me was when she stopped talking about socialized medicine, and then she went as far as to be like, I didn't say that. It's like I felt gaslit.
This is a failed party. That's what when I see the Democrats, I see a failed party. I don't know what your banner is.
Totally
I don't
agree.
know what you're about. Like at one point, it's like, okay, if you don't vote for us, you're not black. Well, that's just not accurate. And I think
they did try to say that shit.
A lot of people, unfortunately, just felt like, well, at least I know what this person is, and so I'm just going to ride with that, which sucks because what he is trash.
So lame.
But the Democrats have no stance. They have no spine other than to try to serve billionaires differently than Republicans.
Amanda, you said a good line just now. You said, what is the we? And we are splintered, and definitely, especially between liberals and leftists, between different ethnic groups. What Trump does is
Real quick, welcome new viewers. I appreciate you checking out the stream.
he does bring the liberal left together, right? For 4 years, people were focused on the threat from Trump. So Trump is coming in January 20th, 2025. What does we look like in 2025? Francesca, what is last time round in January 2017? We had the Women's March. We had #resistance immediately starting. We had ACLU with record January 20th, 2025. I suspect not the same.
No, I don't think so. In part because I think some of those institutions let a lot of people down. I mean, the Women's March sort of imploded. I think a lot of people have lost trust in a place like the New York Times and certainly, Washington Post owned by Bezos and whatnot.
All of them.
So I think there will be resistance, but it's going to happen in different areas. It's going to look differently. It might be more local. It might be more radical. And I think that's wonderful. I think it's really funny what Amanda's saying. It's like, we don't know who the we is, because me is like, how do I get involved locally? Let me talk to my neighbors. Let me make sure we all have our numbers, emergency contacts. I've got you. Like, I think there might be people in my neighborhood who are,
my neighbors kind of suck,
of mixed status when it comes to immigration. Let me make sure that I've got their backs. But then I also have some MAGA flags near me. And it's like,
when they say that one, it's just like,
people who just,
dude, there's a reason that we all can vibe with like hearing about it, somebody's shitty neighbor. It's because we've all had a shitty neighbor or currently have one.
Voted for Trump who are like, no, I'm just going to wait till people get deported.
Damn, I got
I'm just going to sit here and wait until day laborers are just picked up off their jobs. I mean, so it's a hard time to say, let's build community when so many voted against it. But I just let's come back to the fact that
oh God, there is set up like processing stations outside of Home Depot.
Truly, the popular vote was won by 2% now we're looking at?
Yes.
And mostly the narrative is still people stayed home. People stayed home. And they could have come out. And to Amanda's point, look, the Democratic brand is weak. I don't know if it's actually salvageable. Honestly, I don't know if it's salvageable at this point. It is so weak that people would rather throw down with a brand that they know and they understand.
I'm going to push back a little bit on that.
Either that or you just pivot the Democratic Party left.
One is I agree with you on the turnout. I mean, most people don't know that more people stayed at home in this election than voted for either Trump or Harris, which is an indictment of our democracy like no other. And I think you're right about the turnout. It's a huge problem in our country. I don't think the Democratic Party's done because it's such a partisan country. People are super partisan. At the end of the day, she picked up 70+ million votes. And the problem we have in this country and why we don't have a multi-party system, where we have stuck with this duopoly, is because people are just basically lazily stuck with a two-party system. You could run whoever you want as a Democrat or a Republican, and they'll both get 60, 70 million people. As we're seeing with the Republican Party. They ran a convicted criminal, found liable for sexual abuse, twice impeached. Tens of millions happily voted for him. Some unhappily voted for him, but voted for him because he's the Republican candidate. So I think, as long as we have this two-party system, it ain't dying anytime soon. Sorry, Jill Stein. And I think that is a reality we're going to have to deal with and work around. Amanda, let me just come back to you on January 20th. What are you, dare I ask, and maybe it's the wrong question, but what are you most worried about, concerned about from a Trump second term? What's high on your mind when you think of Trump as president?
I just think he's going to create a vigilante energy around individuals where everybody feels like they are tasked with carrying out his policies. And also, if it's not that they're tasked with carrying out his policies, it's that they have to protect themselves at all costs. So there's an individualism that I think is going to really spread in very sincere and weaponized ways. We can start with just even this whole, we're going to do a forced deportation scenario, right? And when they start using language like, we're going to find undocumented workers who need to be removed, that then says to me, we're welcoming you to tell us. And we have seen already that people feel like, if I do this thing, if I help you, then you're going to help me. And that quid pro quo mindset, which is not actual, by the way, but which people think it is how we get into a world and a society that is militarized without even having to say it in name. Like, people are acting as their own version of the Gestapo. And we've seen that in World War II. I mean, we saw that in Germany just with Jewish people, but here there's a number of criminalized individuals, whether it's people that are seeking abortions or doctors that are helping folks. You know, we're going to see this really big brother energy coming. And like you said, Francesca, it becomes, well, who really is community? Oh, and that is what I fear.
It's interesting that you make the point that, you know, in other places it was one group, and in Trump's America it's multiple groups, right? It is the undocumented, it is the trans kid, it is the woman going out of state for an abortion, it is Muslims, it is it is Jews.
It's always punching down. Notice how that's the
go down the list of all the communities.
thing.
Someone made a good point recently on Twitter. I can't remember who said the main reason for the left to pick Harris over Trump, even if they're annoyed about and angry about Harris and Gaza, is that at least in a Harris presidency you'd be able to focus on Gaza.
Yeah.
Under a Trump presidency, there's going to be 100 fires to put out.
Yeah.
Gaza will be one of them, which I thought was a rather dark,
could have been
depressing,
shouting
brilliant
it from
point.
the rooftops, but I was
and I feel already. I feel like already. I was talking to my team about this earlier today. Like,
400
already, I
people.
feel like we're getting stretched now in different directions. Like Trump is doing this and doing that. And like, what do we cover?
Still not
Like, there's
bad.
going to be so much chaos. You know, flood the zone with shit is what Steve Bannon said.
The only the silver lining to that is that I do feel like that's a quicker route to people getting fed up. And
I agree with her.
That has always been the only method of change, is the people exercising their own power.
I mean, how much power can...
This actually puts us on the back foot, so it is almost just like, yeah, well, at least now we kind of have a reason to fight
we
back.
exercise if we're unvaccinated, Francesca? I mean,
We're getting mad cow from all this raw milk that is being thrown.
Just keep, if they ban vaccinations, that's one thing, because that's taking away the freedom. But if they literally, like, mandatory vaccines is the thing that somehow they're fighting for still, which isn't really a thing outside of schools, which that does, like, then it's like, okay, separate school time for these kids, no public funding, all private funding.
On us. I mean, forget about the price of milk. What about the regulation of milk? It's gonna be like, nah, that's not legal anymore.
Francesca, she should have run on what you just said. Forget the price of milk. What about the regulation of milk?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yeah, she really needs to be working for the Democratic Party.
People like RFK Jr. in charge of public health.
And I am worried, honestly, as people who do, you know, media and content for obviously the internet and podcasting, like all the ways that we could be truly censored and actually truly canceled in what is to come under Trump, whether it's, mentioning Palestine. We're already seeing nonprofits being threatened with their 501c3 status revoked for advocating, obviously, for Palestinians, although they call it terrorism. But I agree with Amanda that, like, it's a time to get active. But again, the accelerationism I like, and I don't think you're being accelerationist. I'm just saying, like, don't be surprised at how much a lot of people will roll over. I mean, you already had Kamala Harris.
That's a great point.
She conceded with less than 24 hours. You have Joe Biden saying, well, they chose another vision. So, hey,
like,
meanwhile, they were saying this was the greatest threat to our democracy. Who's leading us? At this time in 2016, Barack Obama was windsurfing with Richard Branson. I mean, it's absurd, the kind of leadership that we have. We only have one another. And I will also say a big pitch for just doing something that's fun and productive, not windsurfing, but like going to see comedy, supporting comedians, doing something generative in your community, getting involved with a community garden, a community kitchen, like your religious communities, like all of these places. Every time you wrest some mental and creative space away from the fascism, I think is really productive for all of us.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
I mean, I had to
advice.
leave Instagram for that reason. Because it's like people want you to live in that.
I'm considering leaving Twitter, which I never thought I would do in 14 years, but I'm seeing people heading different ways.
I have a Twitter, but I'm not on it.
You can do it. You can do it.
I still use Facebook, though.
Look, Francesca, what you just said, people go and lie on couches and
We've
pay good money
established how
for,
old
so
I
I
am,
will
damn
take
it.
that free advice from you. Let's wrap on a positive note and say, where can people come and support you two? Where can they hear your comedy and your analysis? I just want you both to tell people where to find Amanda Seales and friends.
Real quick, I'm going to take this time to make my plug. Pep Talks, you can like the stream right now, or you can like any of the videos that you watch because it's free and it really helps me out. Subscribe to the channel if you're already not. And yeah, I really, really appreciate you guys being here. And honestly, like, I've had a lot of fun. Join the fun. This is going to be, 2 to 4. Well,
Amanda.
It was supposed to be 2 to 4. It's almost 9 o'clock.
You can catch me on my Patreon, Amanda Seales. I'm over there cultivating a whole community of people with common sense and actual compassion. So I've left Instagram. So if you want to hear my thoughts and things, then go over there. You can also check out my latest project, my one-woman show, What Would the Ancestors Say? I did a live stream of that, but I'm also going to be re-releasing it, and you'll be able to purchase it on my Patreon. You can check out my radio show, The Amanda Seales Show, every day, and my podcast, Small Doses, once a week.
I don't know how we had time to even book you for today, given what you're up to. Francesca.
I mean, I'll be raising a 2-year-old. And yes, you can find me on the Bitchuation Room podcast, wherever your podcast, but live Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays on youtube.com/Franny Fio, FRANIFIO. 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. What else? I'm going to be doing some live shows. I'm going to try and see whether LA, come on, Angelinos, come out. All right. I know I'm not super famous. I'm not Amanda Seales or whatever, but come out. No, come support.
Unnecessary shade.
No, that's just me being like, that's me fangirling. So I'll get Amanda on the show too, but hopefully we'll have like a monthly space for some good comedy, political analysis, and maybe a cry or two.
And make sure the 2-year-old gets all their shots before January 20th, 2025.
Tell me about it. I'm like, can she get an HPV? I know you're like a toddler, but like,
I got mine. I got my dude. Okay, real talk. Those hurt. The older you are, when you get those in your arm, they hurt. And they hurt bad. And also, I got really sick for my third one.
You get it now?
Get it early before RFK.
Yeah, you can get it if you're, even if you're 40, you can get it.
It's over. And on that dark and dystopian note, I'm Mehdi Hasan.
I'm Amanda Seals.
And I'm Francesca Fiorentini.
And we were not kidding. Thank you.
That was awesome. I had really enjoyed watching that. Also enjoyed taking this little journey with you guys. All right, well, we are at 5 hours on this stream, so I need to eat before my stomach actually decides to jump out of my body and kick me in the actual balls. Because, oh man, it is very, very, very angry with me. So, wasn't kidding though. If you enjoyed the segment, let me know in the comments. Also, leave a like and leave a sub or subscribe to the channel. I'm trying to hit that 1,000, so I'll see you guys in the next one. Yeah, don't go anywhere. I'm not done yet. Sorry. I see some new people or some new viewers in here, so I just wanted to let you guys know. Yes, welcome. Also, I'm sorry you guys have kind of come out the back end. Oh, thank you, Duke. I really appreciate it. Join me for the next one. I'll be here tomorrow and next day and the next day. This is going to be the thing, so if you guys want to, as I said, join the community, stick around. Also, if you are part of Discord, I have my Discord open. I will be linking that once I kind of figure out how to get my actual Discord channel link on there. Because the last time I did it, I almost gave away my actual name info. I wasn't ready to do that. I was like, is that how I'm supposed to put that out there? It was totally YouTube boomer moment. It's just like, this Discord, I don't know how it works. The basket thing. But no, I appreciate you guys. I really do. Well done, sir. Good stream. Thank you. Robin, thank you. Thank you. Accelerationists are, so yeah, accelerationists are definitely, I don't know. This is why I have this very odd, unpopular stance of being a pacifist, where I'm just kind of like, hey guys, could we not? Talk it out, walk away, live and let live. Whatever. I'm not one of those hardcore pacifists though, where like you get almost militant about your pacifism. I've seen those guys. I'm also trying to be more realistic about it. Like, I don't know, more little nerd reference if you're into Gundam, like the Gundam form of pacifism. Actually, my favorite gun. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. I'll show you guys. I haven't built them yet. This is my favorite Gundam. The Death Scythe. As I said, I'm a uber nerd. Got some got like a plethora of interests. So, and Gundams just happen to be one of them. I love building me some Gundams. It's one of the most relaxing things that you can do. Pacifism is effective propaganda. Propaganda for who? I mean, I don't know. It is. I could see where used as a propaganda tool, weaponizing the kindest amongst you, I guess. Yeah. Consider me naive, I guess. But ultimately, there are no absolutes. Oh, thank you. I mean, I try. That's honestly, like, when people ask me, they're just like, how come? I've had enough cool people in my community not be complete dicks. They're just like, how do you keep your sanity? I'm like, I have a lot of hobbies. Like, a lot of hobbies. I also, I kind of tend to laugh this stuff off. I smoke a lot of pot. That is something I also do. Not sure if you guys have figured that one out, but Scaredy Bear, 100% tobacco. In the neutral sense, is a good thing. Thanks, Duke. I mean, remember what we said about text losing context sometimes? I think that I might have misread that one because I was almost just like, you want to fight, Duke? You want to fight? Like, what's going on? Thought we were cool. I think I am getting tired. Getting that little, I think I need a Snickers or something. No, I actually need like real food. Oh man. Had a protein bar. Oh god. A Gatorade. They actually make them now where it's like the little Pedialytes that have all the nutrients that a growing boy needs. So I've been drinking one of those and also had some green tea. So also explains why I had to piss like a racehorse halfway through stream. So, and also, you guys are new here, so I actually have a co-host. I got my dog that's usually down here, but his mommy's home, so he's upstairs with her. So you guys you'll see. You want to go, Duke? You want to go? Put him up, put him up. This is how I fight. I fight like an old 20s boxer. Do you realize that for a while? This was actually you have some fighting words there, Sonny. It's like, what the fuck? I mean, it was effective for speed bagging, I guess, but that's about it. Yeah, strangely enough, you know what? Old-timey wrestling, though, not really changed that much. I actually watched like an old wrestling match from like the 1930s recently. It was pretty cool. You know? Yeah, Duke. Put him on. I feel like I'm fighting my dog. It's like, oh, come on. Then he just gets all riled up. He's like, oh, we're doing what? Huh? If you're curious and want to see my dog, in my community notes, there are pictures of them, and they're all over my shorts. If you guys enjoy short content, I have my own little shorts page. It's not political. It's all my animals and fun stuff that I post on my Sundays off, where, yeah, sometimes Saturdays. It depends. But I try to also have a healthy social life. I do have some IRL friends that, been a friend group for like, 20 plus years. So I'll play the Art of War. You don't want this. You're right, Duke. I mean, you are the Duke of Bread. I am only the Earl of Pepper. You technically outrank me, I think. It's not even a rank. Or is that... No, it's a title. Yeah, I guess, whatever. The Earl of Pepper. Alrighty. Well, let's see. Anything else I want to cover before we say goodbye? Part ways. I mean, honestly, dude, you guys are awesome. Like, I have 9 viewers right now that, hey, for my small streaming ass, this is really nice. So if you guys, again, I'm like, yeah. You can brag it over here. Sorry, I thought I needed to preface that, because sometimes, man, the one time I was like, I gotta go hang out. And they're just like, oh, so you'll be on Discord later? I'm like, no. Yeah, I also have a real in-life or an IRL D&D friend group too, man. So I am second only to King. Oh yeah, you know what? Forgot about that. Alrighty. Well, again, I'm gonna shout out Duke of Bread. You've been awesome, active chatter. I appreciate you popping in here, man. It's been fun. Rise or Riz? I think it's Riz. Rise? I don't know. If it's Riz, do R-I-Z if you're still here. If it's Rise, then I'll just keep calling you that. Robin B, I really appreciate you. You have been, as I said, you've been a notably active participant in my community as of late. Actually, my Google Analytics they highlight you, so it was kind of cool. Or they're just like, yeah, Robin is a very active member. But yeah, this has been tons of fun. If you guys have not already seen it, I left my Pokemon TCGP. It's the card game Pocket Edition. It's fun. It's a little phone app. Play it. The other one is just TCG. I know, confusing. There's another one that's actually the card game for Pokemon. I actually I play that in real life too. There, Duke. So yeah, I'm bragging. Actually, real quick before I go, Duke, you asked what deck I run. I actually, in TCG, I run a pretty powerful Charizard and Pidgeot deck, and I also run a Alakazam and Mewtwo deck. So, but that one is all psychic. I always have too much fun. It's the autism. Hey, you know what? Damn. You're always having too much fun, then maybe I want some of That's rude. I'm sorry. I want some of that autism. Who knows? There's something else I wanted to cover real quick. Who was it in chat? Oh, looks like Riz has dipped out. It's all right. Or Rise. I hope you guys... Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Duh. Just let you guys know. Yeah, my normal schedule, I'm going to be posting it on my main community page. I'm going to be going live to Central, 4 o'clock Central to whenever I kind of want to. But yeah, my shows will be starting at 4. And if you guys want to join my memberships or join with memberships, I will have a special show at 2 beforehand. That's more of a fun show. Gonna maybe game or do something. It's more chat based. Also, I'm gonna have like a Majority Report watch along show, and that's from 11 to 2ish. It depends on which way Sam goes, because it's the only show that I've ever watched where he'll just be like, all right, I gotta go. I gotta call it. So it's just like, wait, you're not even gonna go to the time that you slotted? Because he literally slots to 2 o'clock, but he's out of there by 1:40. It feels like therapy. It feels like when you go to therapy, they're like, okay, our session's over. You're like, but I have 3 more minutes. They're like, yeah, but it takes 3 minutes to walk to the door. Just like, oh, right. Yeah, bill me for every fucking second that you can get out of me. Go to therapy, though. Therapy's good. I'm in therapy, and I highly advocate for therapy. Real quick plug for the Discord one more time. Check me out in the Pep Talks Discord. If you want to interact with me during Majority Report, I'm in the TMBS Discord, or you can catch me here on YouTube. As I said, sub to the channel if you are already not. I am making that way to 1,000. I'm trying. For some reason, they make this back half a lot harder to hit. Either that or it's just like, yeah. You know, I may not have lost subs, but I definitely have stagnated on the political content. You know, there's a lot more engagement when, you know, the election was going on. But yeah, this genius is just pontificate on that a little bit. But all right, I'm gonna go get some dinner. You guys be safe. Smoke a bowl for me if you guys are into that.